Yeah.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit.
She was an intuitive reader. I walked in.
Check. Mic, check.
She connected with people that had passed. So she gathered for my birthday.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, Join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV.
Hello, good morning, live streamers, and welcome to our very first SoulSearch Expo in Foster City, San Mateo. We're so happy to have you here. We're so happy to have everybody live here. We have 2 people who are very, very new to SoulSearch, so welcome to the family. I'm very sorry, but once you walk in these doors, you're family. There's no turning back, so that's amazing. So my name is Barbara. Hello, everyone. I'm so honored and blessed to be a part of SoulSearch and to help our founder, Tangela, to put on these beautiful enlightenment expos to help people awaken to their true essence and to guide them along their consciousness journey, wherever that might be. So welcome. I'm going to get, I have your bio here. I'm going to get started here. We have so many amazing speakers today. So plant yourself. It's going to be a great ride. And to all of you live streamers here as well, welcome. So our very first speaker of the day today, we have Richard the Grateful Bear Peruzzi. Richard's purpose in life is to bring heaven to earth. Who'd like that? I mean, who'd like to remember that there is heaven on earth here? I know. And he does this by empowering the heart, the mind, the body, and the soul of the divine masculine and feminine in everyone he knows and touches and blesses. So without further ado, let's welcome Richard.
Hello, friends and neighbors. Welcome to SoulSearch. Have you found your soul yet?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, just so I wasn't exactly sure what I was going to talk about. Since we're such a tiny group, it's like one-on-one, right? So I want to invite everybody to, well, first of all, let's do an analysis of how many women are in the room today.
Slay.
Like 100%. Now, I use that term carefully because there seems to be a spectrum of conversation about women, men, and everything in between. So what's the politically appropriate conversation about that? And so I want to first present that I did an oracle deck called God Cards for Men. And I'm just going to twist this camera just a little bit, just so we can kind of have some coverage on that. And does anybody work with Oracle decks? Tarot cards, right? Do you?
Carol?
A little bit. How about you?
Yeah.
Right? So how many decks of cards do you have? Like 20, 30, 40 of them? Right? How many?
Sorry, I don't know.
Okay. So do you have any decks of cards? Yes?
Yes.
How many?
Probably around 15, but I use certain just for specific things.
Right? So isn't that interesting? And you? One? That's great.
I mean, one of it's a big energy. It's really great.
Right.
Yeah.
So, the Tarot tradition is very complicated, right? And it's filled with archetypes. And this is a key that I've studied that for many, many years in different pathways of mystical things. There's this conversation about archetypes. And in the Jungian psychology, they talk about the inner masculine, the inner feminine, and that when men and women are in a relationship, and I'm going to just use those two terms right now because they're archetypes, okay? When men and women are in a relationship, their inner feminine and inner masculine are also in a relationship. So there's a lot of dynamics going on inside of that. And since I see that masculine is a archetype, right? It can be expressed by men, women, and every gender. And it's like the warrior, right? It's going to be more of a masculine expression out on the battlefield. You would have the matriarch, which would be the queen, presiding over the home or presiding over the kingdom, queendom, right? And so it's different energy being used in different ways, right? The mother is giving birth, right? The father is protecting, providing. So there's different layers of that, and there seems to be a lot of confusion going on in the general population. And truly, magic happens when masculine and feminine come together and create a baby. I mean, that's just the natural course of magic. That's the most magical thing that's ever happened. So, I've been studying these different traditions, and mostly it's rooms full of women with like 3 or 4 guys. And so I went to a channeling from Mary Magdalene, who was channeling Mary Magdalene's energy into the room. It was really beautiful downloads. Actually, we have a channeler here at the SoulSearch that are bringing that information as well. They're very profound people, and so it's very touching to get those insights from masculine and feminine insights. So anyway, after that channeling, we all went into the kitchen, right? And I'm like one of 2 guys in a room full of 30, right? And they had the goddess cards out on the table. And everybody's looking at the goddess cards, which is the archetypes of all the different gods or goddesses. And I'm going, God, I just love the goddess cards. And, when is somebody going to do the god cards for men? And they both looked at me, the host and the facilitator, and they said, Richard, I guess you have to do it. And so I was charged in that moment with developing the God cards for men, and spent the next 4 years listening closely to the archetypes of masculine that want to be expressed, and came up with, I was going to start with 33 of them. And then they're like knocking on my head, Richard, we want to be in the deck too. And I'm like, okay, so there's 44, and then ultimately grew to 55, and they keep showing up. And so just as a kind of a touchstone, are you familiar with any of the archetypes that you might know from the masculine archetype?
Probably not for masculine.
Pardon me?
Probably not for the masculine.
Well, there's the father,
How long?
okay, the brother, the son, okay, the boy, the hero, and that could be both masculine and feminine, right? There's the warrior. There's some traditional ones known as the king, the warrior, the magician, and the lover. And those are represented in this deck as well. And what they're really representing is these energies that are moving through us already happening all the time, whether it's feminine energy, masculine energy, or these energies that aren't really in any camp, that it's more about just expressing like a hero. You don't have to be a man or a woman to be a hero. You just have to be, right? And so the work I'm doing at these presentations is complimentary 10-minute superpower purpose equals prosperity readings. So afterwards, if you're available, want to come by the table, please come by. We'll do a reading for you with the cards. Okay? We might do one or two here as well, but the idea is, what is your purpose? Pointing right at you, directly, right? Masculine. What is your
Biggest
purpose?
question.
Pardon me?
That's the biggest question.
It's a good question, right?
Why are you here?
Right.
That's why we're here.
Okay. So is that a unanimous answer then?
What's our purpose?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine's to love to share it.
Beautiful, simple, easy, and accessible. Right? It's not because you're getting a paycheck for it. Not because it's just you're bringing forward that. And then when you're in that purpose, magic happens. I mean, it's assuming that.
Yeah, it
Right?
does. It does.
Okay, good.
I'm still searching.
Still searching. Okay, that's fantastic. That's why we're here, Soul Search, right? Your purpose?
Well, I'm not sure if my purpose is the same as what I think it is. That's the problem.
Well, what do you think it is?
I think my purpose is to hold love for her, but I don't know if that's my purpose. It's like, it feels like it is, but when I say it out loud, it's like, I don't know.
Can
It's
it
not,
be?
it's not like I'm getting on the cheerleading on the top of the mountain. My purpose is, you know what? That's a bold, fine purpose, because the earth needs lots of love.
Can it be different purposes?
Pardon me?
Can it be different purposes for the same person?
Oh, of course, yeah. And that's what the archetypes come, right?
Because you can be 5 archetypes for the same person.
Because you might be a warrior for the earth, right?
That's what I don't know what the purpose is, but that's what I would like it to be, and that's where I feel the closest,
Right.
but I don't know if that's true or me just.
And is it
Okay.
how
No,
we-
this is good. This is good information, right? We're trying to like, what's the purpose? And it's super powerful. Okay, and for you,
Practice love for Earth.
did you just copy her purpose?
Agree with her. Last one.
You're on the team, right?
Yeah.
That's perfect. Thank you.
But is it how we project or how people perceive us?
Right. So that comes to your superpower. So the superpower is about the archetypes. Okay. And we're gonna just play a little bit with that. All right. Are you ready to play a little bit?
So excited.
I mean, it's like I don't want to be. So, and there's a live stream going on, so I just want to kind of respect that, and I'm not sure how to make sure that gets covered. But
You look good.
these are the
Yeah.
it's like holding a fridge gold. So these archetypes, just there's the ascended master, Melchizedek. Everybody heard of Melchizedek? Hermes, the corporate shaman. Beautiful story written by Richard C. Wheeler. I'm trying to avoid using my glasses. Anyway, corporate shaman is like, if I'm at a corporation and they're leaking a bunch of water into the river that's polluting the river, corporate shaman is going to be, maybe we have another choice here, right? Or they might end up whistleblowing. But the corporate shaman is about people, planet, and profits. So that there's taking care of people, taking care of the planet, and then profiting from it. So it's a little bit different than just exploit and profit. So it's a different archetype. Okay. So there's lots. So what we're going to do, you want to shuffle this for us?
Can I ask a question? Did you channel all of this?
A lot of them, and then from research.
So I just choose one.
Sure. Did you shuffle them? Okay, go ahead, try. Pull one. Don't show me. Hold it down. It's a magic trick. Okay, you guys want to shuffle? Take one.
Yeah, I don't
I don't shut up very well.
Will you, do you mind? Thank you, I feel like you're having, you got four sticks. Okay.
Now, again, I'm going to invite everybody to come to the table. We'll do a little personal reading. 10 minutes is super fun. Okay. But this will just give you an idea of like what archetypes are in the room that maybe as a group are represented. Okay. All right, I get to take one. Take my time. Take your time.
What did you
May,
get?
may I take from?
Okay, and then I'm hanging.
Which is like, I feel like this is a very.
Don't look at him yet.
Okay.
I know. So
I kind of knew that.
you cheated.
Can
So
I pick another one?
you were inspired, right? Go ahead.
Sure.
Now, the fun thing about tarot cards or these oracle cards is they just speak to us. Sometimes they just fall out on the floor.
Yeah, I love
And it's
it.
like,
It's my favorite.
what? So you got your two cards. You get to go first. You got a card? Which one do you have? The King.
Oh, wow,
All right.
nice.
Wow, perfect.
All right. So where in your life are you a king?
If I really want to reach a goal, I can get. If I really want something, I believe that I can charge it.
Right. Yeah. So that's in you, right? It's like, I got this.
Yeah, it's like
So the king
it's my king.
is your king. Right. So your inner king, right? Sometimes you might call it the inner queen, but in the masculine cards, it's the king. Okay. So fantastic. See how simple that is? It's like sometimes it's just you already have the superpower. And then let's take that superpower and wrap it up into a purpose. Right? So you might find, and I'm just projecting, right? You might find, oh, I have a goal. My purpose is this goal. I'm going to invoke my king and march in on and get that, achieve that goal.
Yeah.
See what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
Cool. So hang on to that. Oh, yes, you had a question?
So always when I in a relationship, I will feel my partner is my king, and I will give my power to a man. So I think I should bring the power to myself.
What do you think?
Yeah, yeah, I'm
Right.
my king.
Right? Now, some cultures, right? Where were you born? China. So in that China culture, right? There's a lot of energy around masculine, feminine, right? And sometimes it's not very empowering. Sometimes it is. It just depends on how the culture is developed, right? But having your own inner king will just attract that outside queen, or that queen that's going to attract to your inner king. Now I know that's kind of confusing, but remember there's those two dynamics. You have inner masculine and inner feminine. So also I brought my goddess cards to the table too this week, because I'm realizing a lot of women want to tap into what's that energy also. So there's that inner marriage of those powers to really refine what those superpowers are that are active in your life. Okay, so thanks for representing the king for right now.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
well,
It's so
to be
beautiful.
continued, right? You got this little smirky smile. It's kind of like me. I do the smirky
It's
smile.
very interesting because I knew I'm a warrior.
Oh, wow.
Is that the second
No.
one or the first?
The first. And I wanted another one. And there's a fool.
It's a fool. Are you willing to try an experiment?
Sure.
Thank you, fool.
Yes. I'll go anywhere to try.
Right? Okay. But you pulled the warrior.
The
So
warrior
remember I told
idea.
that those four basic archetypes: the king, the warrior, the magician, the lover. So two of them already showed up just in this random draw.
No, I
So-
don't believe in random.
You don't believe in random?
No.
Oh, you are a fool.
Well, I was not supposed to be here, and I just found out about this yesterday.
Did you?
Yes, seriously.
Okay.
And I was just like, I'm just gonna go and see what's gonna happen.
Right. So now, and that you don't shy
That's
away
my
from that, do you?
right?
And you're here.
Wonderful.
Right. So you don't shy away from that. So that's a superpower.
Yeah.
Well, yes and no.
Oh,
That's kind of,
so some conflict in that
I think so.
idea.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll explore that privately if you need to. But what I'm suggesting is look at the power side. Okay. It's like you came here for some reason and you were able to trust in the universe as the Fool does. And the Fool is a traditional tarot card, right? And I wanted to include that in the deck because sometimes it's just fun to be a fool and have fun with it. Or sometimes you just got to trust in the universe. And
but it's more like exploring any possibilities or opportunities that come to you, right?
Sure. Right. And
And fight for it.
well, it's like, it's almost like getting dressed, right? Today I'm going to be the warrior. So I got my suit of armor on and my compass shirt, you know, and I stand by my product and I'm going to like march forward D-Day, warrior. Or I'm going to be the fool. It's like, I don't know what's going to happen in this conversation today. I'm just going to show up and like see who's here and be ready to move with whatever's happening in the room. Right? And I love it when it's just a few of us here, because then it's like I'm not out here preaching to a room full of people who aren't here.
Yeah.
Right? Or like one person here or whatever. It's like we got to show up to be who's here with us right now. And that's how we can engage our powers, because my archetypes that I'm moving through all the time are going to be in relationship with your archetypes. And so you might be shifting from warrior to fool to warrior to fool, and it becomes a dance. So as we're moving in those dances, we start recognizing like, whoa, that toxic behavior is coming from somebody's warrior who's not being fully expressed. Does that make sense?
Totally.
Right?
It's always about balance, right?
Balance and also unbalance. Sometimes you got to get out of the balance to allow gravity to take over.
I feel like in my life I've been unbalanced a lot, so I want to be in balance more. So that's why I'm here searching.
All right. Woo! All right, fool. We'll talk about that in a little bit more in a second. Archangel.
Oh my god.
One of my favorite cards.
Yeah.
I love all you cards, but when we were developing that one, we it was very angelic, and then I saw that it needed the chakras. Just those chakras light up. I'm going to share that
It's a beautiful card.
with the world. Archangel. I want everybody to be an archangel. So, are you familiar with the chakra centers?
Kind of, yeah, sort of. Enough. Yeah. But I think there's.
Now, don't be
something
afraid.
beyond it,
If you
right?
can't dazzle me with your brilliance, I want you to baffle me.
Yeah. Yes, I know all those colors and what they're attached to. I think.
Well, the energy centers, right?
Oh, I'm so.
It's okay, it's okay, it's not you. It's me, my pocket. Sorry. No, it's
You
okay.
guys okay there?
They're napkins. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's the fool showing up. Going, like, drop the coffee now. I'm gonna
I've
like.
seen that before.
It's like fools going. Pay attention
Words
to me.
that I would have done.
Don't worry.
So I'm gonna come back and just communicate with you a little bit right now. So
I'll be right back.
the archangels, the chakras, okay? So there's the crown chakra, and that's the energy that we feel when we're connected to the cosmos, okay? There's the throat chakra about communication, and chakra is power center, right? We bring the energy into the throat, we're able to communicate, right? Meditation, we're tuned into the to the mind, the soul, right? There's a heart chakra, which is that love when we feel, it's like that connection. The hara, which is the power. And like in Kung Fu or karate, right? The hara is this power here. It's like, that's going to stop me. I'm not,
That's the yellow one, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
right?
that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
right?
It's when can
Okay.
Right? The hara. Then we move to second, which is going to be the sexual chakras, right? For co-creation, creativity, right? And then the root chakra connects us to the earth through the,
Mhm.
So when we're connected to the earth through the root and the crown connected to the sky, we're plugged in all those chakras. It's like it's like 6 cylinders of a car, the 8 cylinders of a car, 7. And there's like chakras in between them too, but those are the primary ones. So as we're connected to all of those and we recognize that, oh yeah, I'm spending most of my time in my brain, connected to the cosmos, and I'm not feeling very grounded, right? Or if I'm feeling so grounded, I'm disconnected from the cosmos. So the archangel wants to be like lined up so that they're all engaged and they're all being informed, and I'm present on this planet doing whatever I need to be doing.
So.
You're here, you're healed.
All the answers. I love you for that. You're gonna have to fight.
So am I doing okay? Is that what this is?
perfect.
Right. So let's just find out. Come stand up.
Up there in front of the screen.
Yeah, come up and run in front of the screen because this is participatory. Wait till the fool shows up and then.
I already just showed up, so.
Okay.
I'm bringing it back, yeah.
What's
Thank
your
you
name?
so much.
Nancy, where's your archangel card?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, we'll do this.
So Nancy picked the archangel card. Okay, and this is the archetypes. How are these working in your life? So let's just check in. Okay, so close your eyes. Feel your feet on the ground. All right, you feel balanced?
Wait a second. Okay, now.
Feel balanced a little bit? All right. I'm just kind of testing you, right? So you got some good balance. I think if I pushed harder, you'd probably tip over.
Woo!
So I want you to spread your feet just a little bit more. Okay. So you got some good grounding now. Okay.
Like my shoes are.
Are grabbing the earth?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's go to the other side, the crown. Okay, so close your eyes. And if you imagine your crown, like the king crown, everybody's like, yes, please participate, right? Close your eyes, open your crown, and just imagine taking your skull open, and your brain is now exposed to the sky. And just let it kind of lift and tap into the cosmos. What are you experiencing with that? Is there something there?
When I close my eyes, is it something I'm seeing?
You tell me.
I see kind of a splotchy purple that does this.
Oh, beautiful.
Right.
Okay, good. I know, right? Okay, that's your third eye.
Yeah.
You know your third eye?
No way.
Yes.
That's what I saw too. And then you said that, and I was like, that's exactly what I saw.
I'm sorry. I always thought it was
What are you
going to be
apologizing
something
for?
magical.
It is magic.
It is, yeah.
I guess in my mind, I thought the angels would sing, the trumpet would blow.
Everybody ready?
My third eye open.
But that's how we connect.
It's still there.
Okay, beautiful. All right, so then she just recognized the third eye chakra. Right? So we open up to the cosmos. all of a sudden you're seeing some third eye. Third eye represents, that insight, that wisdom, that connection, like bringing it sort of all together.
I'm gonna cry.
Aw.
That's so cool.
Isn't that beautiful? Okay. So now, the throat. Now, if you feel like you want to cry, how's that feel in your throat? Sometimes I get choked up. I'm like, it's not hard anymore.
I get choked up a lot. That's
Do
part of
you-
why my voice sounds gravelly.
So do you ever sing?
Yeah.
I hum when I'm outside. Well, I hum inside, but a lot outside.
Because nobody's in there inside that can hear you, right?
Yeah.
That's it.
It's a dog.
All right. So let's hear your voice.
This is my voice.
Yeah, hum something. All right. Now open your mouth and let that sound come out a little more. Right. So that sounds musical. Sounds like you're also kind of keeping it to yourself. All right. So as we're tuning in, it's like, well, maybe that chakra wants to exercise more. So you're going to join the choir at church.
I can't even sing happy birthday to somebody.
All right. You are going to go learn how to sing happy birthday. Okay?
Okay.
And I want you to stand up and do solo happy birthdays. Everybody you know.
Okay.
She's just committing to this, okay? All right, so that's part of the exercise, right? Not just going to give you everything. You just part of it is tapping in, like your hum is tuned into something, right? That makes you feel good, like your heart. How's your heart feel right now?
I love to hum. Yeah, it makes me happy.
All right, so that it starts creating sound in the body, starts, generating the waves in the imagery, right? So the connection to the heart. Okay, so next we'll come down to the heart, right? The strength and power. Is it okay if I touch you?
I guess.
I'll be gentle. So here, right? I want you to feel some.
So I lost my balance.
All right. Are you ready?
No.
Okay, see, you feel a little more present, right?
Mhm.
Kind of leaning in a little bit. You find that's connected to your voice too. An opera singer, they're connected to their voice. It's huge. And it's effortless in the voice. If they're all kind of contained, it hurts the voice. So the heart is that power. You got a lot of work to do, my friend.
Who didn't know that?
No, what I mean is you've touched into all of this and it's connecting to those. Because when we have that superpower at our disposal, then it's like, what do you want to do? You're lined up. It's like, I'm going to sing you a birthday song. Right? And it's like, okay, sing a birthday song.
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to make you do that. So I want you to practice first. Anybody's birthday coming up? I
Next
did.
year.
Next year? Next year. Oh, sorry.
Happy birthday to you.
Do you hear that? Whoa! All right, go. Happy birthday.
to you.
No, stop. I'm sorry, I'm going to be really cruel. You started singing happy birthday and it was wide open voice. Do you heard that? You heard that? And then where'd it go? Happy birthday. So do you see that intention? All right. It's a lot. And thank you for standing up. And like, get grounded and like, what's going to happen? I don't know. I'm singing happy birthday.
I feel like my laugh's even getting loud now.
Yes. Perfect. Laughter comes from there too. That's from the heart. The joy. That's like You're a ninja of laughter.
So the superpower is
For you, connecting with your archangel through all those chakras.
That's very powerful.
Very powerful.
Very powerful.
okay. Thank you.
Sing me say. Like over dramatic. Go on.
Happy birthday to you.
Yes!
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah!
Birthday to everybody.
Happy birthday to you. Where are you going? Hang on a minute. You witness it right here.
Nancy.
Nancy, thank you for. Now, if anybody out there needs her birthday song, we're going to contact Nancy, and she will do a command performance.
Oh my goodness.
Now, just so you know, these cards were picked for everybody. Okay? You're not off the hook. You're not off the hook. You're going to sing happy birthday.
Oh, thank God. I'm working with you.
Hello, friends. Come on, join us. Anybody have a birthday coming up? Anyway, thanks for joining us. We're just going to keep continuing. Okay? All right. Woo! Thank you for representing. You know, we get that archangel, we get connected up, we get all lit up. Okay, that's power. It's being in superpower. And you find that so amusing. I love it.
It just cracks me up. Who would have?
All right. Next.
Oh, wow.
Shiva. So, are you familiar with Shiva?
No, not really.
You've heard of Shiva,
Yes,
Right?
not detailed.
so Shiva, and there's books written about Shiva. And so as I've been studying archetypes and practices and things, Shiva had come up in that archetypes, right? So Shiva is like birth and rebirth. Birth and rebirth. Okay? And has there been any kind of a rebirth happening in your life?
All the time. It's really all the time. I've had a million different lives. Like, it just in this one.
Okay, come front and center. We want to make this happy for our friends here. They got the birthday song. Now we're going to get the Shiva dance.
The Shiva dance. Oh my god, I love dancing. Like, I'm going out dancing tonight with my friends.
There you go. Shiva. Shiva. So what's now just thank you for we'll dive into this a little bit, okay?
Okay.
This is fantastic. And your name?
Bailey.
Bailey?
Yeah.
Thanks, Bailey. Trying to remember names, but we'll just work with Shiva.
Yeah, that's
Bailey,
fine.
right?
Yeah.
So in the cards, you'll see that I have a conversation about embody the card, okay? Then there's an engage the card, and then there's the mantra. So read the mantra of that card.
I am dancing on my grave.
Could you imagine that?
That's so gnarly. Like,
Isn't that the- Isn't that
like
the
it
nuts?
feels just so like,
Oh.
yeah. Like,
So you.
it's so weird.
Could you imagine past lives? You know, is there any proof? We talk about past lives. Sometimes past lives influence this life. Is there any proof to that? I don't know. Can it be scientific? So let's just imagine for a moment that you're exploring some graveyard someplace, right?
Okay.
Somewhere in the world where you look and you all of a sudden see a connection, like all of a sudden you get a download that's like, whoa. And this was a meditation that came to me for this part too. It's like imagine a past life and you happen to be exploring this life, some old ancient graveyard somewhere, and all of a sudden you see a grave and you go, that's mine. You just get a hit. Right? And all of a sudden it's like, what else are you gonna do? So I start dancing. And thank you for expressing that energy.
Yeah.
Because it's like, what'd you say, gnarly?
Gnarly. Yeah. I mean, it's the deepest that you can go to like connect with like that part of you, like the depth. I mean, because that's like the greatest unknown is that it's you're literally in the ground. Like yeah. Like, yeah.
So it's hard to articulate.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times these archetypes are hard to articulate because it's such a feeling, right? And it's by pulling in that feeling that you embody that archetype, they engage that archetype, and it's like, how do I take that superpower, bring it into purpose? How do I take it into purpose? Now, we had some good music. We could be like,
I know. I was so excited to go dancing tonight.
She
I
was-
was so excited.
I can tell she's just like, I don't care. I don't need. I can just dance and dance and dance. But Shiva, that's such a powerful. Right? So
It's almost like I want to say like the is it hayoku? Like where it's like you're laughing, but it's like it's serious at the same time. Like it's death, but it's like you have to
Right.
make light of it. Like otherwise you have to find the joy. Otherwise you're just lost in the death of it all. Oh, it's gonna make me cry. So there's been so much of like hard
and
things.
a huge piece of that is I'm a dancer too. I love dancing.
Mm.
I get my girl on the dance floor. I get my man on too. I do some words. But the key is just get it in your body and move it, because it's like I can't articulate it always, but I can move it, feel it in my body, and like, God, it's rising. So, dancers out there, dancers everywhere, if anything gets you excited to move, think about dancing on your own grave.
If you don't mind me sharing, I had an experience
Come a little
recently
closer.
where
Sure.
I came back from a festival. Like a lot of our conversations were just like us bouncing around, talking to each other, and
Right.
it just made the energy flow really well. And I came back and I was at the grocery store and there was this guy and he was chatting with me and he was like very not me, like very conservative, very like angry, like doing all these things. I just started moving and dancing and I was like, cool, like that's your vibe. Like you hate people. All right, enjoy your day. Like, but it just helped move that energy through because like that would scare me most of the time. Like, oh my gosh, like he's kind of a dangerous person, like he's like angry, all this stuff going on. But like I was able to stay present and just like, okay. And at the end of it, he like blessed me.
Maybe
Like-
because he doesn't know
Yeah,
how to
because he
love,
got blessed.
and you there to teach him how to love.
It was the craziest thing. He's telling me all this stuff
Yeah.
and that would normally like put me off of him and be like, I don't want to be around this person. It's like, all right, that's your vibe. Cool. I'm gonna let it like go through me. And yeah, in the end of it, it's like, don't forget how blessed you are. And like I was like, thank you.
Hello.
Like I never thought that would come out of like his mouth. And
Mhm.
yeah, it was just a really cool like way to move through like me questioning whether this person was safe or not and like sitting with it just a little bit and letting it move out. I suffer with really bad anxiety, so it's very helpful. Yeah. A little Shiva.
But it's like, it's okay, dude. I'm dancing on your grave.
Yeah. You're dancing on it. You're angry, but I'll be cool over here.
That is gnarly.
Thank you.
That is so gnarly.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for these cards.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to give them back because it's
Yeah.
legit. But I'm going to invite everybody to purchase a deck. Okay, that's why I'm here. And come visit me at the table, okay? Because we have special follow-up with everybody. Okay? Promise?
Sure.
Okay.
Can we take a picture?
Are you done yet?
Oh, you said give it to
No, you're gonna do the thing. You're gonna do the thing. You good?
Can I
Okay.
take a picture of the back so I know what it's?
When you come back to the table. Okay?
Oh, that's perfect.
You. What's going on with your king right now?
So I felt that I really not connect to my kin. Always give the power to another person. I think,
Right, giving that power away.
yeah.
Right. So you thank you. You're gonna come visit the table, right? Please.
I will.
Huh?
I will.
You will. Okay. Good. And it's super important because there's a lot of magic moving. You feel it? And I'm so blessed with. Oh, look who showed up.
I kept saying this word the whole time. I'm like, wow, it's like-
This is the actual artist that did the cards,
Oh my goodness.
right?
It's hard. The second,
And that-
the fourth.
This is the
chakra.
visionary artist Davin Infinity who did the God cards. Isn't that beautiful? Superpower. There's a superpower guy. Anyway, he just happened to be here, and they're so magical. These things just get, and because they're always all these archetypes are constantly moving in through us. Okay. With that example, you're like in your body, dancing, doing your thing, boom, boom, like and it's like this guy's all like, you're like, it's okay, dude.
Yeah, literally.
I don't care. I'm just dancing. All right. And he's like blessing me, like. So how fun is that?
It's super fun. It's super
Right.
when you realize it too when it's happening. Because I feel like a lot of these moments happen to us. Like there's probably so many times that you take your king and you are the king, but we don't really we're not there for them very often. Like present. Yeah.
Right? And so sometimes you show up and you need to like, I want to adjust my archetype to deal with this situation right now. Right? And you had been on that archetype, the dancing, and
Yeah, that's like got right.
So-
Yeah. It's very
you're just in there and you're like feeling the groove and it's feeling good. And all of a sudden you show up in the real world and some guy's like, oh, I hate world. Whoa. Okay. I don't need that in my life. No, thank you. And you're like a key to that. And so change the archetype, we can change the energy. The masculine is going to get in there and go, yep, dude, I'm going to change your archetype right now. And he's going to be challenged to up level. Right? If you want to. If not, it just depends on what's happening. And by recognizing this, which is a great, because that was a little bit toxic. Would you say his energy was a little
Oh
toxic?
yeah, for sure.
Right?
It wasn't very pleasant.
So sometimes that toxic energy can really be neutralized, like coming into your archetype or your superpower and just like blessing that person inside. All right, so we're going to leave that there, my friends. Everybody in the room has an invitation to come visit me for a 10-minute superpower purpose reading. All right, and in the meantime, blessings, everybody. Thank you to the world of Soul Search. May your soul be searched and found.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into two powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation, streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into two powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation, streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to everyone who's joining us live at our very first Enlightenment Expo in San Mateo, California. And welcome to all of you joining via live stream from all over the world. We are so happy and grateful to have you here. Can everybody here in this room say hello to all the live streamers? Hello. Amazing. Another reminder that there's no such thing as time or space, so we are all in this beautiful energy together. I am Barbara. I am so honored and blessed and happy and grateful to be here with you today to help our founder Tangela bring these Enlightenment Expos to you all. We do at least one expo per month all over the place, definitely all over the Bay Area, at least one a month. So feel free to either grab a calendar up front or check on soulsearch.io for all of our future expos. We bring you, as you know, speakers every hour on the hour, and to be wherever you are on your consciousness journey. To us, the second you walk in the door, your family. And so we're here to help each other in this time of ascension. And that's why we love our amazing speakers. And yet Wynn is one of my favorite humans on the planet, because not only does she have a heart of pure gold, she is hands down, I know firsthand, because look, I can do this since she worked on me. I couldn't do that before. She's an amazing healer. She is known as Moon in the healing world, so I will refer to her as Moon. Moon is a natural born energy healer with divine gifts. She channels source energy with the highest level of frequency to facilitate healing for physical, emotional, spiritual, and mental pain. She has helped countless people, many at our own events, with a full range of disabilities and maladies. And I have seen people coming in limping with a cane, one lady in a wheelchair because she was so weak in the legs, and she was just zipping around after working with Wynn. And so it's truly something beautiful to witness. Moon also offers these amazing channeled copper and sterling silver bracelets that can be customized to heal a variety of emotional and physical ailments. So today you are in for a treat, because Moon will share her unique healing modality with you, and she will also offer a 5-minute channeled group healing session for everyone here. And she has a booth out in the middle of our beautiful ballroom. So without further ado, let the healing begin. Enjoy your time with Moon.
Thank you everyone for coming. So my name means Moon in Vietnamese. My real name is Nuyet. I just go by Moon because it's easier to say, easier to pronounce. So you can call me either Nuyet or Moon. I go by either name. And I have a slideshow. As Barbara said, I was born with this gift, so I'm 100% self-taught. I never went to school for healing. It's just a natural gift that I cultivated throughout the years. Through working with different clients, I was able to discover the range of the range of ailments I can help people with. So it's not just physical pain; it's also emotional pain. I strongly feel that physical and emotional pain are strongly correlated. So if the person's soul is not healed, usually the physical pain stays there. So I strongly feel physical ailments manifest, or emotional ailments and emotional pain manifests into physical ailments, such as stress. So when I'm doing the channeling, I don't feel like I have the ability to heal. I'm just a conduit and vessel. So source is doing the healing. I'm just fortunate to be able to be a vessel for source. So in the beginning, I can do it with or without touch, but the only reason why I offer touch because it gives many of my clients instantaneous pain relief, and it works either way. Because my first 4 or 5 months of doing my business, I didn't touch clients, and they had the same results, but it wasn't as immediate. And also my results are not 100% guaranteed. I do have some clients where the pain comes back the next day, and but I have a very high success rate. I would say at least over 80 to 90% of my clients, after one session, the pain doesn't come back. But it varies among people, and some people have 100% pain-free results, and some people, it's like within a minute, all their pain is gone, and I don't have to work. Since my healings are instantaneous, I don't have to take that long. And so I used to use a vocal crystal, which was cut to sacred geometry. That was used to amplify my intentions when I first started. I used it to help with my own emotional pain and stress and anxiety, because I had a very high stress job. And then I first started out using that and using other people's prayers. But when I use my own prayers and words, it's a lot more powerful. Usually the the healings are more instantaneous. So in the beginning, I used to just use statements. I would just say in my head, the person's pain will go away. That's all I said. I switched over to prayers because back in December, I had a friend that had cancer, and whenever I did prayers, the healings were always instantaneous, and usually miracle healings would happen so now I put all my words in the form of a prayer. I put all my intentions in the form of a prayer, and I just ask the client what they need or what they request, and I just put it in my own words, and I put it in the form of a prayer. So I also have a gift where I can channel source energy into any object to facilitate both emotional or pain relief. And 8 years ago, I discovered it when I injured my back, and I used a copper bracelet, and I thought it was the copper bracelet that was doing the healing because I didn't understand energy healing back then. And a reconnected healer from Sedona, Arizona told me objects can't heal, it's my intentions. And she told me I could use any object, but I didn't believe her. It took me 8 years to try out different objects because it just sounds too good to be true. Like, I was giving away copper bracelets where people were 100% pain free because copper bracelet has natural healing properties, is known to be anti-inflammatory, and I thought it was the copper bracelet. And then another healer told me, like, you have to use the copper bracelet because it's a good conduit. You can't just use any random object. But I was using watches, cell phones. One time I used a pen. It was just a blue pen. And one time I used a plastic cup, and it worked just as effectively. So it's the energy that I projected it. You could look at the copper bracelet. I always describe it to my clients as it's a battery that holds the source energy. The object is not what's doing the healing. It's the source energy that is the intention that's infused in the object that's doing the healing. And also it's source. So I'm also not doing the healing either. So this is a client from 8 years ago. She thought I was crazy. I told her I can give you a copper bracelet and it'll get rid of your pain. And it's a text message. You can't really read it. She just says, for the first time ever in my whole life with chronic pain, I mean literally shooting pain, stabbing sharp pain. This morning I woke up feeling painless. So I told her she had severe level 10 pain, sciatica, pinched nerve, and a dislocated shoulder from an injury when she was in high school. So she has a metal plate in her shoulder. I told her, I can give you this copper bracelet and it'll get rid of your pain. And she thought I was crazy. Back then, I still thought it was the copper bracelet. And she even said, sure, this healing bracelet will magically get rid of my pain. I handed it to her. Instantly, her pain went away. This was 8 years ago. And to this day, it's actually almost 9 years ago, because if you look at the date, November 11, 2016 was when I got the text message. So it's almost, it's 8.5 years ago. She told me the next day, she's been pain-free. When she takes off the bracelet, it comes back. But I have that with a lot of clients. Back then, I didn't do sessions because I wasn't aware I was able to do it without objects. So I ran into her about a year ago at the farmer's market, and her pain, I asked her, did your pain ever stay away? And she says it never came back. And after wearing it for 6 months, one day, it got tangled and it got caught on something because it kind of got twisted and she couldn't wear it anymore. And her pain, she didn't need it anymore. She got panicked and she felt like she needed a copper bracelet from me. So it's the energy integrating her body. And ever since then, her back pain has never came back. So some people do have long-term pain relief. And then, so I'm going to show some video testimonials. Does anyone have any questions before I begin? Yes?
I have a question. I know you can train, but how do you feel about Reiki? Do you have any similarities to the Reiki process, or not at all?
I don't because it's not Reiki. A lot of people confuse me with Reiki, especially when I use my hands, or I'm not Reiki trained. I've done some Reiki sessions. There's a lot of gifted Reiki healers, so I have a lot of respect for Reiki practitioners. But what I do is not Reiki. But it's a form of energy healing. So I don't at first, I was told I should learn Reiki and be a Reiki healer, so people would believe that No, I was told no one's gonna believe me, but I still get skeptics. Some people, when I tell people, "Oh, I do instantaneous pain relief," they're like, "How do you do it?" And I just say, "Oh, I just say 1 or 2 prayers in my head, and I touch you in the area of pain, and most of the time it goes away." And like they think I'm like exaggerating, like until they see it in person.
Yeah.
I don't use Reiki, and I've never been trained in Reiki, and some people think it's the same, but like whenever I'm channeling, I'm still myself. I'm not channeling a different spirit. I'm channeling source. I feel like source is within me, it's like the healing energy. One of my friends who's very intuitive described it as, she says, I'm taking the surrounding energy that's around me and I can modify it. Like she says how some energy healers, they channel a different spirit or a different entity. So usually it's the same. They can't really modify, or for some people they can't modify it, but I can modify it to what they need. Because I do not just physical pain, but I've also done digestive issues, tinnitus, nasal congestion. And in the beginning, I was told, like, I was asked for tinnitus. A lot of people have tinnitus, and I told them, how do I do that? Like, I didn't even think I was able. So I would tell them I can't do it because it was a self-limiting belief that I had. Because I was just thinking, I'm not trained, and how do I clear someone's tinnitus? But I was just thinking, if I can clear someone's nasal congestion, and anything's possible. But like one day a client told me to put my hand over his ears to see if it could work, and it worked. And then ever since then, but it doesn't work for everyone. But like I've had people where I just touch their ear for only 3 seconds and their tinnitus completely gone, and it stayed away for some people. And so I'm good. Is there any more questions? Okay, so I'm going to show, this is from back in April, I
Very
gave you the
thankful
copper
to
bracelet.
get for helping my brother. He was walking with pain. He had hurt his back. I told her about it, and she recommended her copper bracelet. I got it for him. I took it back to him. He wore it, and by the next day, he was walking without a cane, and the pain was gone. This was 7 months ago, and he hasn't been using the cane anymore.
This is actually April. I took this video months ago. So he's been pain-free. He had level 10 pain before, or level 9 or 10 pain before, and now he no longer walks with a cane.
Or the bracelet. Sometimes if his back starts to hurt, he'll put it on, but within hours the pain is gone.
So he no longer uses the copper bracelet anymore, right?
No, he'll use it on and off depending, like if he feels a little sore, but then he takes it right off.
So it must have integrated, the source energy must have integrated in his body.
Yes.
But in the beginning, when he took it off.
So I never met her brother. She bought it as a gift because she also has sciatica pain. Her pain went away too, and it's been over a year for both of them. So I don't need to know the person. I don't have to have like any personal connection. To be honest, I don't even know what he looks like. I just know his name is Hector. He emailed me thinking, saying that like he no longer, and I didn't even know where his pain was. I just put the intention. It was just a general. When I first started, it was really simple. All I would do is I would just say like, I'll just say, oh, this bracelet will take his pain away. That's all I would say in my head. And I would hand it to her, and all his pain has been gone. I didn't say anything else. Like I didn't even clear the bracelet. Now I cleared the bracelet. Now I feel like I made it more complicated than it was in the beginning. And I get the same results. So some people think I've been asked if I can train them, but I don't know if I can because it's a gift I was born with. And if I tell someone all you have to do is just say that the pain will go away, and they're gonna probably think I'm crazy. Yeah, so I'm gonna show you another one. This is when I was experimenting and using different objects.
I stopped by the booth at the Holistic Fair to see Annette, and I was having some neck pain. She asked for my watch, and she put prayers and intentions into my watch. And as soon as I put it back on, my neck pain was gone.
Hi, yes, I'm here at the Holistic Expo. Came to visit Juliet, and she used my phone to put her personal intentions that my pain would go away, and I noticed that the pain did significantly go away.
name is Santiago, and I'm here with Juliet. And she, oh Lord, like earlier, like I was feeling like shoulder pain, like collarbone all the way to shoulder pain. I can even do this. Now I'm able to hold myself now again, move my arms. Yeah, she did a little prayer on my little bracelet right here. And ever since I put it, ever since she did the prayer and I put it back on, I'm able to. Yeah. Like my pain tolerance was from 1 to 10. It was at a 10. I couldn't even barely move my arm or anything. Just to even get out of the chair was hurting. And now it's like got a 1. I'm like, seriously, it just feels so much better now. Like you have no idea. Like it's like, oh my God, I'm able to move.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
So
after Juliet put her intentions onto the bracelet, my pain was like at 10, and it's hard for me to get up and out of the chair. So I would say it dropped down to about a 1, and I definitely feel a difference, and it's definitely working.
I'm at the Holistic Center or Expo at Sherlock, and Juliet, she's lovely, sat me down. I think it only took 15 seconds of putting her intention into my bracelet here, and I'd say about 80% of my knee pain just honestly went away. I literally just walked outside with her. And
I spent about 15 seconds putting intentions. I took these video testimonials right after, like, I did the, put intentions in the objects. And I was using their personal objects. So they have the objects while they're all clients from the Turlock fair that I did back then. And and their pain, I didn't really even ask some of them where their pain was. And it would work, because I also do spontaneous pain relief as well. So those are from 5 different, I did more clients. I was just testing out, trying different objects, but I can do it without an object with the session. And this is another client. She's actually helps out.
And I'm just checking back with her because I worked on her knee pain about 3 months ago, and she was walking with a cane. Debbie, did you want to go over the results of our healing session from 3 months ago?
Yeah, 3 months ago, like she said, I was walking with a cane, and I had a lot of pain in my knee. I have arthritis, and I had tears in my meniscus. And a little while after her session, it wasn't instant, but it did work, because now I am not walking with a cane anymore. I can kneel. I could, I'm not walking with a cane.
Okay, and you've been pain for what level was your pain?
Oh, like 15.
On a scale 1 to 10, it was pretty severe.
Yeah, it was pretty severe.
And
It was a 10, because I was like falling over when the cane would just give out on me.
So this is the time where I did do a session. I just took her necklace and I put intentions that her knee pain would go away. And she actually, in the beginning, she kind of seemed skeptical. So, and then I also do pets as well.
This is doing much better since our sessions. The thing I want to share with you that it's just like a miracle to me, like literally a miracle to me, is that our dog woke up one day, and it's an old dog, and its rear leg wasn't moving at all, it wasn't even working. The dog would take a step and it would fall down, and it would just lay in the hallway. And it being an older dog, we were really worried about that maybe it had a stroke or something. We had to carry it outside for the restroom and stuff. So we were thinking about taking it to the hospital with the dog, and so we decided to put the bracelets on his leg. And before the end of the day, the dog was walking, and then the next day, you couldn't even tell that anything had happened to the dog. It's gotta be it's a miracle. I mean, because just the intentions that were in the bracelets.
When I discovered I could help dogs. Ever since then, I've helped cats. I've helped turtles. Recently, I actually here, I'm just going to show one more video before I go to the dog. This is actually for a client that had a lot of pain all over.
Yeah, and I'm here with Monica. I just did a 15-minute healing session for her, and she came in with level 10 pain in all areas of her joints, in her hands, feet, hips, shoulders, back, and all areas of her body, because she also has arthritis. And now she told me she's just pain-free after my healing session. Did you want to talk about your experience?
Well, it's been unbelievable. I'm very powerful. I have pain my whole life through all my joints, all my muscles, shooting nerve pain. I don't have any right now. I got 3 furs to my back. I have double scoliosis and a 3rd fur pulling away from my spine.
Thank you so much.
So that was a 15-minute session too. So I don't have to spend, if they have a lot of pain, sometimes I still don't have to spend that long of a time. So I wanted to do I wanted to share this dog video. So this is the dog before the session. I had a hard time. You see the back legs, it kind of sticks out because the joints fall out. So it's kind of, it walks slowly, but I have a video of it walking after my session. This is it walking after my session. It's a French.
He's able to walk a lot easier and faster. And this is his owner. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Jennifer. Yeah, he's walking a lot better.
Yeah, he's walking a lot better. And you also mentioned his breathing is a lot better.
Yeah, it was instant. He was breathing very hard while she was doing the session, and as soon as she focused on healing his breathing, it calmed, and it was instantly better.
And how old is he?
9.
9. Yeah. Okay, so he also has a lot of joint pain before the session, and now he's walking a lot faster and a lot easier.
She was trying to get him.
Yeah.
So before it was walking really slowly. And I also have I'm gonna just do 2 more videos. So this last one is actually when I was in let me see if I can find it. When I was Marilyn is one of my clients where she has a disease where there's no cure, and it happened. It was only a 1-minute session. After the 1-minute session, I saw her the next day. She came up to me. She wanted to give me a testimonial, and she wanted to speak to the audience. So it was a time when I did a talk 2 days in a row. Saturday was when she was one of my volunteers for the free 1-minute healing session. And I checked back with her. I said, did you want the full session so we could work on other areas? She says, no, I'm 100% pain free. I don't need a full session anymore because she has no pain. Not only did her pain go away, but it's I wasn't aware that she was seeing double vision. Like after my 1-minute session, she sat down and she's noticed that her double vision went away. Not only did her double vision went away, she said that it used to be blurry when she saw things far away, and now everything's perfectly clear. Her vision is actually 20/20 now. So I'm gonna just share this testimonial because I was actually really shocked with the results too, because I wasn't aware. I'm gonna just increase the volume.
I am diagnosed with a disease called myasthenia gravis, and that's where your nerves attack your muscles. I have severe pain all the time. I have some pictures here where my legs, feet, hands, and thighs go into muscle spasms, and they totally deform my body. When I came up, I told her that just 2 days I was looking for a scooter because I had the worst weakness in my legs from all the pain that I had to experience. I was been diagnosed now for 2.5 years. But they don't have a cure for this disease. So I came up, she touched my legs, she did her prayer. I am very spiritual as it is. And I heard a voice say, Marilyn, all you need to do is believe. I believe. And the whole, all of a sudden, everything just released. And I had no pain. I was scheduled to dance that evening, and I thought I was going to be able to do it. I'm a dancer. And, well, I shut out.
Your pain was, what level was your
right before the thing was at 10.
It was probably,
It was at the,
and what level was that?
And I was one of the first symptoms is double vision. So I've had a whole party going on. So summer to severely, do you see double? I remember close one eye to make sure that the lane I was turning in, it was on the right. That's how. They gave me glasses in the prison and it did help. However, when I'm sitting there, I turned to my friend and my other friend, and then I started looking around all over. My vision is completely clear.
You told me you can see far now, and your vision is perfect 20/20 vision now. So your vision is also clear. Yes. Also, I was not even aware that you had double vision, so that happened spontaneously. So that was like spontaneous. So that was. So I'm gonna show you. This is actually from another client that was in my audience. I do group sessions, and she also.
I was like 2 days ago, I was with severe pain in my shoulder, limited movement in my back. And you did the group session yesterday. I felt overwhelmed, sort of in this area, in my shoulder and around the back. And when we came out of the 5-minute session, I had no pain whatsoever. And usually when I wake up in the mornings, I feel pain in that shoulder immediately. I had no pain this morning. So I went to like, and then
You said you had a friend that sat next to you too.
yeah, Carla over there. We were there together. Yeah, we both had pain of our pain yesterday. And we texted this morning and said, she said, I woke up with no pain. And I said, I didn't have any pain either. And even today, it's been clear.
Yeah, Carla told me the same thing.
Yeah.
She says, my friend who sat next to me, the pain went away during the 5-minute session.
Yeah. And it felt more fatigued.
Just so you know, I'm gonna do a whole group healing session, and I'm a regular speaker here, and there's always like several people that have instantaneous pain relief during the whole group healing sessions. I'm not touching anyone, and sometimes it's spontaneous, and they think that I have a lot of clients that come up to me and ask afterwards. They're like, "Oh, can you check to see what other areas I need to work on?" I said, "Sorry, I'm not psychic. I can't do a body scan. I don't see auras." Then like they would question, they would ask me, "How did you know I have pain?" I said, "I actually honestly didn't even know anyone in the room had pain. When I'm just sending out healing intentions, and I just feel source knows, it's all knowing, so it knows where to go." And spontaneous healings do happen, like many times throughout my past talks. And then I'm also going to do healing demonstrations afterwards. Did anyone have any questions? Before we get started?
Just right in started.
Everyone's soul. Yeah. And then
Yes.
yeah. Oh, yeah, it's kind of cold in here. Yeah. So I'm gonna just turn on some meditation music. So just nod your head, back questions connect with your soul. And then I'm gonna go ahead and
Could you say that last part again, please?
rock permission to connect with your soul.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to just go ahead and start the whole group healing session. So I'm gonna, before I start, I'm gonna do a protection prayer. So I'm gonna put a bubble of white light protection around. Everyone's the only white light and positive energy can come through, and I'm putting a bubble of white light protection on me. So only white light and positive energy can come through. Stop it there. Does anyone want to share their experience, either emotionally or physically? I see some of you guys are emotional.
I'll share.
Yes.
So it's this feeling, it came in through waves and the emotion, because I like, okay, so just emotionally, just talk about that.
Yeah.
So I just feel like this big release. I've been wanting a release, and I felt my dad's hand. And it just felt like that was a connection that just made my heart. It's just opening.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that you had an emotional release. Yeah, thank you. Does anyone else want to share? Okay, so do you have volunteers that have chronic pain? Okay, you can come up here, yeah. Thank you for volunteering. I'm going to start my healing demonstration, so. Okay, take a side over here. What's your name?
Carol.
Carol, thank you for volunteering. I'm gonna just clear my energy. I'm gonna put a bubble of white light protection on you, so only white light and positive energy can come through. I'm putting a bubble of white light protection on you, so only positive energy, white light can come through. And what's your area of pain that you have to focus on? I'm gonna just work on one area. Your hand, is it arthritis?
It's all up in my shoulder, poisoning, tempest, and I just lots of
It's
things.
stiffness and physical pain, right? Okay. And I have permission to touch you, right?
Yes.
I'm going to touch you. I'm going to do general intentions for the pain. No water. Do you feel a difference in your hands?
It's not sharp.
It's not sharp anymore, so it's lessened. How much did it lessen by? I'm curious.
Maybe 5,
Yeah.
which is really nice.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. What level was it before?
Well, it depends if I will take it off my back. Oh,
Really varies. Yeah. So it's went from a 10 to a 5, but it really depends. Or it might be a 4. Yeah. So it's about 50% or 60%. Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, do I have another volunteer? Hey, you can come up here. You know, I've actually had some clients that like would tell me, "Oh, 5 minutes later, all my pain went away, so I don't need to do this." You know, like they would come to my booth and they would tell me they're on something. They don't like. So sometimes when I work on one area, it actually helps them in all areas, so they're actually completely pain free in all areas. So, hi, how are you? Well, I hope it. What's your name? Leslie. Leslie, nice to meet you. Can I take your energy really quick? Sorry. Sorry, just here. So I'm gonna Jack wishes to connect with your soul. I'm gonna put a bubble of white light protection on you, so only white light and positive energy can come through. Putting a bubble of white light protection on you, so only positive energy and white light can come through. So what area of pain did you want me to work on? Or your lower back? It's okay if I touch skin to skin on your lower back. Is it stiffness, physical pain, or symptoms?
I have bulging discs and all kinds of problems.
Okay, you have shoulder discs. Is it over here?
It's the whole.
The whole area. I'm gonna just touch this area and then maybe I'll put my pad over here. Do you feel a difference? Sometimes it's not instantaneously, but also sometimes it doesn't work for everyone too. I hope it makes a difference later on.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And so, do I have anyone else? Here, I'll take him first, and I'll take you because he raised his hand first. Hi, how are you? I also do digestive pain too, because recently I did digestive pain, so it's not just, it could be also internal. Hi, how are you? What's your name? Todd. Todd. What areas do you want me to work on?
I also have hand issues, arthritis, and then one of the things that you mentioned in your flyer is insomnia. I have terrible insomnia.
I'll do the hand issue and then I'll do the hand issue. Sometimes insomnia might clear on as well too. So like after a session. Okay, just clear my energy. I'm doing forces connect to your soul. I'm gonna put a bubble white light. I can't really something white light. I'm gonna put a bubble white light. Only one energy white light. And do I wish to touch you? So is it physical pain, stiffness?
It's sharp.
Sharp. You feel any difference in your hands? Okay. How much of a difference? What was the pain level before and after?
It's probably about a 7. It's like a 4.
Hey, thank you so much. And sometimes it gradually goes down as time goes on. I have a lot of clients. Most clients tell me that over time, like it just gradually lowers, the pain level lowers and lowers. So is there anyone else that wants to volunteer? Earlier you volunteered. Was there? Did you still want to volunteer?
Volunteering, I would like to.
Oh yeah. You've raised your hand before.
Yes, I would like to.
So okay, so what's your name? Dawn. Just check the time. Okay, so what area did you want me to work on?
I've been waking up with aches and pains all over, and I have digested.
So did you want me to work on your digestive?
Whatever will take away the pain.
Alright, so I'm gonna just clear my energy. And I have questions to ask your soul, right?
Yes.
So I'm gonna put a bubble of white light protection on this only white light plus energy collector. I'm gonna put a bubble of white light protection on these only plus energy white light collector. And then do I have permission to touch you? Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna just touch you with this area. So do you feel any difference in your digestive system?
Feel a little bit different, but I feel that much better on my face and my ear and my throat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I feel. I even.
Yeah. You are talking louder.
I feel better.
Like, you know, like 80% of your immunity comes from your gut health too. So that's why it's connected. Yeah.
Thank you.
Feel better? Does
Yes.
your gut feel better too?
Yes.
How much did it reduce by?
Well, it actually feels like it's actually physically reduced by about 80%, but I feel like a 2 or a 0.
Oh, it's like a 2 or 0. What was the pain level before?
It was this weird nauseated feeling that.
But your nausea is gone, right?
Yes.
So your nausea is gone.
And the pain on my.
The pain on your one arm is gone. Yeah, I've told many clients sometimes I work on one area and then spontaneously other areas. I've had people their arms are pain free in all areas, and you know, so sometimes that helps.
Well, I'm very excited. Yeah, so we went from high to very low. So
Yeah.
from 9 to 2 to 0. Actually.
Right now it's 0.
Zero.
Right now your pain's
In my tummy.
Okay, so I could do one more person. I have about 2 minutes left. Okay. And if I don't get to you, you can come to my booth.
So mine isn't exactly okay. I have a very regular heartbeat,
Yeah.
but I have a 20%.
Oh yeah, I do that too. I help people with I do internal as well. So, and I also do shortness of breath. Do you have shortness of breath? Okay, so I'll do shortness of breath and the heartbeat for you because it's connected. What's your name? Connie. Okay, do you have permission to connect with yourselves? I'm gonna cut bubble white light protection on these only white light positive energy. Come through. I'm gonna clear my energy really quickly first. So I'm putting a bubble white light protection on these only white light positive energy to come through. I'm putting a bubble white light protection on these only positive energy white light to come through. And then where's your light side? You guide me where your heart is. Over here. Okay, so you put the big right number. Yes. So do you feel any difference?
I certainly feel
I didn't do
a
the
lot.
shortness of breath, sorry.
Okay.
Do you feel any difference in your breathing and your heart?
It's real hard for me to tell because I'm on medication, but I'm pretty confident that you did really well. But hard to measure.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone
Thank you.
for coming.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into two powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Again, my name is Barbara. I'm so happy and grateful you are all here. I normally do a little spiel, but I want to jump right into the next speaker because I want you to have every single second you can with him. I am about to introduce to you Mark Sorensen. Mark is a paranormal investigator. He's a special consultant for MUFON Canada, and he is an amazing energy worker. Mark is going to speak with us today about a rare and oh so powerful crystal called palinette, which has an absolutely fascinating story. Open your mind and just let it all sink in. Palinette originated from a planet 130 light years away called Trenton. Mark is going to explain in riveting detail how this crystal was once on a spacecraft which crashed and crystallized upon impact outside of Amarillo, Texas, over 1,000 years ago. Again, keep that mind open because I have experienced the power of this crystal myself. So today, Mark, together with Mark, we're going to discover how these crystals came to him and his beautiful wife, Anya, who's not with us today, but normally is. And we will experience for ourselves not only how they raise one's frequency exponentially within minutes, but also we will also experience the gift of accelerated ascension. And I'm just going to take a moment and give you my personal experience. The very first time I had the honor and privilege of filming Mark in my first talk with him, I was in the back of the room, and I was just kind of operating the camera, and he was working with this energy and the wonderful beings who heal with us and who bring this energy to us through the palinite crystal. And all of a sudden, everybody was just sitting down in kind of a meditative state. And all of a sudden, I felt from behind, I felt this incredibly loving, warm presence literally hug me from behind. And I am in this world, but I'm also a skeptic, because you have to be, right? So that you can be open and allow in what resonates and set aside what doesn't. And all I can tell you is I was filled with love. I mean, love. And then I began to see behind everybody's chair these brilliant columns of light, of just yellow golden light, just beautiful light behind everyone. And I was just filled with a presence. I was so taken care of, and I felt so safe, and I felt so at home. And so that was my experience. No pressure in having a similar experience, but just to let you know that you're in for a very special treat with Mark. So let's welcome Mark.
Just welcome everybody. Again, my name is Mark Sorensen, and I want to thank you for being here today. For whatever reason you're called, or just curious, or want to find out more about these lovely crystals called palinite. And so I hold one in my hand here. This is one of the pieces of palinite. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say a little bit about myself, the work that I do, how we got to have these beautiful crystals in our hands, and how we tested them to see what they do for people and what they are doing for people now and on a global scale as well, moving forward. And of course, I'm going to share a little bit about the beautiful beings from the planet that they come from as well, and how they too are assisting and helping mankind, Mother Earth, and all living things. Right? Please come in if you like. Okay. So, as Barbara mentioned, I'm a paranormal investigator from Canada. Toronto is my home base. Been in Sedona, Arizona for 5.5 years. I was guided to come down there. Some friends of mine who were, shall we say, connected on the psychic world did a reading for me, and they said, okay, Mark, I see you going on a trip to the Southwest. I see you activating a rock in Mount Shasta. I see you healing the healers, and I don't see you coming back. It's all really, that was a surprise. So back in Canada, I'm an architect, builder, developer by trade. That was my trade, and a hotelier. I've been retired from that business for the last 10 years. Probably one of the reasons is because about 20 years ago, a walk-in entered into my body, and so I am not who I was in the beginning. So I am somebody else, whoever that is. So all these things have compiled the gifts, the downloads, the teachings, the healings, my capacity to work with people. I also do light language. How many people in here are familiar with light language? One person. Okay, it's the language of the two. It's the language of the stars, the star people. It's like you speak this language and you create pictures, images, and so we call them rotes. And so it's a galactic language known across the galaxy. All different people speak this kind of language. Now, how many people have heard about the secret space program? Okay, a few. I've also been on the secret space program 20 and back. I was a teacher on the moon base for 20 years. And I was also second in command of the 5th Brigade on Mars base, and also looking after intergalactic diplomacy. So I speak many alien languages because of that. Those memories have come through. And so where I'm going to is because of my connection with MUFON Canada, being a special consultant, not an actual member, but a consultant, because the members are all scientific. What I do is multidimensional, so they don't account for those kind of things. So I would be able to contact and work with abductees, and I would be able to call in the extraterrestrials who abducted the people and have a conversation with them. This was my gift, and this is why I became a special consultant for MUFON. Of course, that gift came because of my years with the secret space program, being an intergalactic diplomat as well. Right? And so I got called, I got an email, Mark, how would you like to be a stage manager at the UFO conference in Laughlin, Nevada 3.5 years ago? And I said, sure. why not? It's only 120 degrees there. And sounds like a lot of fun. At least we're inside in the air conditioning, okay? And so there was 50 different speakers over the course of 10 days. So I got to meet a lot of different speakers in the room and spend time with them outside, have conversations with them. One of the speakers, his name is Dwayne Ollinger. Now, Dwayne Ollinger is a person who owns the land where these crystals come from. And so how it became with Dwayne is he got up on stage and he did a talk. Now, he has a TV show called The Mystery of Blind Frog Ranch. Now, how many people in here have heard about The Mystery of Blind Frog Ranch? Okay. 30 miles down the road is Skinwalker Ranch. How many people have heard of it? Okay. So Amazon has Mystery of Blind Frog Ranch. It's 4 seasons. It's really good. Lots of paranormal activities going on the property. Different sightings from spacecrafts and orbs floating across the sky. And some very interesting energy coming out of the ground when we were there. So Dwayne's up on stage. He's telling this story. Says he starts with his land in Vernal, Utah, because this is where it is, Blind Frog Ranch. So up in Utah, he has a geologist who helps him scope the land. He's got 128 acres, I believe, up there, something like that. So they're using scans and all kinds of things. And so Dwayne, through his geologist, connected him with a gentleman called Jeremiah Davis. Now, Jeremiah Davis was a CIA operative for 35 years. And he was recruited by the Unified Galactic Federation. Okay, this is a real thing, the Galactic Federation. So the Unified Galactic Federation. And so he's been working with them for many years. And so he got them to come over his property with their ship with some scanning equipment and to scan, looking for anomalies, looking for hidden spacecrafts, looking for gold underground. This was his main reason why he was there, because of the Aztec gold and the stories and the legends about the area up there, about there being gold buried on this land. So we're listening to his story. It's very interesting. He was told by the general, there's 2 places that I want you to dig on the property. You're going to find something now. He didn't tell him what, but he says you're going to dig. So one of the spots he had to bring his excavation equipment in, make a platform for his rat bore drill, which is a 3-foot round drill bit, which goes down a few feet, pulls the dirt out, shakes it to the side, and goes down further. So in the one spot, he was told to go down 70 feet. And so he did. He went down 70 feet. He punctured through into a cavern wall, and all this water came rushing out into his loading area where he had his equipment. All these little tiny frogs were coming out of the hole. They were all blank. And hence the word Blind Frog Ranch. That's where he got his name from. I would have called it something else, but that's what he did, right? So he moved his equipment to the other hole after it started filling up. And he was told to drill down 170 feet in this other area. Now, after going down 100 feet, he hit blue earth. And he knew that because every time he pulled his drill bit up and shook it, it was a different color. Punched through another 7 feet, through the blue earth, and then he called it the night. But on his last extraction of his drill bit, all this blue light, all this energy comes out of this hole where he was drilling it. And it was going up into the sky. And so Dwayne wasn't too certain what was going on, but he went home and he gets a text from the General Jeremiah. He says, Dwayne, whatever you've done, don't go back to the site because apparently you've attracted the attention of the Galactics. Now, Dwayne, being a 6'4" tall redneck Texan, going, hell no, this is my drill. This is my site. I can go down there and I'm going to, see what's going on, right? So he goes back to the site. He takes his crew members with him, 2 other members. And as they're driving up to the site, he gets another phone call from the general. He says, Dwayne, since you did not heed my warning, I'm sending protection. And Dwayne was thinking, well, what do you mean protection? Next thing he knew, there was 3 spacecrafts coming in, flying over top, circular, about 70 yards across, he said. And there was 3 more that came in, and another 3. There's a total of 9 ships over top of the site where Dwayne was. And the general told him that was his protection, because whatever he did, whatever came out of the earth through that hole, it drew the attention of the Galactics. So that was the beginning of Dwayne's relationship with General Jeremiah, the Galactic Federation, the Unified Galactic Federation. And so he's had time, he's had coffee with him, he's had time to have stories, share different things about what it's like out there. Now, he did share some of that stuff with us, but that's private between us. So we just let that go. There's more things that meets the eye. So Dwayne had a daughter who was terminally ill in a hospital in Texas. And so he told this to the general. And he says, look, we're going to go down, we're going to heal her, boots on the ground, so to speak. So they took a craft over top of the hospital. They sent 4 people down to help work with his daughter. The next day she walked out of the hospital, completely healed. 3 days later, she was asked, what did you experience? What did you see when you were there? And she said, literally, it was like angels. There was 4 angels around me just pouring loving energy into me. And it was a miracle. So because of that reason, that's why Dwayne decided that he's going to tell the public about the Unified Galactic Federation, that they are real, they are out there. These are people that we work with. And it's just an absolutely amazing story. And we heard that. We thought, wow, we got to go and investigate his property, because he did invite everybody in the audience to come up and go in the pond. People are getting healings by being in the water in the pond on his property where the water came out through the borehole. And so Anya and myself, we went up there and we took a 3rd person with us. We took along a remote viewer who was part of the show, Michael Telstar from Toronto. Figured he'd go up there and remote view into the earth to see if there was spaceships or gold or whatever he could find up there. And so he did. So the 3 of us packed up after the show, headed up to Vernal, Utah, a 12-hour drive, it was long. And we met Dwayne up there the next morning for coffee, and he drove us out to the site. So at the site, there was a side-by-side 4-wheel buggy. So we all got on this thing and we drove into the property. And we met some people coming out who were camping in there and were spending time in the water. And they were getting experiences like healing their back or healing glaucoma in the eyes and other small things that were going on for them. And so we thought, wow, this is pretty amazing. And so when we're getting there, we set up our tents because we're going to camp for a couple nights. Dwayne's asking, so what are you guys getting? And Anya and I were both buzzing like crazy. The energy was off the charts up there on this property. Our spidey senses were tingling, but we couldn't tune into anything, you know? And so that night we set up camp. We got into the water. We spent a couple hours in the water over the course of the 3 days, once each day. So the first day when we were in the water, we felt our body was tingling. And we're wondering what's going on. So we're checking frequencies. We're checking with Michael, with Anya, myself. And we figured out that it was our frequency was actually rising after we got out of the water. So this is interesting. How is this happening? We didn't know. Anyways, the next day, Dwayne says, okay, I'm going to take you around the property on my side-by-side. We're going to explore. I got a few other sites I want to show you. I want to show you where the other borehole is. So we did. We jumped on his buggy. We drive around the property. We went down into this one ravine where there's this big old twisted tree. A lot of times you would see that on top of vortexes. But this was not an ordinary tree because there was broken limbs about 15 feet high in the sky and placed across the tree, through the tree. And this is something that Sasquatch would do. This was kind of like a signal, an area claiming their property, their territory. And so we know that he has Sasquatch on his property as well. So he took us further to the other borehole site. And as we're getting up there, he has this 5-gallon pail. And in the pail, he had a whole bunch of these crystals. And he took 2 of them out. And he put them in Anya's hand, and she just picks it up, touches it, just like, whoa, the energy coming off this, amazing. And he puts 2 in my hand, and same effect. The first time you touch it, you really sometimes get a really hit with energy from these crystals. And he didn't say too much more other than, well, let's take a few of them with us. We'll put them in the buggy, we'll continue our drive around. So we're stopped at the top of the hill where he has his drill. And both Anya and I are feeling into the energy of the property. And we both got that there was a spacecraft that came in, and it didn't explode or crash, but because it was multidimensional, it went through the earth and it landed in an underground cavern underneath where his property is on the ranch. And it's still intact. This is what we picked up on. Now, Dwayne, the whole time, he's poker face. He already knows all this information, but he's not saying a thing. He just wants some verification, right? And so we told him this. We went on to see the rest of the property. There were some other sites on the rock where it looked like there was prints embedded in the rock, like prongs from a craft of some sort, set in an area where you could see something landed there a long time ago and left this impression in the earth, in the rock, actually. And so we came back to the camp after a little adventure, told them we saw the ship, told them about a few other things we felt. We did another hop in the pond. This time, Dwayne had to go into town to do something, so we left the three of us, Michael and Anya and myself, to go in the water. Now, this time was very interesting because we're listening. We hear the sound coming across the sky. It's like a plane. Then it's like a bus. Then there's a whir, and then it stops right above our heads. And we're looking at each other going, did you see that or hear that? Yeah. What is that? I don't know. The next thing, after about 5 minutes, there's a thrust of air comes down. Whoosh. It blows our tents flat, our chairs, our fireplace all apart. It was as if there was a cloaked craft that came over top and then just went straight up afterwards. Wow, that was a thrilling experience, that was, I would say. So Dwayne comes back. We have our little campfire we set up. And again, the next day we do one more swim in the pool. And this time Dwayne has to go and do some other work. But when he comes back, we're still in the water. He puts a chair beside the pond. And my wife, she's a seer. She can see multi-dimensional things. She saw two beings walking down to him in blue suits. And they gave him a kiss on the head. They're Arcturians. Okay, these are Arcturians from the ship. They thanked him for looking after the property, the ship, the space, and everything that he is doing. This was absolutely amazing. So having said all this, Dwayne says to us, okay, y'all, I got 2 more properties. How would you like to investigate them? So we did. So the second property was in Montezuma, New Mexico, which is 5 miles northwest of Las Vegas, New Mexico. It's right across from this place called Montezuma College. Used to be a hotel at one time. It's been there since the mid-1800s. Very old, but very posh, shall we say. There's also a well-known spring there called Montezuma Spring. So if you Google it on Google Earth, you can see it. People are going there for healings as well in the spring water. And so Dwayne himself was going there with his partner to get some things healed for himself. Saw the property across the way was for sale. He bought it. It was 1,400 plus acres of beautiful forested pines and lots of roadways through it and dirt trails. And so he said, why don't you come on and check out my property in New Mexico? So we did. A couple of days later, we wound up there. He got his maintenance guy who lived in the area looking after the property to open the gate so we could enter it. We set up a tent. As I'm setting up the tent, my wife is looking in the sky and she's seeing all these lights and activities going on, like a lot of crafts. It wasn't satellites flying over. It was a lot of different crafts above our head, which we didn't know what they were. The next day, we get up, we take a walk around, and we see that also on this property, as remote view into the earth, there's another spaceship buried here. So this is beginning to sound interesting because now they've got 2 properties, spacecrafts, and what are we going to see on the next one? So we just stayed the one night. We packed up. We went on to Amarillo, Texas. We met Dwayne there, and he says, okay, I'm going to take you all out to my last site that I have. And so we got in this truck with it side by side on the trailer behind us. We drove to the property. And when we get to this crater, it's like 60, 80 yards across, 12, 15 feet deep. And he asked us, which way do y'all want to go? So we point over to the right, over there. And he says, of course you do. So over there to the right, as we got over there down into the hole, we could see out of these mounds of sand and these beautiful crystals sticking out of the ground with the sunlight shining off of them and refracting the light. Said, wow, this is amazing. So when we get to the base of the crater, my wife slips her one sandal off and puts her feet onto the earth because it's like a soft, silty sand. And she said it was almost alive, as if it was breathing. When she put her hand on it, the earth kind of split and started cracking and doing all kinds of crazy things. She put her foot back in her sandal and went on to another spot. Nothing happened on the earth. It was moving. It was that physical connection with the soil and whatever energy was there was causing that to do what it was doing. So we spent some time there, and again, we picked up that there was a spacecraft from another planet somewhere, came, crashed, crystallized on impact. The whole thing was just scattered all over this whole field. I don't know how far it goes into the earth, but the pieces that we saw were on top of the surface, and we collected a few of them as well and took it with us. Now, Dwayne says, okay, y'all, I want you to come back with me to my warehouse. So we get back to his warehouse in Amarillo, and he's got a huge table of all these crystals laid out on top. We're just going, wow, this is amazing. We got all these from that site. He says, yeah. He says, but I want to show you something else. It's really interesting what these crystals are doing, and I don't know how they're doing it. He had this device. It was a 3-foot round copper coiled creation, maybe about this high, and he had these crystals were hanging off of it at different points. Now, he had it hooked up to what I would call a frequency device. And this frequency device was capable of going up to 100,000 hertz. Okay. And when I'm talking about hertz, just for reference, we utilize Dr. Hawkins' map of consciousness. How many people in here are familiar with Dr. Hawkins and his map of consciousness, some of the books he's written, Power versus Force, and map of consciousness, and 14 others. So he was a psychiatrist who was in Sedona, wrote 16 books, mostly about consciousness, and he created this map to show people in scientific terms about awareness, collective consciousness, and so on. And so on the map, there's different colors here standing out. For example, the green zone here, this is where most of humanity is, 310 hertz to 350 hertz right now. Everybody who comes to these expos, these psychic fairs, enlightenment fairs, are already 500 hertz and higher. It's very interesting to see as we travel around the countryside when we're doing our crystal blessings. We're checking everybody's frequencies and seeing where they are. Rose quartz, for example, has a frequency of 500 hertz. Okay? Moldavite. How many people are familiar with Moldavite, the transformation stone, right? Mm-hmm. So if you wear Moldavite, your frequency can reach 722 hertz, but then it stops. Most of the people who I muscle test in kinesiology who wear Moldavite will usually be at 722 or just below because the crystal is getting them there. These crystals right now, today, are 25,000 hertz, off the charts. Okay, can't even imagine that. So when Dwayne was telling us that he had a machine that could go up to 100,000 hertz, we're all going, this is something else. We're going to have fun. So he shared with us a story that he had this psychic couple there a couple months earlier, and so she got on the machine. So there was 2 copper diodes hooked to the frequency device, which was hooked to his coil with the crystals. She went up to 20,000 hertz. Now, that's a lot. That's an unknown zone here above 1,000 hertz in the map of consciousness. So she was getting a little bit lightheaded and dizzy, and so they shut the machine off. It was a bit much for her, that high frequency. And so her husband got on the machine, and he went up to 72,000 hertz. That's unimaginable getting up that high, right? And so he was there in that space for about 10 minutes. It was okay. And so when they shut the machine down, Dwayne asked him, well, what was your experience? And he says, Dwayne, you're not going to believe this, but I think I was on a spaceship. There was these tall beings around me, 9 to 12 foot tall. They were speaking to me telepathically. They were saying, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. And next thing he knew, he was back in his body, back in the chair in Dwayne's warehouse. And so when Anya heard this stories, she says, okay, let's do this. Let's crank it up to 100,000. Let's see what we can do with this. Right? And so me being the skeptic, I says, no, let's do it in 20,000 tranches. We'll work our way up. Once we hit 80,000, Anya says, okay, let's get the both of you, let's make a circuit, the 3 of us. We'll hold one end, the other end, and we'll hold hands across together. Turned it up to 100,000 hertz. Lo and behold, there we were on the spaceship, looking at these tall beings. And this time they said, it's about time you got here. Okay, a little bit different. So they recognized this, these beings, beautiful thing. So it was that, we stayed there for a little bit with them. We actually hung out with them for quite a while, aspects of ourselves, and then the rest of us came down to our bodies on the earth. And so it was because of this that they recognized us, and with Dwayne, that he says, okay, you 2 are the ones I'm looking for. I want you to take these crystals. I want you to see what you can do with them, what they will do for you, what they will do for the people. Obviously, when you hit 100,000 hertz, it does something. It took us to a ship. Okay, so it opened up access, which we never would have normally had. Maybe some psychics or some readers who are really gifted can do this kind of stuff. But we never heard of this until that moment, that was impossible. So we took the crystals home with us back to Sedona. So as we're driving down Oak Creek Canyon, this is when we got the wisp. There was 3 of the Trintinian beings. They're from the planet Trinton. I'll say this first though. General Jeremiah did go over the site in Amarillo, Texas with his craft. There's a letter on our website from the general, and there's a soil sample. Now the website is lovemycrystals with a Z of Vienna crystals.com. Lovemycrystals with a Z.com. And so in the letter, he explains we sent 5 beams of light down. We tossed the soil up 3 feet in the air. We took 5 samples. And he said, I don't know the equipment that we used. I couldn't even name it because it's just out there. It's not of this earth to study these crystals and to see what they were. So it was obvious from the soil samples that there was minerals from the earth where it crashed and absorbed into the crystallization form. But on the bottom of the sample, it says, 1 element unknown to earth called palinette and in crystalline form. So again, these are the crystallized forms of palinette. And if you hold it up to the light, you can see some dark other minerals and elements inside which were encased when it crystallized. So each piece is very unique and individual. But yet, because this was a conscious craft which crashed, the individuals of the craft itself, they're all at the same frequency. Now what we found, the frequency of the ship and all the beings when we first met and had contact with them at Dwayne's warehouse was 133,000 hertz. That's unheard of. They're so high. So as we're driving down the valley, Oak Creek Canyon, Sedona to Flagstaff, 3 of the beings show themselves to us, and we started having a conversation with them. So we explained to them that we're going to exchange them for something we call money. We're going to see what they thought about that. They said, well, this is a strange concept. Does a tree ask, or does a deer ask the tree or vice versa for money because it gets shade? You know, what is this? I thought you were the highest conscious, intelligent species on the planet. So they had a hard time with this concept of being sold for money. But anyway, so with crystals, and any crystal lover, you know, when you have a whole bunch of crystals, what do? You create grids. So my wife usually likes creating grids. She created one with the crystals we got at the end of the bed. In our bed. Now we have a neighbor upstairs, and he comes knocking on the door. He says, what are you 2 up to? Because he knows that we're psychics and we do a lot of interesting work paranormal. He says, I'm sitting in my kitchen. I feel this energy coming up through the floor. I had to find out what it is. And so he comes downstairs, and I let him in, and he goes, yeah, right there. He's looking at the crystal grid that my wife made at the end of the bed. And in that moment, I thought, I have a little trampoline, so I put it over top of the crystal grid, and I said, stand on it, see what that's like for you. And so he starts getting on it, and he's just moving a little bit. Oh my God, he can feel the energy going up and down his body from these crystals. Just like he says, it's like making me light, clearing, something's going on, I'm not sure. And so it was in that moment when we thought, this is what we can do to help study these crystals. We set up free Sundays at our storefront in Sedona, where we had a massage table with a tray of crystals underneath the table. And we would measure everybody's frequency before they got on using kinesiology. And then after 10 minutes, when they got off. Somebody, for example, Mary, she got on the crystal bed at 470 hertz. She went up to 630. We documented that. She came back a couple weeks later. We did this for 3 months. She was still at 630. She went up even higher. She went up to 920. Documented that. She would come back a few weeks later. She was still at 920. She would go up higher and higher. So for 3 months, we did this. We collected over 50 different people, all these different readings, and not one reading went down. It was permanent, consistent, kept on going higher and higher. And so what we found with these Trentinians, these beings, and where it came from was actually, in the letter it was described that it came from a planet called Trentin, 130 light years away in the outskirts of our solar system. Now, in the letter it says, we have searched over 576 of our planets that we inhabit. So let that sink in for a minute, okay? 576 inhabitable planets already. And it was not there, but it was on this planet on the outskirts of our solar system called Trentin, Trintin, Trentin. And these Trentinians were known to create spaceships out of this metal called palinette. So in its original form, this is a metal, which transformed into this crystallized piece once it hit Earth and crashed, crystallized palinette. And so he was very prudent in his letter to state some of the tests that they used, but he didn't understand what they were. And the language that they used to describe it was a little bit difficult to describe and translate into English. But the one thing which I found comical at the very bottom paragraph, he says, and to all you three-letter agencies out there who are reading this email, just know we are watching you too. So they're watching, and so are the Trentinians apparently. And so as we have taken the time to learn more about these beautiful beings and the Trentinians, we find that they're 9 to 12 foot tall crystalline energy forms, very high frequency. What they did, because humanity wasn't ready for this high frequency, they toned themselves down collectively to 10,000 hertz. This is what they did just because of a conversation we had. So when they toned themselves down and we checked it, we said, well, sure enough, it was 10,000 hertz. Now, over the last 3.5 years since we've been doing these crystal blessings and crystal bed and other things with the crystals, they have incrementally gone up to where they are today at 25,000 hertz. They're conscious, it's a collective. They're working together. And as these crystals are being sold all around the world right now, people are helping to create a conscious collective grid. And so it activates the frequency of anything that is living. Plants grow 3 to 5 times faster with one of these beside it. Animals, stones, crystals, even multivite's frequency can raise higher, even though it's capped at 722. And I've tested that myself with my own piece of multivite, attached it to a palinette, and it's now over 1,000 hertz, just that one individual piece. So it's amazing what these pieces can do. And so working with all of these different elements together, it has brought us a lot of teachings and learnings. And so we also connect with the Trentinians. We do a special event where we bring in singing bowls. We put some water in the bottom of the singing bowl. We put some of the palinette crystals in the singing bowl. And when it goes out 10 times farther than the typical singing bowls do. And it raises the frequency of all the things and beings like sound healing that is able to receive the frequency, right? And so with raising the frequency of the planet, we had a psychic a couple weekends ago up in Sedona who was holding the crystals for crystal blessing. Basically what we do, I'll just say this, for crystal blessing is we'll check your frequency, say where you are in the map of consciousness, put a couple crystals in your hand, see how high you go, then we'll check your frequency afterwards. Now, according to Dr. Hawkins, we may only rise 3 to 5 hertz in a lifetime if we don't do any spiritual work at all. If we're doing a lot of spiritual work, meditating, doing courses and classes, you may raise anywhere from 25 to 30 hertz in a lifetime. Holding these crystals in less than 2 minutes, you can go anywhere from 200 to 600 hertz, and that's a permanent raise. We're taking people up over 1,000 hertz on the map of consciousness, which we are calling the unknown zone right now. We're taking notes, we're studying what people can do when they hit certain levels. My wife and I also operate a class called the Accelerated Ascension Program, where our students are up over 100,000 hertz. And the things that we're able to do at that level, we're tuning into what we call vertical time into our other lifetimes. We can just pull it out of the air, out of the timeline, and we can connect with that being. We can be that being, and we can talk that language of that being. It's very fascinating. You know, I was just sharing a story with a gentleman in here earlier, that one of our students, because of what we can do with a higher frequency, he went through the veil, he spoke to his grandmother and got her recipe for his most favorite cake, so that we could make the cake. And then we would call our aspects in, and we would have that aspect taste the cake and tell and express what that tasted like to them. And so if you can imagine someone like Genghis Khan tasting a cake like this for the first time, what he would say, or Chief Sitting Bull, right? And so these are different aspects that I have lived and experienced. And so I had the opportunity to share those stories as well with everybody. So it's very interesting to see. So as we're learning more and more about the Trentinians and communicating with them, we have created a method where you can communicate with them and talk with them and help guide you. We're working with them right now because what they're doing is they're giving us 9 to 12 digit codes that we can utilize for healing the human body. And this is just absolutely amazing. So there's 4 of us who are experimenting with this right now for different issues and different illnesses. We're seeing how that transforms, first in the etheric world and then in the physical body, how it shapes down into that form. So they're helping us that way. We've also been told that the Trentinians are working with the Pleiadians, the Arcturians, the Andromedans, all the other star beings that are here. Also knowing that the Trentinian race has been hid from human knowledge. It's been put away for a long time. They've always been here. We actually have a couple colleagues who do the soul search events who have actually been channeling and working with the Trentinians for over 10 years, and they didn't know who they were because they had no reference. And once we gave them reference and told them that this is who they are, and they connected to them, it was a whole different experience for them, right? So as we're discovering more and more ways for them to help and assist us. So when we wear a crystal all the time, like I have one here that I like to wear, don't wear it all the time, but we will utilize light language to connect the Trentinian being collective through the crystal to your DNA in your body so that you have the most enhanced experience and connection with these beautiful light beings. And what we've noticed over a course of a year, if somebody is wearing one every day without doing any spiritual practice or work, their frequencies are going up anywhere from 1,200 to 2,000 hertz in a year. So we know this because people that we met the first year we started doing this kept coming back to us. Okay, Mark, what's my frequency now? So I'd muscle tested, so we'd get these numbers and these kind of things to show up. Other people who are doing spiritual work and connecting with the Trentinians are raising anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 hertz a year. Psychics who have utilized the Trentinians and the crystals for their work when they're doing readings for people. They've claimed that the Trentinians are showing up to help them with their readings, which is very interesting as well. And so these beings are very benevolent, very loving and caring. And as Barbara was saying in the beginning, she could just feel nothing but love. And because I can't quite see as good as she can, but there are pillars of light behind all of you in here right now as well. So the beings are with us. I would say our entourage, who is at Ishmael Perez, who's a galactic historian. He does quite a few podcasts. So he called us the Trentinian ambassadors, bringing the energy of the Trentinians here through the crystals. And somebody also said once at one of our events, when we do the massage table with the crystals underneath it, what I do is when you're laying down, I ask you to give the Trentinians permission to do the work. So I would say, ask them to show you what you need to see, heal what needs to be healed, release what needs to be released, and grant them permission to do so. And so we've had several people would get on the massage table. The Trentinians would take them back to the place where the ship crashed. And they would show them what happened. And I didn't say this in the beginning, but my wife and I are an original twin flame pair. And so we have been together many lifetimes here to do the work for humanity. And so several people have been told or shown, shall I say, that Ani and I were the captains of that ship when it was brought to Earth and crashed. It was done with intention and with love and with the twin flame energy to be incorporated into it so that this would help ascend Earth. And so as I was saying, there was a lady in Sedona who was getting the crystal blessing. When she held the crystal, she said, not only is this clearing my energy in this body, but it's also clearing my energy in my other timelines, all at the same time. And then she was saying also, was speaking to the Trentinians, this is not plan B for helping Mother Earth to ascend. This is the hope. This is the way. This is how we're going to make it, is with the help of the Trentinians through the crystals and their love for humanity, and they're wanting to help us to ascend and join them as well. And so just checking in on the time. What I'd like to do is I'd like to ask for some volunteers, and we're going to do a free crystal blessing here. You'll be able to experience the crystal. We'll check your frequency, see how high you go. And then we can go from there. So who would like to put your hand up? Everyone. Okay, this lady here. We'll take one from here in the middle, okay? And over here, please. Yes. And I can take one more. So right here in the blue, yeah, please. Come on up. Right over here. Yeah. So please come on over here to this side. They're filming us here, so.
Oh, cool.
We're live. Anyways, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for your name, then I'm going to ask permission to connect energetically. So when I connect energetically, my body usually jolts. It's because I'm connecting just with you specific. Then I'm going to muscle test to see what your frequency is. Is it okay if I say it aloud what it is? How it's going to go? Okay. Then I'm going to ask afterwards what your experience is. Okay. Now you may feel warm, you may feel cool, you may feel just peace, you may feel a whole bunch of shaking going on. Whatever's going to happen, we're just releasing trauma bubbles, raising your frequency. They work so soft, so subtly, it's absolutely glorious. Okay, so we'll start. And your name, please.
Nicole.
Nicole. Permission to connect. Okay, so give me a moment. So we're starting at 100 hertz, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 600, 10, 20, 620, 620 hertz. Very nice, very peaceful. If I can ask you to just come to the other side here, take these two crystals with you, just over here. Thank you very much. Okay. Your name, please?
Tiffany?
Tiffany, permission to connect. Okay, second. Here we go. So we're starting at 100 hertz, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 610, 610 hertz. Okay. I might have to change my 500 hertz to 600 hertz. It shows. Thank you very much. Okay. And your name, please.
My name is Janice.
Janice, permission to connect.
Yes.
There we go. So we're at 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 610, 20, 621, 621 hertz. Very nice. Okay. Okay, I'm going to get these two here. This place, thank you. And your name. Nancy, permission to connect. There we go. Okay, so we're 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 510, 20, 30, 40, 40, 41, 541 hertz. Very nice love frequency as well. I'm going to give you the master one here, so you can hold them like that. Hold the hands in this place over here. Okay. So as they're holding the crystals, I have a very dear friend, Elizabeth April from Toronto, and she was on our massage table and she was speaking with the Trentinians. We asked her, so ask the Trentinians what they're doing while you're on the table and how they're scanning you and working with you. So what she said was, when she was on the bed, the energy came up like a helix into her heart chakra. Then they went out through all her chakras and spread out into every cell throughout her meridians and then into her 8 energy bodies. Okay, they were filling in holes of all 8 energy bodies, and sometimes they would stay collectively in some areas, other times individually work in different areas just to see and work with them to help them out. So this is what they're doing right now with all of you. Yeah. And that's all it takes. Okay, would you like to come back over here, please? What did you experience holding the crystals?
It's like a tingling feeling.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of going up and down.
Nice. Check your frequency. Permission to connect again?
Yes.
Okay. So we're at 100, 200, 300, 400, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 1010, 1010, 1010 hertz. That's your new baseline. So you just got enlightened. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Enjoy your new high vibe. Okay, please.
Real better.
So what did you feel with that?
Initially, they were really warm. Felt the tingle, and then it actually got colder as I was feeling. Yes.
All right, so permission to connect.
Yes.
So this goes on. There we go. So we're at 100, 200, 300, 400, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 1110, 1110. 1,110 hertz. That's your new baseline that will not drop.
Wow.
Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Enjoy your time. All right. Now, what did you experience with crystals? Okay. Hear that?
No.
Her left hand has no pain, and she's been having chiropractic work for the last few weeks.
Hey.
Check your frequency permission. Okay. So here we go. So 100, 200, 300, 400, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 1210, 1211, 1211 hertz is what we're now doing. Okay. Enjoy your new high five. Thank you very much. Beautiful. And last but not least, what did you experience?
Oh my gosh. My hands are buzzing. I felt warmth out of my head. It's wonderful. I'm still doing it.
So even just holding the crystals, it's been known that they will work for you with you up to 24 hours afterwards. Okay. So permission.
Yes.
So we're continuing. There we go. So. Okay, 100, 200, 300, 400, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 1500, 14, 10 hertz. You went up a lot. You went triple. That's permanent. That's your big spot. So,
she pulled the card Archangel's today, so she's aligned up.
oh, really? Beautiful. So, people will go up what you're ready for.
Oh my God, you can feel my
Your body
hands.
can handle it. You can only go up so high so that we don't implode energetically, so to speak, right? So I encourage you, if you haven't had a chance, come by our booth, Love My Crystals in the hall, I'll be there. And you can get a free crystal blessing. We do have the crystals for sale. We do have different products organized with Palamid in it. We've got sprays with the frequency in it, and some beautiful artists and artisans from Sedona, Arizona. So thank you very much. And again, it's lovemycrystals with a Z.com. Be sure to check us out. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific.
Hello, everyone. Hello, live streamers. Welcome back. Hello, everyone here joining us live in San Mateo. Welcome. all of you here say hello to everyone live streaming? It is a reminder that we are all connected, that there's no such thing as time or space, and that we are here to have this collective experience together, no matter where we all are in our consciousness journey. We are here in this moment together in love. And speaking of pure love, I am so honored to introduce not only two amazing channelers and healers and individuals, but I'm so honored and grateful to call them dear, wonderful friends and soul travelers. I am so excited for you to have this experience with Renee and Anthony today. Modern mystics, teachers, healers, visionaries, and channelers, Renee and Anthony are the voices behind Blue Soul Earth, which is focused on igniting global consciousness and bridging the worlds of science and spirituality. Their teachings, workshops, darshans, memberships, and programs focus on universal consciousness, heart-centered living, and our human existence. Today, with Renee and Anthony, we will discover and honor the divine feminine in all of us as they channel Mary Magdalene and Yeshua. On this empowering journey, we will feel the energy of universal consciousness so that we can truly understand how to ebb and flow in order to create harmony in our lives. Take it from me and my personal experience, you are in for the treat of the weekend. All right? With that said, enjoy, and sending you all blessings.
Thank you, Barbara. We love you. I know it was all kind of, wasn't recording?
It's recording now.
Okay, good.
All righty.
Well, welcome everyone. It's good to see some new faces and a couple of faces we know. So thanks for stopping in for our session. And I guess we should start by who's new to channeling. Quite a few, actually, about a third of the room. Okay.
Who's new to channeling? ¿Quién es nuevo? Okay. Porque hay gente aquí que habla español también. All right.
So yeah, maybe we should start there.
So channeling is nothing more than an altered state of consciousness. That's really what it is. And when I go into that altered state of consciousness, everything is like this now. When you go into that altered state, it gets wide.
So by this, we mean in this physical form that we call the human body, we have this perception that this is real, right? And every tradition across time, ancient esoteric wisdom is that this really isn't real, right? We're subatomic particles, we're just energy having this human experience. And so when he described that expanded state, it's almost like as energy beings, we're expansive, right? We're so expansive. And so when people have awakenings, or, we call them often Kundalini awakenings, that's what's happening. The body is shaking, right? It's saying, I want to be back to my expanded state of infinite reality, and it's kind of stuck here in the human body. So that's what happens when he goes into channel.
So when I go into channel, for all of you as well, if you are looking to channel, what happens is that your higher self or your soul self starts to connect with everything else. And when it connects with everything else, it starts to come through. Your body will start to shake. Your breath will slow down a little bit, and you start speaking. It may be light language, but for me, it's basically English. It can be Spanish, porque yo hablo español también. Yo parlo italiano. I can do Italian. Et je parle français aussi, because I can do it in French. But it takes practice. So when you connect, you're going to feel physical manifestations.
Some people do. Some people fall asleep.
If you are sensitive to energy when it comes through, you may feel that as well. It may make you feel teary-eyed. You might feel a little cold. You might shiver a little bit. When I go into channel, you're going to see my hand shaking. And my breath is going to be an ujjayi breath.
Also known as ocean breath, right? the yogis
The
will notice.
yogic breath.
Everything slows down to a theta brainwave state, and that really helps us allow our higher self to connect. Connect to source, connect to God, connect to whatever, that energy is for you. For us, I think I want to say the newer way that we're describing it, because when we first started channeling, the guides would give us like as much as we could handle. And so if it was too out there, they wouldn't go forward. Like, for example, the soul. We've been teaching about the multidimensional soul for about 7 years now. And it's even in our book. There's a whole chapter on what the multidimensional soul is. And now they're shifting that a little bit to talk about how, at a soul level, we're just energy. And that's still hard for us, right? Because I don't know about you, but I like the idea of a soul. It makes me feel comfortable.
They'll speak about what God is. ¿Quién es Dios? Nosotros somos Dios. No somos. We're not only a part of God, but we are God.
Yeah.
And they'll teach that to us as well.
That's core to the teachings in the book that have come through us in Mary Magdalene's life and teachings, and Yeshua, who the world most knows as Jesus. Those two are our main guides. So Yeshua, Magdalene, and the Ascended Masters, although we channel pretty much everything at this
I can
point.
channel pretty much anything. I just choose not to anymore.
Yeah.
Because it's...
Just because you can channel everything doesn't mean you should channel everything. We've definitely learned that. There have been some very funny moments in our living room, like, what are you doing here? It's like, who invited you?
Can you pick and choose?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. So when you want to channel,
Yeah.
you can pick and choose the energy that you wish to focus on.
Yeah.
It's just tuning into the energy. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Like a radio station.
Yeah. And we just be careful here.
I see that.
Yeah. I mean, I think we always say go slow. Right?
Yes.
Definitely go slow, because when you open, at least this was the case for us, it's like a wide open portal. And so in the beginning, whoever asked the question, can you pick and choose? Yes, always. But when we were new to it, it was how Lori Bruno described it. Like
I was open for business.
You were open for business, and everybody was coming in. I mean, to a point where it was overwhelming. We couldn't go out to dinner because someone's Aunt Evelyn would want to come through and speak to someone we didn't know.
Yeah.
So I was like, sweetheart, this isn't cool.
So when we work with
It
everybody,
took a while.
when we work with our students, we teach them how to channel in their own unique way. And we do it very slowly.
Yeah.
It's not, we don't want you to go through the dark night of the soul.
Yeah.
Because some of us have probably been through that, and it's not very fun. So if you're going to channel, we want everyone to have fun with it and take it very slowly.
And have discernment.
And discernment,
right?
yes.
Have
And be
discernment
grounded.
And be grounded.
Yeah.
I mean, by discernment, you really want to be connecting to who you resonate with the most. It could be the angelic realm. We could have gone through that chapter.
Mhm.
But now, what's been interesting on our path and on our journey, after channeling everything, we're like, whoa, who are you? Going through that whole stage of maybe 5 or 6 years, gods and goddesses were coming through. I mean, it was kind of a crazy time. And then one day our guides came through and said, enough playing. You have business to do. We have work to do. And, you're really coming to teach the world about the masculine and feminine coming together as one, and Yeshua and Magdalene are going to be your main guides. And that's how it happened for us. And so those are the main guides that we work with. And then one day she came through and said, I'm going to tell you my life story, which really it's our story baked into their story. But what was mind-boggling for us, as you'll see from the fictional characters in the beginning of the book, they're like, say what? What do you mean? You're here to tell us your life story. So it's really our whole journey wrapped up into our confusion, our disbelief, our resistance even. We had resistance to this because we thought, well, everyone's going to think we're religious,
Well,
you were okay with that.
I'm okay. I do belong to a synagogue, so a renewal synagogue. I say we're a bunch of hippies in Berkeley.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who was it that told you this is what you should do? Who told you the path to take?
Our guides.
The beings that come through.
Okay.
They would come through
The
every
collective.
single night.
So those of you old enough to know Esther and Jerry Hicks, who channel Abraham, and Abraham's the collective, our ascended masters guides, who were the main guides that came through really early on, they speak as a collective. So they've been guiding us really from the beginning. They were the ones who came through and said, enough playing around with Metatron and Melchizedek and the Pleiadians or whatever, you're here to do this work. So they guided us. And you know, it's interesting, it felt aligned when that happened. Even though we both kind of resisted it, I think when it finally came through, it felt aligned.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I think just because the teachings felt so grounded, and that's who we are, grounded. You know, we weren't talking about some channeled messages can be pretty out there, you know, and these were pretty grounded. There was even a point towards the end of the book where Rochelle, the main character, is asking, okay, wait a minute, I need to know, is the channeled content that's coming through, is it for this earth dimension and this reality and this dimensional realm, right? And she said, yes, it's this timeline. That was important to us, you know, just to get our heads around it. Are they knocking?
Yeah, so you can see my head moving, right? That's a physical manifestation of channeling. It's not something that I do voluntarily, it just happens. So because all of you are here, it's like
collective energy.
Collective energy. This happens if I go into the supermarket, there are lots of people. So I have to be careful sometimes because it's collective and because you're all open. They're like, my soul is already communicating with everything that's here.
Yeah, that's really the coolest part of
It's exciting. It makes you feel
13
excited.
years into this, all of
try
our
to
souls are actually convening at this
grounded.
time. I mean, how wild is that? I still can't even get my head around the idea that our souls are all convening at this time. And that happens, you know, in our membership calls, which we meet twice a month, you know, that if someone's sick, like we have 2 of our members going through cancer right now. Well, one just had a liver transplant and 2 has cancer, 2 have cancer. And so we're going through that right now where the collective energy of our community, you just joined our Blue Soul Ignite. So you're new, you've only been to a couple of sessions, but that will happen where there's like a collective healing that takes place. So do you want to bring through Yeshua?
Yes.
Okay, so we have enough time for channeling.
So I take the energy and I move it around my body. That's another thing you can do.
Yeah.
I can move it from my head to my hands and then just keep moving so I can feel it. It can be uncomfortable at times. For me personally as a channeler, I go to acupuncture once a week to try to control it. You're going to hear it clicking in my throat.
Think of it as a frequency.
I still really don't know why that happens. It just does.
But what you've noticed, this is what we've noticed, is that when the energies are changing, so by energies changing, think of ourselves as energy beings, and we all have frequencies, right? We're all made up of an infinite amount of frequencies. So when he's connecting, it's like Anthony's spectra of frequency is connecting to Yeshua and then connected to Mary Magdalene. So we notice when the clicking happens, it's when a frequency change, like Yeshua's leaving, the Ascended Masters are coming in. Magdalene's coming in, Anthony's leaving. Or, you know, he's never really leaving, he's always here, but it's like, think of it as the light of Anthony's soul is dimming, where Mary Magdalene is shining brighter. That's how it's been explained to us. So they're coming.
Can you channel through dreams? Or is it just?
Oh, absolutely. So yeah, actually we talk about this in here too a little bit. There's not a whole chapter on dreams, but we are bilocating and trilocating all the time in dream state. So that's actually what's happening. So if you have a vision or a connection or a dialogue with a deceased family member in a dream, it's real. Yeah, which can be very healing if there's information that needs to be shared or whatever, because it's happening outside of time and space as we know it. Yeah, and that's where the true healing actually takes place. You might notice his eyes change a little bit too, which was a little freaky for me the first time it happened. It's like, where's Anthony? Where's my Italian, I would say.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Good. I am here. I am here. Relax.
So Yeshua's come through first.
It is good to see you, soul. I am Yeshua. Ani Yeshua.
So Yeshua was his original Aramaic name, which was the prime language at the time.
I am that which I am. You are that which you are. Perfect in every way, all of you. Light and love, divine. That is who you are. La perfección divina. Ustedes son la luz de Dios, la luz del paraíso. Dios, Dios, Dios. Christos, you are love divine. I am here to remind you of that. Please do not forget. It is true. You are all divine beings. I am not here to heal you. I am here to show you how to heal yourselves.
We are the masters we seek out there. Yeah.
If your tears come, so do mine. Si hay lágrimas, yo tengo lágrimas también. If you have pain, then I have pain. But if you are happy, then I am happy. Be happy. Do not cry anymore for me. I am here with you, always. Siempre estoy ahí, aquí con ustedes. Siempre. Je suis avec vous, tous les jours. Good. May I make my rounds?
Yes.
Just quickly. The best part of being human is
Touch.
touch. Touch. Touch. Touch. Touch each other. hug each other, embrace each other, and don't be afraid. Thank you. 1 second, please. Why do you cry? So,
We have a similar scarf on. Actually, it's you so much.
only love is here. Remember that. Solo amor está aquí con ustedes. Ustedes son solamente amor. Y nada más que amor. You are only love and nothing more than that. Remember that. Divinity at its best, you are. Only say the word, and I am here with you always. I never leave. Why is that, guys?
Because we never leave.
That's right. I never leave because you never leave.
Everything's interconnected. Right? We are
All
one with
things
source.
are connected. Good.
It's always a bit challenging for us to do anything in an hour. Because Yeshua would just sit and want to connect with every person. That's why our darshans can go for many, many hours.
I wish I could touch all of you. But I can't. I know there is time.
Yeah.
Yes, in your hearts. I am here. It's good to see you.
So questions. So we love to make it really
Si
interactive.
ustedes tienen preguntas, if you have questions, you may ask.
Yeah, and I would say the harder the questions, the better, because it challenges. It challenges our guides. And we always learn something new too. So do you have a question in the back?
Yes. Just given how our country is so polarized and divided at this time, how do we move forward in healing?
Great question. Did everyone hear that? Our country and world, by the way, is so polarized. How do we move forward and heal?
Delicately. Paso a paso, step by step. Take your time. Open your hearts. Be of love. Demonstrate love to others.
Shine your light.
Shine your light. Que brilla la luz de ustedes adentro. Show it to others. You're not as polarized as you think you are.
Because every act we do, every word we say has a ripple effect in the universe. And so we have to be, I think, most prudent right now not to plug into the fear grid, not to plug into the chaos, or distraction grid, but to really come back to ourselves and know that we are divine, we are divinity, we are love, we are light. And that will have a ripple effect on others. Yeah, that's really all we can do at this point, because once we get fragmented by all of the distraction, then we go down the rabbit hole too, right? And I think people need to see our light right now and be the strength for others. Yeah, challenging for sure, but.
Yes.
When we experience loss and grief, and it's like a darkness, but you're trying so hard to get to the other place, what do we do?
shape. Here. Do not move. Be in community. Have others around you that love you. Know that I'm always here. God is here. God is in you. Don't hang on to grief. Don't hang on to darkness. You can choose to hang on to darkness. And you can choose to hang on to grief. You can choose to hang on to pain if that is your perception of this reality. But I say unto all of you, do not choose that. Choose this, your heart. Choose light. Choose grace and gratitude. Be in service to others. That is how you help your country.
And how you ease your pain and your trauma.
Yes.
You look like you're looking out and seeing things or feeling things. Is that true? And if so, what are you seeing?
Yeah, that's a great question. In the beginning, I was always confused. I was like, where are you? You know, it's a great question. No one's ever asked that.
See your soul. That is who I communicate with. Lazarus, I said, get up. Get up. Rise. Lázaro, levántate.
That's the most
Usted no
mind-bending.
está muerto. Usted está vivo. Levántate. Estoy hablando al alma. I speak to the soul. I speak to the soul. So yes, it appears I look out here. What is it? Angels? Yes. They're your guides. Your ancestors are there as well. Your family.
Often too, when I say they, because Yeshua is not singular. It's many. Because our soul is many, made up of many frequencies. So I'll say he, they are also looking in your Akashic records or in your Akash so they can pick things up. Medical stuff. I mean, we're not medical mediums, but they can pick that up. They can pick up emotional pain. They can pick up a lot that way. So.
Yes.
How do you know who are your guides? Like if I wanted to channel or if I want to know who are my guides and how am I connected with them?
You can answer that, guy.
You call them in. Literally. I know it sounds easy and simple, but you want to create an environment that is supportive of who you want to bring in, because otherwise.
No, I feel that.
Yeah.
Do I know who I'm speaking with?
Ask. Sometimes I'll say to him, who is that? I don't recognize the energy, you know? So ask, and then be in silence to hear the answer. If you're, if you're spinning, that's not going to come. But the truth is they don't have names. We give them names. They're really just frequencies. So, even the ascended masters, we call them that, but we could have also called them the continuum. That was another name we kind of thought of, because it's this endless, limited energy that we're tapping into. But I would start with one frequency, if there really is such a thing, and narrow it down so you start working with one guide and then you can expand. Because if you don't know the difference, like I always know when Yeshua's coming through because it's like this. And no other being that we channel is like this. As you'll see when Mary Magdalene comes through, it's like complete opposite. So it's just pure love and very gentle, and there's very few messages. It's mostly energy. Any other questions? Is it through him that you? This is our understanding of how it works. It was 3 years before we knew this. The energy comes through me first, and I'm almost like a grounding. They call me Gaia. Like I'm literally his grounding force, so he doesn't float away into the ethers. So I feel things and I ground things and I get these downloads, but it's different. He gets direct messages because it's a full embodied experience. So you can think of it as sharing the energy, but they're, how did they explain it once? That they come into me as frequencies and through him as waves. I know it gets a little quantum physics in there, but that's kind of how they explain it. So he's also a full embodied channel of Mary Magdalene.
It is really. I am influence. I am that I am. It's good to see you. Hello, ladies. I believe Miriam of Magdala will speak to you. Both of you. How are we on time?
Does anyone have the time? What time? Oh, almost 1:30. So we still have a little time. Yeah. So maybe you can speak to some of the teachings.
Teachings.
Yeah.
What I taught over 2,000 years ago, I still teach again. It is so simple, I say it's hard. It's so simple, but it's a hard practice to follow your heart. It is a hard practice to be of grace and gratitude. It is a difficult practice to be in service to others. It is difficult to see yourself as God. It is difficult to see yourself as light. It is difficult to love oneself above all things. For that when you love oneself above all things, you love the universe. For you are God. God is not separate from you. It is you. God is constantly rebirthing itself through you.
Again and again.
And it creates consciousness. You are the consciousness of the goddess and the god. You are the souls that create time and space. You are the glue that connects the universes together. I know it's a bit esoteric, but we can keep it simple. You are love. You are loved beyond measure. There is nothing greater than you. I am here to tell you that again, and again, and again, and again. Otra vez, otra vez, otra vez. Ustedes son amor. Ustedes son divinos. Ustedes son Dios. You are that which you are.
This was a very hard message 2,000 years ago, and it's a hard message today. You know, it's a hard message today still.
No one, no being is coming to save you. I did not come to save humanity. I came to show humanity who they were in this lifetime. I did not die for the sins of humans. I died for what I believed in. And I believe in love. I believe in humanity, and I believe in all of you. That's why I am here again. There is no death. It is nothing more than a perception of this little reality.
That we call Earth.
Something like that. 1 second, please. Liz of Jersey. It is good to see you. Thank you for being here. We will talk later. She is giving herself here to Anthony and to Renee.
She's volunteered. We only met once. Yeah, we met once.
It is being of service. But being in service means that you will receive as well. You understand. Sometimes you don't understand how. You don't need to. When the soul is in service to others, it receives.
It's always symbiotic. So even now, there's a symbiotic thing that's happening with the collective, individually, but also the collective. Question.
Change the subject, but is that book? You wrote it?
We wrote it together. So it's a story of our life baked into their life.
It's so simple, isn't it?
It's available now.
But it's hard.
Yeah, just come to our booth and we'll sign it for you. Yep.
Is it available audio?
No, not yet.
Thank you for
We're
being
having a
here.
hard time finding a voice for it. Miriam wants
They
to.
have AI generated voices now.
Oh, you're sitting right in front of that thing.
Liz, what are you doing?
It's not locked up on the phone.
She needed the passcode.
That was cute, actually. That was super
She
cute.
needed the numbers. I have your ones and zeros.
No audio.
You
yet.
understand.
I know we want audio. It's just not.
I know your frequency. All you need to do is to think, feel, and connect. Those are who your guides are. It is you, actually. Your guides are you.
Think about it as
You
connecting
understand.
to your higher self, and your higher self is connecting to everything. Now, I wanted to moderate a panel at New Living Expo on what's really happening with channeling, and it was so controversial it was turned down. So one of these days we're going to do that, because really that's what's happening, right? It's really that it's connecting to the higher self. That's the avatar self. And when you're in that field, your higher self is outside of time and space, you have the ability to connect to everything, and you have the ability to heal, right? So Joe Dispenza's work and Bruce Lipton, all of these guys where they talk about the field, Shamini Jane, right? The biofield, that's really where the healing takes place. If you're not in that field, healing can't take place.
Healing. It's always taking place. You just need to open up to it. Be receptive to it, and it will occur. I say to all of you, one day in your perceived future, you will know how to heal yourselves and heal others with a gaze, a touch, a breath. You are getting there, all of you.
Because part of it is not just our own limiting beliefs, but the collective. Back to your question about what's happening with the world, it's the collective belief system. So even though it feels fragile and fragmented right now, things like this are happening all over the world now. And so the more that our collective frequency can connect, the more that healing is just going to have a ripple effect. I mean, our guides will say there's no stopping it. So don't fear. I mean, we're watching the Tudors now. I don't know if you're watching, right? That guy was crazy, Henry VIII, like he killed everybody. So our guides are kind of reminding us just how treacherous it was 100, 500, 1,000 years ago compared to where we are today.
Good.
So even if it doesn't feel that way, you know,
I'm going to step back
the world is kinder.
and let Miriam come through and speak. She's different than I am. Her energy is different than mine.
Spitfire.
Mariam of Magdala viene ahora. Ella es muy diferente que yo. Su energía es muy diferente también.
And it's also hard for Anthony you have to remember, this has been a really long process for us, but can you imagine he grew up Italian Catholic in the Bronx, well, upstate New York and in the Bronx, to have a female energy that's like Magdalene take over. I mean, there was so much resistance in the beginning. He was terrified, absolutely terrified, you know. And I believe that it happens to show men not to be terrified of the divine feminine. Because I was always like, well, why is that not happening to me? Why is she not coming through me in that way? But I need to be grounded. I need to be the embodied feminine. And so I think it really is to show men and demonstrate to men that we all have the divine feminine in us.
How beautiful and radiant. How joyful you are and radiant.
He hates to leave. He hates to leave. I will tell you, for anyone who does want to tap into the frequency of Yeshua and channel him, it's great for marital relations. Whenever we have a fight, if we just bring through Yeshua, I cannot be mad at him. It's impossible. You look, right? It's just impossible. So it's good for our relationship.
I must step back now for the divine feminine comes. 2, become 1, and you will know yourselves again. My heart I give to all of you. My energy I give to you all. Be of peace, be of love, be of grace and gratitude, and share those qualities of who you are as human beings with others. And you shall heal the world. Take your time, one soul at a time.
Starting in our own backyard. Yes. That's another extension to your question, right? Just start with your own community.
Miriam comes now.
She's a bit like a Martin Luther King on steroids. She's no apologies. So you can see with the energy change, right? It's been like that from the beginning for us. Very beginning. It always happens the same way.
Good, I'm here. I am Miriam of Magdala.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, girl. How are you? Beautiful jewelry.
She had us start to make jewelry in her name just 7 months ago.
I am Miriam of Magdala. Miriam, you can call me, or Miriam, Maria, whatever you wish to call me. 1 second. Let me gather myself here, ladies.
There was a point when we were in the book and I was taking too long, taking stuff down. And she said, "Are you editing my words?" Do not edit what I have to say. I don't care if humanity doesn't like it.
Who are you? It is good to see you. I know you. I know your frequency. You, I know.
She always finds her own.
I know your frequency. This one back there with the curly hair. I know her energy is a nice, beautiful, icy energy.
Ah, beautiful. That doesn't surprise me. That's probably what you felt.
Let me see if I can spot some others. Maybe some witches. Are there some stregas?
The thing about
Brujas?
frequency is your soul is aligned to the frequency, the Magdalene.
You're different.
What did she say? You?
Different.
Probably galactic.
Very grounded.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
That's probably. That's okay.
Are there any other sisters here that I recognize? Let's see.
That's right.
Interesting beings, but not part of my lineage, but interesting beings. You are interesting. I love women, but not from my lineage. You definitely.
And that can be from her lineage.
Yeah. Yes. I know you from the Isis energy.
Is that familiar with Isis?
Yes.
The famous Egyptian goddess. So it's also written about in the book that she studied that lineage and some of the rituals and customs that were part of it, which was really an underground movement for women because women didn't have support structures back then.
Who wrote this book?
Well, you would say you did.
I did. Where is my name? Ah, there it is. I was from a town called Magdala in Judea, Israel. I was a Jew. I still am a Jew, in a manner of speaking. I can come through this guy as a Jew. I am here not to teach you Judaism. I am here to teach you spirituality, and I'm here to raise the feminine energy, to let the females know that you are no longer below, but you are rising. You are rising. I say to all of the female energies here.
She's never done
You
that
are
before.
rising, but may the male energies also stick near them and support the female. We are rising now, and nothing is going to stop us. You understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that? You want to know how you can help? Help the female energies rise.
Support women. Right?
Women will no longer be debated, pushed under the ground anymore. We will rise.
And remember, for those of us over 40, 45, we've kind of been conditioned not to support the feminine, right? Out of fear or lack or scarcity. And so really now is the time
No more
to support
tears.
our sisters.
Only laughter, fun, and strength. Do you understand? Yeshua is a very nice man. But I am a woman, and I will push you. You want to know who your guide is? I am. You see, I know you. I know your frequency. We will work together.
Thank you.
Only say the word, sister, that I am with you.
Thank you.
However you wish to work with me, I will work with you.
So our friend Dunya, she did the artwork for Magdalene on the book, and we worked together for many months on this. And so,
Interesting being.
you know, Dunya was in sense channeling Magdalene to come up to something closer to what she really looked like. So that's what she means on however you want to work. It could be through art, it could be through jewelry, music. You know, there's so many different ways that Magdalene can work with you. I have automatic writing.
I'm working on
that. When I make the jewelry, something takes over me that I don't understand. So, you know, it happens. You just have to trust in it.
I'm working on that. That's great.
Good.
Maybe that's
Yeah. Yeah, she's igniting energy right now. She's igniting energy.
There will be no more bandages over my mouth. You understand?
With grief?
That is me. I will not be.
What do you mean? Like, how did she 2,000 years ago?
You understand? I will work with you. Shows you see this bandage over her mouth? No more. No más. Yo le digo, no más.
Okay.
Las mujeres tienen que hablar. Women must speak. Finito. Ya se acabó. That is it. We will speak, won't we, sisters?
And so there are words in the book that are going to piss some people off. We know that. We know.
I am here to piss off people. I am here to tell you. I am here to tell you. I am here to tell you. Miriam is in the house. Okay? The feminine is on the rise. And we will move forward, we will move upward, and we will ascend to our rightful place. Men, women, women. But everything will
Don't worry,
become
gentlemen.
equal.
She doesn't hate men.
I do not hate
You can feel
men.
that way sometimes.
I love the other opposite sex, the male energy. But basta. Ya. No más. No more. Women must feel their energy now, their potential, their power.
Without fear.
Without fear.
Without fear. And second guessing, like how often we second guess our intuition. It's real.
Don't second guess.
It's real. I mean, now
Know
is the
your
time to really
womanhood.
embrace that.
There you go. I like the moon.
Any question, because we're running out of time. So, question.
When you go to trance, how do you get out of the trance?
Sorry?
When you go to the trance, how does he get out of it?
He holds my hand and I bring him back.
For those of us who don't
No, I
understand,
know. I know.
Like when I go into trance, I see really dark stuff.
You see dark things because
Yeah.
your soul is showing you who you are.
All
Don't
aspects.
be afraid.
Because it's really you. It's all aspects of you in the spectrum.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
So if that's coming to you and
Let
you
it come to
feed
you.
it fear, then more fear will
Show
come to
them
you.
who you are.
If you're like, I'm love and light, nothing can hurt me, then that's all that will come into your field. Yeah.
Show them who you are. Stand there. Stand firm. Stand high. Stand firm. Let it come to you. It will come to you like this, and then just go to each side. Let the energies know who you are. Let yourself know who you are.
And that will just bounce off you.
I am woman. I am light. I am love. And that is the only thing that will come to me. It will come to you.
Yeah. Okay.
How are we, guys?
We have to
so
wrap.
great.
5 minutes. Are we done?
We're done.
Okay, so.
Did I just tell Yeshua that we're done?
No, Yeshua's not like that. You know, Yeshua's
I
just
understand.
complete opposite.
Partying is such sweet. So,
But we will be at the booth all
Yeah,
afternoon and all day tomorrow, and we'll be doing channeled sessions. So definitely come by if you'd like a channeled session. And we'll have the book there and the jewelry. So
It is an amazing experience, one you will never forget. And I can say that for like one that I can never forget. I'll speak for myself.
yeah, it's different. It's not always Mary Magdalene that comes through. We've had angels come through, Metatron, we've had saints. We've had all sorts of energies come through, Metatron, Melchizedek. So you're really calling through the energy. Your soul is telling Anthony's soul who to bring forth.
I am with all of you, especially the women.
Counting on it.
I'll see you.
And we do have a Magdalene Sisters membership program for just for women only. We meet twice a month via Zoom, and she comes through. So, stop by our booth to learn more about that. And then we have Blue Soul Ignite, which is for men and women, and it's similar, but it's mostly Yeshua energy that comes through. Out they go. And we're very excited, by the way. We just got like a whole bunch of awards have just come in the last 2 weeks. It's just been incredible for this. The book's only been out 4.5 months. So yes, we've got 5 Cobra Awards and 3 finalists in 3 categories for the Indies and International Book Awards and the Book Fest Awards.
Well, anyway, I want to thank all of you for being here. Thank you for being here.
Play with us. Yeah.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. You can hear, for everybody live streaming, you can hear the buzz in this room. So many of these beautiful souls have been with us all day, And I want to remind everybody here and everybody who is live streaming that tomorrow we do this all again with different speakers, amazing ways for you to evolve and learn and grow on your consciousness journey. Starting at 10 o'clock, I'm going to do a little plug here, starting at 10 o'clock with a Reiki circle with me. So channel your inner divine healer. Unfortunately, not available to live streamers, but we will be doing a virtual Reiki circle soon, so stay tuned. But for all of you who are here, feel free to start the day on a high vibe so that the rest of your day here tomorrow at SoulSearch will be equally, if not more powerful than your day today. So we have a great crowd. Can everybody here say hello to everybody live streaming? Hello. Is everybody here and everybody live streaming ready to knock down those money blocks? Yes. We know that money is simply a spiritual currency. It's a vibration. So there is nobody better than our next speaker, Marnell, who also happens to be a fabulous human being and very snazzy dressed. Don't you all agree? Isn't that fabulous? You can't see her shoes, but her shoes are equally as fabulous. So for more than 15 years, certified money coach Marnell Matasigan has cultivated a practice of meditation, spiritual alignment, and trauma healing and integration. Not only is she an amazing money coach, she is also a body-centered intuitive counselor who has the innate ability to help us connect to the light of our souls. Marnell received her MBA in Global Management from St. Mary's College, and she has worn many hats in the nonprofit sector for more than 30 years in the field of health, education, spirituality, and philanthropic advocacy. She trained as a certified money coach under Deborah Price, founder of the Money Coaching Institute. Previously, Marnell was the director of the Berkeley Psychic Institute and has taught clairvoyant and energy healing classes while doing thousands of psychic readings. Currently, she's a student of world-renowned spiritual teacher Thomas Hubel and a graduate of the Timeless Wisdom Training Program of the Academy of Inner Science. Not too shabby, Marnell. And our sacred time with Marnell today, she is going to teach us tools to develop our money superpowers, guided by the light of our souls. She's going to help us identify our money patterns to set a new course for a brighter future. Together, we're going to learn the neuroscience of how our brains respond to money and rewire our neural pathways for an abundant life. Who's ready for an abundant life? Welcome, Marnell.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you so much. That was such a great intro. Wow. I'm like, I'm going to be in that workshop. Welcome, everyone. Again, my name is Marnell Matasigan, and I consider me your wealth legacy coach because I am here to teach you the 3 keys of becoming a money magnet and leaving a legacy behind that is full of abundance. Are you ready for that? Yes. Awesome. Beautiful. So I want to share a story about myself. Barbara was so gracious in giving all of that information about me. I live in San Francisco, and I live 3 blocks from the beach and 3 blocks from Golden Gate Park. I am very, very blessed to not worry about rent. You know, it's just something I don't worry about anymore. Mortgage, that's just. Life is beautiful. I have a partner who supports me 1,000%. To me, I'm always number 1. To him, I'm always, to him, I'm always number 1. I want all of you to have people in your life where you're always number 1. I am so proud of my son, who is a firefighter, and who's a firefighter fighting wildfires. 2 weeks ago, he was in Montana, making sure that the fires don't spread even bigger. Right? He does amazing work. I have beautiful clients who day in, day out are making the conscious choice to be in their power around money. I get messages from my clients. I just got another raise. Another message would be, oh, I want $250 in a drawing. Another message would be like, hey, I just earned $25,000 in commission. You know, like it's so beautiful to have clients like that who are bringing in the money because they've started putting into practice what I have taught them. And so I'm going to teach you the first skills, right? And, you know, my life wasn't always like this. I have a beautiful life now. And Barbara was saying, oh, you have to see your shoes. And so I will walk around. and so you can see my shoes. It is really beautiful. This is custom-made shoes from Italy that my partner got for me, right? You know, it's so really, it's a beautiful life. But it wasn't always like this. There was a time in my life I found myself divorced, a single mom, living on food stamps. And at one point, the job I was looking to start fell through. I burned through my savings. I was suffering through anxiety and depression. And I found myself not having money to pay for my rent. And I was just a complete energy of desperation and pain. You know, I did not want to wake up the next morning. I would pray like, I don't want to wake up anymore. And I would cry myself to sleep. I remember like one day, okay, I took a shower and I ate once. That was a very good day. That was one of the darkest moments in my life. And I thought to myself, maybe the world is better off without me in it. I can't even take care of myself. I don't have the money to pay for my rent. And there I was crying late at night, feeling so sorry for myself. So overwhelmed, so scared, didn't know what to do. And in that moment, I heard a voice. And the voice said, your life is worth more than the money you don't have in the bank. And so I cried even more. Just like, oh my God, why did I even think that I wanted to not be here when my life is so worthy, right? And so from that moment, I decided I'm going to do whatever it takes to stay here. Because, yeah, my life is worthy. Right? How many of you have had moments like that where you're like, yeah, I need to take a step and say, I got to do something. Right? Yeah. And so in that moment, I decided to ask for help. I was the type A personality that did everything and didn't ask for help. And you know what? When I asked for help, help came. My friends and family rallied towards me. I got the support that I needed. I went to see a therapist. I went to look at my underlying traumas that caused my anxiety and depression. And I even hired a money coach because it's like, I cannot be like this with my money. And eventually, all these lessons that I have learned turned into beautiful lessons that I have shared with all of my clients. So I stand here today in front of you with my commitment to supporting all of you become money magnets and really move into that space of alignment with the light of your own soul. Are you ready for that? Yes. Beautiful. Well, I have handed some your workbooks, and if people need some pens, people need pens, you can pass the pen. So go ahead and the workbooks are here, and go ahead and open the first page, and I invite you to spell the word reaction on the first page. There's a spot for it. Now, what is the beginning? What is the middle letter of that word reaction? The middle letter. C. So, what does C stand for? Commitment. Huh? Commitment. Okay. I've also heard people say cash. Cash is good.
Clarity.
Clarity. But see, for this moment, we're gonna say consciousness. Now, what happens when you put C in the beginning of the word? Respell your word reaction. Creation. Isn't that cool? So when you put consciousness first around your money, you get to create. Because so key number 1 is stay conscious about money and resources. Don't be like, oh, I don't want to look at my bank account. No, look at your bank account. And celebrate what's in there. Right? Now, what kind of consciousness are you going to bring around your money space? Money is like tofu. Why? Because tofu doesn't really have any taste to it, right? But tofu gets elevated according to what you put, what flavors, and how you cook it, right? Money is the same. What flavor are you going to put on your money? What kind of consciousness are you going to put around your money space? I want to hear. Security. Secured. Okay, what else? What kind of consciousness? I want to add there joy. You want your money to vibrate in joy, not in stress, right? You want to vibrate. What's the energetic vibration you want? Happiness. Easy. Expansion. Expansion. Beautiful. Abundance. Yes. So, when you stay conscious and aware, you get to create and you have more choices. So, what kind of consciousness are you going to bring in? I want to invite you to put whatever word: I joyfully, I happily, I excitedly execute intentional steps to achieve my wealth and money goals. Now, just say that right now. Everyone, let's go ahead and just say it together. I joyfully execute intentional steps to achieve my wealth and money goals. How did that feel? Right? It's powerful. So when we stay into that consciousness of joy or whatever other positive energy you want, and you stay intentional around your money, you can achieve your wealth and money goals. There is a little box there next to the sheet. And go ahead and start writing down what's a money goal that you have for yourself. Maybe it can be paying off your debts. Maybe getting your dream home, your dream car, your dream vacation, retirement. What is it? So go ahead and just write them down on that little box. What is your money goal? First, you stay conscious, and then you write it down and say, this is what I want to create. Otherwise, it's just going to be a dream. You have to be intentional. Be intentional and write it down for yourself and say, this is what I'm creating. And I'm consciously creating it right now, right this moment. What is it that you want? Key number 2. Move here first. I'm going to check in with you. What is your earliest memory around money? I'm going to share with you mine. When I was a little girl, I actually lived with my grandmother, and she would take me to the ice cream shop, and on the weekends we'd go home to see my siblings. But before we do that, she would take me to the ice cream shop first, and then she'd tell me, oh, don't tell your siblings that we went there, right? And we get home to my other home, right? And guess what my first words were? Yeah. Right. And then naturally my sisters would get jealous. And then my grandmother would say, I told you not to do that. And it was interesting because at that time I was like, ooh, it created this energy that if I have something, I cannot talk about it. Or I can't share it with others because somebody will get upset. Right? And so that's the other reason why I couldn't say that, I was needing help back then. Right? So I'm curious, so go ahead and turn to your partner, turn to the person next to you and just share with your partner. So maybe you two can be a partner, and then the two of you can be a partner, the two of you can be a partner. So just go organize yourselves, turn to the next person next to you, and just share with your partner, what's your earliest memory around money? Go ahead and pick who's going to be A and who's going to be B. Okay, so we'll have A start first. All right, go ahead and switch. All right. I love how how active this group is. This is beautiful. I'm curious, I want to hear, what are some memories? Yes, go ahead.
I was raised in Southwest Philadelphia.
Mm.
So if anybody's from the East Coast, I used to snow, shovel, people's front walks.
Uh-huh.
I used to, my mother used to give me a penny for every pillowcase, 5 cents for my father's shirts.
Wow.
She's looking at me like, yeah, okay, I was there. But I used to iron. And what else did I? Oh, I mowed lawns in the summertime.
Wow.
I was only 8 years old.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
When we moved from Philadelphia to California, no, it was a new life. It was a new beginning.
Yes.
For us.
Mhm.
But no more snow unless we went up to
Tahoe.
No, not to Tahoe. Wilson Observatory, where it used to be and Baldy. Mount Baldy.
Yeah.
Okay, and we used to put snow on the car and bring it down. Wow, sights and brand.
Wow, super creative. Well, you are like, you have a money warrior in you.
No. I mean, that just began the whole thing. My very first job at 14 was at McDonald's. I learned how to mop floors. I learned how to clean up after everybody, bite my tongue. Okay.
Wow.
Learned.
Let's give her a big hand. Let's for like amazing, like even at a young age, you made sure to earn money. Congratulations, and thank you for being here. Anybody else? Yes.
When I was 8, I stole butter toffee peanuts to go to YMCA camp.
Oh, look at you! Amazing.
On the beach.
Uh-huh.
I'd bring a whole case with me. Sell it to everybody.
Wow. Wow. And so is that something that you still do where you get creative and how to bring in money in your life?
I look for ways to be creative.
Yeah.
More advanced, adult type services.
Yes.
Marketing tools.
Beautiful. But isn't it amazing how these things that we learn in our childhood kind of affect us around money? Anybody else wants? Yes.
Mine's similar to yours. My dad used to bring me home little trinkets from work, and it was like my favorite highlight of the day was he'd bring me home like just like a little flashlight that looked like a fish, or like just the cutest things. And my older brother, he just had the worst things to say about me, and like how spoiled I am, and all this stuff. So it really put an air of like I don't want to have gifts or receive anything, so I don't want other people to feel bad that they don't have it.
Yeah, and that still affects you.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's fascinating how these things in our childhood actually affect us without even realizing it. So the next thing I want to invite you is to actually take the money quiz. There's a QR code on the second page, I believe. Oops. Oh, yes. So take the money quiz. You go ahead and take out your phone, and here's the QR code. And take the quiz. And you're going to see a bunch of words. And you'll see a bunch of words here, and you just click on the word that resonates around your tendencies around money. So for example, one of the words here is anxious or powerful. If you ever felt anxious around money, go ahead and click that. or if you feel powerful, or if you feel financially irresponsible, whatever it is, like if you see some words there and you're kind of like, yeah, a little bit. Oh, yes, definitely, right? Just click on those. Come on in. There's no right way or wrong way of answering this. And it's not going to be added to your credit scores, so don't. And then, yeah, when you're done, just put in your information so the quiz results can be emailed to you.
I love that for you. It's been a very strange day.
Are we, looks like folks are ready, almost ready. Raise your hand if you're still working on the quiz. I just want to see. Okay. And I'll be sharing with you more about what the quiz results are.
Oh, man.
All right. So,
Send it to you.
send it to you. Yes. Okay. So, I want to tell you the second key to becoming a money magnet. You took the quiz and the quiz tells you about these energies or archetypes that we have around money. And the second key to becoming a money magnet is connecting to your wealth superpowers. Remember earlier I said, okay, move into that consciousness of joy. And now what is the wealth superpowers? The first wealth superpower is the warrior. How many of you scored in the warrior? Awesome. Congratulations. What is the warrior? The warrior is the divine masculine energy. This is the part of you that's disciplined. This is the part of you that's goal-oriented. You make decisions. The warrior in you is the one who read the description and said, oh, I want to read that. I want to go there. The warrior in you is the one that got you here. That's your warrior. So even if you didn't score in your warrior, that's okay. It's already here. It's just that you're not tapping it for your money. It's always here. Because this is the part of you that takes action. Warrior is about taking action. The second superpower is the magician. The magician is the divine feminine energy. This is about you trusting your intuition. This is about you being in your flow. And this is the part of you that can receive. It can attract money. It can receive money. It can nurture and grow money. And it can be wise about money. So that's second superpower. The masculine energy is the warrior. The feminine energy is the magician. The third superpower is your creator artist. The creator is the part of you that it doesn't have to be a musician or a painter. It is about you really being in your flow and knowing like, yeah, like even when you put your clothes together, that's your creator artist. You don't go out looking like you just stepped out of your bedroom, right? No, because you know like, oh wait, I want to look good, right? That's your creator energy. And it is your connection to source energy, which is really the source of life. And when we connect to this energy, we can create from this force. So that's your superpower. The three energies of magician, warrior, and creator. And you want to connect to that. Because if you don't use those energies, it's not gonna, like, and you stay in an energy of, oh, I'm scared, I can't do anything, you're not gonna get anywhere. So you need to connect to your powers. Because that's the one that gets you moving, that gets you forward. And some of you are probably wondering, well, what about the other things that I scored on? Right? So the key number 3 is about identifying your limiting beliefs and patterns. Because if you don't know what those patterns are, you cannot change it. And there are 5 archetypes that is connected to this limiting beliefs and patterns. The first archetype is the innocent. The innocent is like the little kid in us. It's like the kindergartner. And it learns by being taught and guided. The innocent is the first wound around money, meaning no one was there to guide me. If no one taught you how to be, like, people who scored on the innocent just means no one said, what is your name, sweetheart? Al. It's like if we scored in the innocent, it just means no one said, Al, this is how we do, this is how the world of money works. This is how you grow it. This is how you earn it. This is how you manage it. No one said any of that to Al growing up. And so this part of us, this young part in us, feels overwhelmed and would get scared around. This is the part of us who don't even want to look at our bank accounts because it feels scary. Why? Because it didn't get the support, it didn't get the guidance. The next money wound is the wound of the victim. The victim, no one was there to protect it. The victim experienced a level of hurt, neglect, abuse, being taken advantage of, or losing big amounts of money. And it was something from an external issue. And he had no control over it. So the victim, like, kind of goes into the world is out there to get me. And sometimes the victim energy is something that happened in your family. You might not have experienced losing money. You might not have experienced feeling betrayed around money, but your parents might have, and they grew up with that energy and they passed it on to you. Or you grew up around that scarcity and fear around money. And so that's what your world was like growing up. The third, and then we start compensating for this. So the first compensation is a compensation of the martyr. It knows how hard it is to be a victim or an innocent, so it wants to be there for others no matter the cost. When you score in a martyr, it just means you have a very beautiful, generous heart. Very, very generous heart. And you're the rescuer. Okay? And this is a learned behavior. How many of you can think of martyrs in your life? Right? We learned it. We saw it growing up. The next compensation is a compensation of the tyrant. The tyrant says, I need to be in control at all times. Because the victim and the innocent had no control. So it went the opposite direction. And now it gets controlling and rigid and harsh around money. How many of you know some tyrants growing up, right? And then the next compensation, this is my favorite, is the fool. The fool is like, I don't want to worry about anything, just live in the now and just live in the moment and don't worry about the future, right? The fool is the happy-go-lucky. It will find the right reasons why you gotta have it, and you gotta have it now. Not tomorrow, not next month, not next year. I gotta have it now, right? That's the fool. And again, the fool is just trying, these compensations are only trying to take care of the fear and the overwhelm of our innocent and our victim. So when you can identify this, like in your scores, then you can change it. You want to be able to use your warrior to protect the victim. You want to use your magician to guide the innocent, and the creator artist to channel that energy of abundance into your life. if your money actions and decisions were a car, you want your warrior to be driving it. Your magician in the front seat navigating, your creator in the back seat brainstorming how to bring in more money. Your innocent, your victim, your fool, your martyr, and your tyrant, they all stay in the trunk. They don't get to have a say around money. Because that's, like when our energies, these limiting beliefs and patterns are coming from the wounds and the compensations, we're going to stay there. And you want your superpowers to be driving your money actions and decisions. I'm curious, any questions or takeaways from what I shared with you about the 3 keys? Agree? Disagree? Yes.
It all makes a lot of sense. However, how do you turn it into practical application to your everyday activities?
Great question. How do I turn into practical activities? So, the warrior in you. So think of this as 3 words. The warrior, magician, and creator. You act, you receive, and you align. What actions am I going to take to bring more money into my life? How do I want to receive money? Do I want to receive it in joy? And align to this energetic vibration of abundance. Because it's here. It's always here. It's just a matter of tapping into it. So, and being intentional. Like every day, like how many of you get scared of looking at your bank account? It's okay. It's okay if you're scared to look at your bank account, and you're so very brave for admitting that to yourself. So, what would the magician, the loving part of yourself, say to the scared part? If someone is scared, we give it love and say, I got you. It's okay, you're scared, but you know what? The warrior is the one who's going to take action. The warrior in me is the one who will look at my bank account, not the scared part. It is about those conscious, intentional steps around money. Curious, what are your biggest takeaways from our time together?
Making money out of joy.
Yes.
Neutral, authenticity.
Yes, beautiful. Yes. And it's important to really take care of the parts of us that are needing love and care. The wounds of our money, let's give it, let's take care of it. If someone is scared, are we going to just say, forget you? Right? No. Come here, sweetheart. I'm sorry you're scared. I'm here. Right? Or if it's overwhelmed, like, okay, I need some help, then go ask for help from someone. I bet you, if you ask for help from someone, they would be happy to do that for you. But you gotta ask. Yes.
How would you best define what money is? How would you best define what money is?
Money is a tool. It is a tool for money actually was used, and it's an agreement that if we do this, it's an agreement for an exchange. That's all it is.
Two-part question.
Yes.
Do you think the dollar is the best tool for that?
In where we are, right? That's the exchange, the currency that's using to exchange, like our services, and and then that's what it is. We cannot really say I don't want this, because if you say I don't want this, then the universe hears that.
Well, what if there's another option? What if there's another option?
Well, then go find the community that harnesses that, right? And create that. It's about having a good relationship with money. And some of you are probably, I'm going to share a story about one of my clients. Nancy is a realtor. Oh, okay, 3 minutes. Nancy is a realtor. And in 2024, she did not make a sale. What happens to realtors if they don't make a sale? They don't earn commissions. They don't make money. And and she came to me because she needed, like, okay, this is not working, right? And through our work together of looking these issues around her, about the overwhelm of her victim energy and understanding the underlying cause of it, we found a way to heal those wounds. And now, actually, two days ago, she just sent me a text. I just closed 2 sales, and she made 2 5-figure commissions. Yes, that is the kind of results that people have when they work with me. And this is like an intro around money, right? And you probably have questions around your quiz results, yeah? Yes. So because you're here today, I want to invite you to join me in my Money Magnet activation session. And it's a free call where we get to go through your quiz results, create a look at your goals, see where the gaps are, so you can see where your warrior and your magician and your creator can step forward, and we'll create a mini plan. And there is a QR code at the back of the sheet to my calendar. Go ahead and take your phones out again. And I opened up my schedule in the next few days. I opened up my schedule tomorrow, so I have time tomorrow to actually go through your quiz results. And this is a 20-minute complimentary call with me. If it makes sense for us to continue working together, then great. If not, that's okay too. Let's go through your quiz results more and see how you can move into into your wealth superpowers. And so go ahead and schedule a call with me. And if you schedule a call with me today before the session ends, you're going to get another 20 minutes with me. So you get 40 minutes instead of just 20 minutes. Yes, you stayed on, and it's my gift to you. And I want to learn more about you as well. You got to learn more about what I do and the lessons. How many of you like what I shared with you? And how many of you are ready to just be a money magnet? Yes, go ahead and just say, I am a money magnet. I am a money warrior. I'm a money magician. And I'm a money creator. So go ahead and schedule that call with me for today, and have the 40 minutes instead of 20 minutes. So go ahead and do that. And you can also go, I also have a booth, so if you have questions. Who's Tiffany? Awesome. Tiffany's scheduled. Tiffany's a money warrior. All right. Yes, money warriors. Yes, and we'll keep it moving. Schedule that topic week so we can get the space. All right, Nolan. It's Nolan. Yes, and Laura and Alex, Mariana and Tiffany. Yay! So go ahead and schedule your call.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Marnell.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into two powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, one place to realign your soul, only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience.
Hello, everyone. Hello, live streamers. Welcome back. Welcome back to everyone here with us live today in San Mateo. It's been an amazing day so far. It will continue to be an amazing day tomorrow for all of those who are live with us today. Your admission is good for tomorrow as well, for all of our vendors and all of our speakers all day, and our next food truck, because we're going to have a different food truck tomorrow. We want to feed you both spiritually and physically. So for all those live streamers, when you come in person with us, we'll do the same for you. So thank you for being with us today. Again, thank you for continuing your journey with us. I am always so honored and pleased and blessed to introduce our next speaker to you. Mark Spilker is the coordinator and editor for Planetary Makeover Show videos that teach and illustrate spiritual advancement and the ageless wisdom teachings. Mark is also a beloved volunteer for Share International, which is an international network of volunteers working together to make known the presence of the world teacher and his group, the Masters of Wisdom, and how this momentous event is affecting all aspects of life on our planet today. A key element of the group's work consists of transmission meditation, a service activity that is done to benefit humanity and the planet as a whole. Today, Mark is going to be a beloved and blissful vessel for a hopeful message for humanity from Maitreya the Christ. And without further ado, let's welcome Mark.
The title of this presentation is A Hopeful Message from Maitreya the Christ. I'm going to sometimes read, sometimes just speak to you more directly, but we also have some very interesting recordings for you today. One is Maitreya speaking through Benjamin Crowne telepathically, and we'll explain who Benjamin Crowne and Maitreya are in a minute. Benjamin Crowne was an artist, passed away in late 2016, an esotericist, and also an author. And he was under the direction of a master of wisdom on a day-to-day basis, literally moment to moment, from 1972 until his passing. He occasionally took in messages or was overshadowed by Maitreya as well. He was one of 4 messengers that revealed major parts of the ageless wisdom teaching, starting with Helena Blavatsky, who published The Secret Doctrine in 1888 and founded the Theosophy Society in 1875. This was a major revelation of spiritual wisdom from Tibet to humanity overall, to the West. It was appreciated by many of the leading intellectuals of the day and had tremendous influence. It literally was a translation of the oldest book in the world, you could call it. Stanzas of Zion, I believe that's how it's pronounced, from the Senzar language. After that, L.S.A. Bailey came and expounded on the works and gave more information. So there's a lot of spiritual information that has been revealed many people are not aware of. And many of you may be already, I don't know. The next messenger was Helena Rourke, and she gave an Agni Yoga series. So these are literally dozens of books that give a lot of information of interest to every spiritual seeker, important information. Before we start to talk, I just want to say that we present this information for your consideration only. If it resonates with you, that's great, and we hope it does. If it resonates with you a little bit, that's good. Maitreya comes for everyone, for men and women alike, for people of religion and no religion, for all of humanity. So if you're human, he came for you. If you're human, he came for me because I am human. So the masters are at such a high level. They are omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent. And the energies that come through them to humanity are so strong that humanity can't absorb them. That's why we're going to talk later in this talk about transmission meditation and actually give a demonstration so that you can experience that. And I hope you do stay to the end for that. In a few minutes, we are going to play a recording of Maitreya, who is the world teacher in Christ, giving a message through Benjamin Crowne, as I mentioned already. Maitreya is the Christ's personal name, and he will remain with humanity for 2,500 years. As Benjamin Crowne explains in the introduction to his first book, The Reappearance of the Christ and the Masters of Wisdom, published in 1980, and I'm going to quote now, "The Christ, the world teacher, is now in the world to inaugurate the new age of synthesis. We are moving into a period of climax leading to events which will fundamentally alter life as we know it." Do you think that there are tremendous changes right now? Unusual changes? This is part of that transformation, or that change of the ages from Pisces to Aquarius, which we'll talk about maybe a little more later. Tremendous changes are taking place in all departments of life, preparatory to the establishment of entirely new modes of social living and relationship based on sharing and cooperation. There is a growing awareness that a new spiritual age is dawning under the guidance of the spiritual hierarchy of masters of wisdom. They are men who have gone ahead of us in evolution, who have perfected themselves, whose energies and ideas have been the stimulating factors behind our evolution, and who are beginning to emerge from their ancient retreats to guide us into the Aquarian age. They do not come alone. They are returning to outer work in the world with their head and leader, the world teacher, the one in the West we call the Christ. On 19 July 1977, the Great One, Maitreya the Christ, the Lord of Love himself, entered his point of focus, as it is called. This means Maitreya arrived in London by airplane from Pakistan in reality. He will show humanity the steps which it should take to regenerate itself and to create a civilization based on sharing, cooperation, and goodwill, leading inevitably to world brotherhood. He is divine, having perfected himself and manifested the divinity potential in each of us. He is a man too, and comes as a brother, teacher, and friend to inspire humanity and to create for itself a better and happier world. To those who can respond, he will show the way into that state of being in which reality or God is an ever-present experience and of which joy and love are the expression. All in all, 140 messages from Maitreya were given from 1977 to 1982 through a telepathic overshadowing of Crowne in public meetings, and that's what we're going to play a recording of, part of. We are here to present a message of hope. There is a plan unfolding, and our help is needed. We have every reason to expect a successful outcome to these challenging times, even though we may see increased divisiveness and chaos around the world. We do not stand alone. There is help of an extraordinary kind. In fact, Maitreya and the masters are here in the everyday world. So, who again is Maitreya? Maitreya and the masters are persons like ourselves, but they are further along the path of evolution of consciousness. These elder brothers and sisters have trod the path to spiritual liberation and are committed to helping humanity evolve. They are teachers and guides who have been helping humanity from behind the scene for millennia while living in the high mountains and deserts of the world. In 1977, in response to humanity's cry for help, Maitreya left the Himalayas and took up residence in London. Maitreya and some of the masters of wisdom are now living in the everyday world. Although the wider public is not yet aware of their presence, there are many signs of this emergence, and that has been well documented in Share International magazine, founded by Benjamin Crowne, and it has come out since 1982, so that's more than 42 years. So it includes many signs, many miracles and other signs of the coming reappearance, really, of the hierarchy of masters. In what way are the masters masters? They are masters of themselves. and Maitreya is one of the first to fully evolve on Earth. He is the elder brother of all the masters. He is the source and director of all the energies flowing to humanity. He embodies love for the whole planet and distributes the energy of the true spirit of Christ. He is also the custodian of the plan for humanity. And yes, there is a plan for humanity. Although, by the way, we talk about Christ, Maitreya represents all religions, and he is the Maitreya that is expected by the Buddhists. That's the same individuality. He and the Buddha, who overshadowed Gautama Buddha, are two of the first to have evolved from men into a master of wisdom. They went ahead of us. And so they're teaching us now and helping humanity. All of the masters work with spiritual energies and distribute them under Maitreya's guidance. The energies come in varying blends. They're from the sun, from cosmic sources, from other planets in our solar system, and from certain constellations. When we absorb these spiritual energies, they expand our consciousness, and ultimately, this expansion of consciousness will lead to the spiritual liberation of humanity. Love will bring people together in unity, and we will come to recognize all of humanity is our family. Love indeed makes the world go round. You may wonder whether the masters will solve the problems of the world for us. Here's a short quote that makes clear that improving the world is up to us. The Christ has not come to change the world. He has come to show us how to change the world. He is here to inspire us, to guide us, to evoke from us what is already within. He is not going to do the work. We have got to do it ourselves. So it is up to us. It is only natural then to ask, how can we help? Are we ready to do the work? Are we willing to help change the world? Now we are going to play a short recording by Benjamin Crowne. After this introduction, we will play Maitreya speaking through Crowne while Crowne is fully conscious and the connection is through mental telepathy. Again, this is not the same as channeling when the channeler is in a trance. That's not really what's happening. That is usually astral or emotional, and sometimes it's not very accurate. Notice that Maitreya is enhancing and energizing Crowne's normal voice. This has a magnetic quality to it, which you may experience for yourself today. The messages from Maitreya are often played or said aloud before the meditation that we'll introduce right afterwards. So, Rich, if you're ready.
On July 19th, 1977, the world teacher, the Christ Maitreya, head of the spiritual hierarchy, emerged from his ancient retreat and is now in the modern world. With his disciples, the masters of the wisdom, he will inaugurate the new age of synthesis and brotherhood. The following messages were given by him to public audiences at Friend's House, Euston Road, London, during lectures by Benjamin Crowne. The message used is mental overshadowing and the telepathic rapport which is thus set up. This is in line with the concern of the Christ to make known at the earliest possible moment his presence in the world.
The major need today is for the transformation of the structures within which you now live. Your civilization, my friends, is dying. Nay, it is already dead. Out of its ashes will grow a new beauty whose basis is love, justice, and sharing. Make these your aims, my friends, and know the meaning of God. Make these your aims, my friends, and know the meaning of a full and happy life. Consecrate yourselves to these divine aspects, my brothers, and fulfill the plan. All that I say tonight pertains to the creation of a new living structure for mankind. A new civilization must be built on the ruins of the old. That which is precious and worth preserving will be so preserved. But all that hinders the manifestation of man's true greatness must be discarded. A time is coming, my friends, when you will see around you cities of beauty, glowing creations of love, and all the manifestation of man's dreams of himself as God. Thus will it be. My friends, I am near you. I see around you the restoration and love, your hope and desire for a better world. Believe me, my friends, all these he fulfilled. That new world is now to make, is formed in thought and desire and slowly descend. Well, and brothers, no, no fear. I am among you anyway. I present myself to the world any person. I galvanize all forms to change. I stimulate all souls to grow. I am with you and in. I am a part of your life. I see place before you the law which are God. I aim to evoke from you the love of your heart. I am the Prince of Peace. I am the sword there. I am in your heart as love. I am your friend and guide. I am the Lord. I know God's purpose. I teach His plan. I love to serve. I greet the new day. I bring joy. I awaken the new spirit in man. I come prepared for my task. I call you as help. I take you by the hand to the source. I shall live among you.
Receive the blessing of Christ. May the divine light and love and power of the one God be now manifest in your heart and mind. May this manifestation lead you to know God dwells ever within you. Seek within and make it manifest.
Okay. He didn't mention that he also is known as the water carrier. But there was a water carrier who went during the talk, just so you realize. He mentioned that in another message. We are going to now get started on transmission meditation, so I'll give a little background. It's very easy to do. We can go until 50 minutes after the hour, a little bit, or at least close to that. So we've been talking about the spiritual hierarchy of masters and the transformative energies they send into the world. These energies are coming down continuously. That is how progress is made. But the masters are operating at such a high level that most of the energy they send down cannot be directly absorbed by humanity. Instead, they bounce off. That was, by the way, Benjamin Crowne's experience when a master tried to contact him in 1959. Finally, they sent someone to him to knock on his door, tell him the energies are bouncing off of you, and then they made arrangements with him to give him further training so that he could actually be in contact with the master of wisdom moment to moment, and then later he was able to deliver the messages, that, some of which are you heard already. So there is one way you can help, and that is to engage in the process, and it's a group activity of transmission meditation. So this was invented by Benjamin Crowne in 1974. It's a new way of meditation designed for the Aquarian age. In this meditation, you can help speed up the process by stepping down these energies to a lower level of consciousness where they can be absorbed, utilized, and produced effects on humanity. How does transmission meditation work? Again, it's not a personal meditation, it is a group meditation. By the way, if you're already doing personal meditation or any mindfulness practice, this will not interfere with it. This is not denomination. It is for absolutely everyone on earth, religious, non-religious, whatever. It'll just augment it. So you invoke and receive energies through your energy centers, through the chakras. The energies are then stepped down as they flow through you. As that occurs, your chakras are charged, activated, and heightened in their activity. Over time, a connection is built between the brain and your soul. So this is what is known as building the rainbow bridge, or the bridge of light, they call it sometimes, or the antikarana is a technical name for it. All meditation has as its aim to build a connection with the soul. This is a wonderful way to do it. It's an excellent way over time. There are, by the way, 5 stages of meditation, according to Benjamin Crowne. It starts with concentration. This is, again, progressive. Then it goes on to meditation, contemplation, illumination, and finally, inspiration. So there are stages to the meditation when it's done for many years. One thing to know about this meditation is you can do this meditation in the next life. That's reassuring. Okay. Transmission is a way to help the masters of wisdom and to serve the world. Also, it's highly effective as a means of personal spiritual development. In fact, Benjamin Crowne suggested that 1 year of this meditation was worth 5, 10, or 15 years of some other types. It's highly effective. So we're going to next meditate until, as I said, a little before 50 minutes after the hour. We will just sit in your chairs. I invite you to relax physically, mentally, and emotionally. If you have trouble relaxing emotionally, you could try what I do. Imagine you're out in nature with a beautiful lake. The lake is calm. Okay. For mental relaxation, if you took a vacation sometime out in nature and forgot all about all of your worldly concerns, that's a way to relax mentally. So then we think Om silently and inwardly, not pronouncing it, and hold the attention on the Ajna center between the eyebrows, right there. The Ajna center is one of the chakras. It's the center of the will and a controller of the chakras. If the attention drops from the Ajna center, then just think Om. It'll automatically come up to the Ajna center. And before we get started and say the great invocation together, I'll just say that some people don't feel anything. Some people feel a lot. Some people fall out of their chairs. There have been people who have been healed just saying this meditation for the first time. So you have somewhere, hopefully, the great invocation was given to you as you came in. It's on the blue cards or somewhere, yeah, in one of the folders. So let's say it together. Let me check the time. I'll get it the time. And here we go. The great invocation. Again, we're saying it together. From the point, start again. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men. Let light descend on earth. From the point of love within the heart of God, let love stream forth into the hearts of men. May Christ return to earth. From the center where the will of God is known, let purpose guide the little wills of men, the purpose which the masters know and serve. From the center which we call the race of men, let the plan of love and light work out, and may it seal the door where evil dwells. And power restore the plan on earth. Okay, so now simply close your eyes, think Om, sound the Om. almost 15 minutes after. So here we go. Our booth is in the far end when you go into the room next door where all the booths are. If you'd like to connect with somebody to do transmission meditation, we can do that by Zoom and help connect you with people. If you live close by, there's a great place to meditate in Berkeley, actually in person. And they meditate there Tuesday night from 8 to 11, Friday night, 8 to 11, and 9:30 a.m. to 12 noon on Sunday. And that room is dedicated to transmission meditation, so it's great. So it has some mandalas, like the mandala we have, which is called meditation appropriately, that was done by the artist, because he also is an artist, Benjamin Crowne. He invented a new kind of mandala as well. So we have a lot of information at our booth, and all of it is pretty much free. We have only display books though, but we can help you order books or get connected with us. Thank you very much for coming. I hope you've enjoyed your time.
Winston liked it too. Yes. He gave his paws up. And now is it too cold in here again?
Yes.
Oh. It's good. That's because you've been out there. Yes. Turn it off.
Oh, we do have MP3s of the messages from my trade. It can be downloaded for free online. If you want to do that, let me know. I have to with you.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, Know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep...
I forgot I had a mic. Oh. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to all those live streaming with us. We're so happy that you've stayed with us throughout this day of empowerment and growth on this amazing journey we are all on together. And thank you all to those with us here live this afternoon. We're, again, so happy and grateful to have you here. You are in for a really special treat with a really special human here, my good friend Pia Darling. I'm excited for all you're going to experience with her. Pia fuses 30 years as a corporate team leader and 30 plus years of healing, inner growth, and spiritual practice to offer the gift of accelerated transformation, clarity, and confidence. Pia's deeply embodied work guides her clients to transform current challenges into stepping stones, beautiful stepping stones, integrate old traumas, and activate their personal heart harmonizing resonance. By inviting in Pia's insight, wisdom, and magic, you will experience and embrace expanded self-acceptance, happiness, and align more fully with your soul's deep purpose. Today, Pia is going to share with us a heart-opening, a mind-expanding journey infused with ancient insight, modern neuroscience, and Pia's signature blend of grounded presence, deep intuition, and catalytic transformation as we explore imagination as our greatest superpower, as we awaken to the life we were born to live. And without further ado, let's get into this beautiful journey with Pia. Thank you, Barbara.
So, what if everything you knew about imagination was wrong? What if it was not just about child's play? What if it was not just fantasy and daydreaming? What if it was something more than that? Something very powerful. Imagination, it's foundational. It's foundational to creativity, to manifestation. Imagine how you can change your life with imagination. You could change your health. You could change your career, your destiny, all through imagination. But not just plain imagination, there's more to it. There's a more full way to experience imagination. And so imagination is already being used in the real world. for instance, with healing. So healing, actually, it's, yes, there's energy involved, but how is that energy directed? With imagination, right? Imagination is about in neuroscience, it actually shows how imagining with your brain, with your inner thoughts, actually change your physical capacity, your physical, through medical instruments, it can change. In the athletes, right, they use visualization exercises to better and upgrade their play. I heard this amazing interview with Tony Robbins, and he was asked, "Isn't Steph Curry one of your clients?" Well, what does he do? Well, Tony Robbins asked Steph Curry, "Do you use visualization?" He's like, "Yeah, of course." "And how do you visualize?" Most interesting answer. Oh, and it gives me goosebumps just remembering. "I visualize not the 3-pointers, not the jumping, but the inside of the net." That's what he visualized, because that's important, to visualize in a way that you feel the end result of what it is you desire. That end result for him is going through the swish, going through the net. Yeah, so we'll talk more about that. And I am offering to you this opportunity to redefine what imagination is and what it can do for you. Because it's not an escape, it's not a daydream, it's not play, it's actually a creative force. So we're gonna get right into that, into this actual soul work. It's a very deep soul work. And so welcome then to your first day of the possible new life that's here for you, the potential. Because here you are now, you're going to learn how to take the reins, to step into the driver's seat of your life and really apply and direct your life consciously. Okay. So let's take a few breaths to actually breathe that in. That's a big deal to claim something like that, but it's possible. And it's very accurate. I'll just tell you a quick story about myself. When I was a kid, I had a fever in the middle of the night, and my mom wanted to take me to the doctor. And I didn't want to go. I hated doctors. Did not want to go to the doctor. And she's like, and the fever kept going up and up. And I said, Mom, wait, no. Let me try something. Let me try something. And I don't know how I knew this. It's just something that I brought in with me. I just closed my eyes and I imagined pouring buckets on a fire, and pouring buckets on a fire, and pouring buckets, and just for about 10 minutes. And she took my temperature again, and it went down to normal. So I didn't have to go to the doctor. But it was like, sometimes when we imagine things, when we think of things with such a force, when we, like for me, it was, I don't want to go to the doctor. That was a really big deal for me. When there's an energy behind our thought and our imagination, it kicks into gear in a way that, wow, it's powerful, very powerful. So I'm going to talk about 3 main components to activate this superpower of imagination. But before we start, I want to give you a disclaimer, because the biggest block to actually manifesting are skewed intentions. Here, I'm all about soul alignment. I'm about being heart-centered. It's being here now in a very uplifted, very, I use the word correct, but it's not even enough. Alignment, it's about alignment. Your true alignment, which is actually a divine alignment, right? So, in Aramaic, the word sin actually means not what it means these days, which is that, oh, you're so bad. And no, sin in Aramaic, which was the language spoken back when Jesus was on the planet, meant off the mark. So, and that meant, for instance, like you're doing your bow and arrow and you're trying to hit the mark. Oh, if you're a little off the mark, oh, that was considered sin because it's just off the mark. So the true meaning of sin is just being off the mark, which means you can just recalibrate your aim and be on the mark. And that's what this is all about today and any other day for you, to be on your mark, to be aligned. Yes. Okay, so component number 1, that is desire. So desire is not an indulgence. It's not bad. It's not naughty. It's actually instruction. It's a call. It's a divine call. It's information. It's a communication from a greater place that knows what's good for us, our highest good. So when we're drawn to something, when we are pulled, we have a desire, a longing. How important it is to listen to that, to believe that that's true for us. And again, in terms of etymology or definition, I should say, desire in our culture can sometimes be something going down another road. And no, when you're aligned, when you're plugged into your truth, desire comes from an inspiration. It comes from your heart. It comes from your truth. And so how, plugging into that alignment is finding your true desire. Yeah, so what happens when we actually put away the shame of desire, that thinking that it's embarrassing to have these desires, No, it's like to trust them, to know that they are our guideposts, telling us this is our next step. This will put us on our better path always, and following by feeling, and feeling by being embodied, by being connected in our heart. Yeah. So imagine a desire that you might have had recently. You desire something. What if this was actually the word of the universe, like an instruction from the universe, from God, whatever you want to call the greater being? How would you feel about that desire? Right. So ignoring our desires is actually blocking our guidance. Yeah, it's important to get clear, get aligned, get embodied, and listen. Listen to our desires. Okay. So desires are not silly, they're sacred. And I'm just going to hand out here some of the worksheets that you don't have to fill them out now, but it's something to have in mind that you can play with later, asking some of the questions that we'll be talking about here, and also there's something to journal about later and explore. All right. So now I'm going into component number 2, challenges. So challenges are always, or tend to be, interpreted as problems, issues, things that are not good. What if life's problems were actually the opportunity to get stronger? What if life's challenges were actually like weights in a gym? That, it's a pain to deal with and to lift and to go through getting sweaty and doing all this work, but they made you stronger. It's quite amazing. Reframing challenges and problems into strength. How does that sound? I'm seeing all kinds of faces that are like, what? Yeah, but think about it. Yeah, challenges are not just challenges. They're not here. Like I used to think when I was little and something would come up and, oh gosh, someone up there is laughing at me. They're creating this big problem that I have to deal with. You know, but it's how do we engage with what we call problems and challenges? If we engage in a way that understands that, oh, this I can bring much more of my emotion to, bring consciousness to, then it changes into something else. And it makes it worthwhile. You can understand that it's not just about pain. The problem isn't about pain. The challenge isn't just experiencing pain. It actually is about making you stronger. Yes. So these soul lessons that we go through in life. I love this line. They are spiritual strength training. Spiritual strength training where we gain more and more awakening, inner understanding of how life is actually and how we are actually. It's important to get, and this is what I believe, what I choose to believe, is that our soul chose our life, right? Our soul chose our life. And in that choosing, it chose what to experience. And what is experienced from a soul's perspective isn't good or bad, even though we may experience it as painful here. From the soul's experience, from soul's perspective, it's just an experience. It's like how we go out and watch movies. You know, we watch comedies, we watch dramas, thrillers, horror, because we want to experience it. And we're just humans. So imagine the soul wants to experience everything that there is to experience. And in this round of incarnation, this is what we're experiencing. So that's one of the underlying beliefs and understandings that can make it easier to get, oh, this challenge is here to make me stronger. Okay. What my big challenge in life earlier was that I was extremely shy and I could never even talk in front of two people, much less a room of people. But yet I always had this, oh my gosh, watching people be the center of attention, like watching people stand up and speak or call across the restaurant to a friend. Wow, how do they do that? I always thought. How is it that they feel so free? And that I realized now, decades later, that was because I am that. That's what brings me joy. Like standing in front of the room brings me joy. And it's very fulfilling. It's just, oof, I love it. But I had to go through how to get from there to here, because those are the weights, that the challenge, the sweaty palms, the embarrassment, all the things I went through, and then all the inner work, the inner journey, the self-development, the spirituality, all of that was uncovering more and more and more of myself. Because we're all right here. It's not like there's anything wrong with us. We're not wrong. We're not broken. There's nothing that we need to attain and make as a piece of us to bring in. We are essentially here. And what's in the way are old fears, right? Old experiences, old decisions that we've made, you know, and so it's about just like uncovering, you know, that's the layers of the onion for me, uncovering all these different things that are covering who we truly are. And so we are essentially whole and complete right here, right now. Now take a breath with that idea. That's really important, because you are all each absolutely perfect, just the way you are. Absolutely perfect. just the way you are. And you're not missing anything. You are whole and complete. And it's just about opening the attic and letting the dust fly out. And sometimes it takes a little more work. But that's what we signed up for. That's what our soul wanted to experience. And so as we come more and more into acknowledging that everything has a purpose in our lives, right? That all the challenges, this is where ownership begins. True ownership of ourselves, of our experience, of our life. So, component number 3 is embodied imagination. So imagination by itself just amounts to a lot of thought. It's just a lot of pretty pictures in the minds. But embodied imagination is something very different. Embodied imagination is actually feeling what you're imagining. Right? Imagining how, if you have a desire and you picture the desire and you're doing the law of attraction and you keep picturing it and picturing it and picturing it, nothing much happens. Maybe something will kick in a little bit, but then not last, right? So what's missing, the piece that's missing here is feeling. And feeling it, well, there's a couple of things to feeling. First of all, we have to come into being able to access our feelings. Because in this day and age of, oh my gosh, technology and just so much going on, overwhelm, we're all up here, mostly. There's a lot of mental activity going on. Our attention, our awareness is all up here. So to bring our awareness, our attention into our body can feel like a rubber band. Like we come down, boop, we pop back up. Come back down, pop back up. Come back down, the phone rings. Oh, we got the message. Oh, I have to check that email. There's always things. So coming in and landing and feeling and sitting kind of in your belly. Imagine like a comfy chair, like a sofa, however you want to be, a hammock in your belly area where your emotions lie. And from there, imagining your desire.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into two powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV.
Or just allow the inner you to respond to your inner child in some way, to show them that you see them, that you hear them, that you took in whatever it was they said, whatever their communication was. Just trusting the whole process, how it works. And then thank your inner child for coming out to play. Know that you can always call them forth again and have another meeting. And thank you, and let them go. And taking a breath, still with the message that your inner child sent you. Coming back into the room. And when you're ready, you open your eyes. I can feel the depth in the air. It's just a very profoundness to the air here. Does anybody want to share what they heard? You know, it can be a little difficult sharing coming out of. Yes.
Guided, guarded, and protected.
You're guided, guarded, and protected. Oh, what a beautiful message. Guided, guarded, and protected. Thank you for sharing that. Mhm. Okay. Oh, two more. In the back.
Trust and
So your inner child asks you for trust and consistency. Oh, beautiful. Oh, so perfect. Because more than anything, that consistency is important. They need to be revisited on a consistent basis so they can then trust you.
Right.
Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Yes.
Mine was love and a hug. To give a hug.
To give love and hug to your inner child.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, all these give me goosebumps. And can you feel yourself do that? Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Wonderful. So making this connection with your inner child is actually kickstarting off a whole other level of inner peace. So keep going with this, playing with this. So now I'd like to talk about how old patterns actually can hijack you out of imagination, of your imagination. Old patterns will not let you believe what you'd like to imagine as your next best thing. Right? There are all old beliefs, old patterns that are running like old code, programming code inside us. But it's just these beliefs that continue to tell us certain things. And, they're there because at some point in our lives, we needed to protect ourselves. And the only way that we had, the only recourse we had as a baby, for instance, was to pull back, right? Was to not engage, was to dissociate and not be present. Like all these survival mechanisms that we employed because there was no other way, they still are running in our bodies. And it's not something that we can choose, oh, I'm not going to do that anymore, because it's actually in our nervous system. So we have to approach it from a whole different perspective. And it helps so much to start imagining ourselves, like if, for instance, let's see, I have some examples here, right? Like being invisible would keep you safe if you needed to fly under the radar to avert loud stuff, scary stuff out there, right? Keeping quiet, not saying anything, pretending to be perfect because that was the safest way to be, right? Lots of nodding going on. People get this. Right? Oh, are there problems? Like, oh, you're too sensitive. Yikes, I got that one. Yeah. Or you're too smart. Oh boy, that's a painful one. Or too curious. I mean, these are all things that kids are. Kids are sponges. They learn. They know. But we, to be able to fit in better and to feel safe, we have needed to, in a way, dumb ourselves down or just withdraw from really being our full selves. Yeah. So there is a way to rewire them. There is a way to be a different experience, have a different experience by it's not healing so much, because I had years of debate within myself is what is healing? Do we actually heal, or does one person heal another? But the word is more about just making peace, inner peace, coming into, oh, it's okay with those old patterns, with those old experiences, with the moment that you had to make a choice to protect yourself in some way. And that can even come from when we're still in our mom's womb, before we're even born, you know, in reaction to what's going on around mom or within mom. And there's no blame here that it is mom, because it's generational. It's just the human experience. There's never any blame about it. But we do have the possibility to heal those inner places. And that's part of the work I do. I do a work called Core Awakening Journey, where it's a very deep kind of a hypnotherapy type approach, but you're very involved rather than giving suggestions as a typical hypnotherapist does. I involve you so that you can make different choices and create a new tone, a new way of being in yourself. It actually shifts your nervous system. Yeah, so this is the soul alignment work that I do. And it creates a new kind of set point of attraction within you to attract to you what is truly yours when we let go of all the other things that are not us, like those onion layers that I talked about, that were not about, like I said, we're fully whole and complete and perfect. And so those protections, those mechanisms that we put on layered and layered, the fears that get layered and layered, those things can then just release and show who you truly are. And so you can be and express who you truly are. It's very exciting. Compared to me in my early life, I just feel like I've hit the jackpot of being free to be myself. It's just the happiest thing for me. And now I would like to take a quick dip and to tell you about another way of understanding yourself, to find what those challenges are that you can reframe within yourself into weights in a gym that are making you stronger and stronger. So another one of my modalities is hand analysis. And so hand analysis is not fortune telling, it's not divination. It's actually a evidence-based, very scientific approach. The science of it is that the hands have a huge concentration of neurotransmitters, which connect to your brain, basically, as your brain, as the neurons, churn, and the synapses that connect the neurons fire because they're making connections. They fire these little electrical sparks, because we are electromagnetic beings, right? They've proven that. And so these little sparks that get fired with your conscious, your subconscious, and your unconscious, each spark is like a computer chip full of information about you. And they go flying, billions of them, through your body, seeking to make contact, like electricity needs to do. And they find the neurotransmitters in your hand and make contact. And so they also touch your skin and your muscle, and they tweak, tweak, tweak until they actually build this map on your hand. And it's not only the lines, it's the shape of your hand, the shape of your fingers, the length of your fingers. The fingerprints have been decoded to understand your soul purpose and soul lessons. It's the most liberating experience I've had of understanding, first of all, the challenges that I've experienced throughout my life and what that meant, what put them in perspective in a way that freed me up from being wrong and being bad and not good enough to, oh, I get it now. It's just like something I need to really take in and expand within myself. Like I mentioned earlier about feeling uncomfortable talking to people, being shy, and understanding where to make those bridges within myself to feel freer, and then suddenly be here in front of you all. It's amazing. And the freedom of it is just ridiculous, the sense of freedom. Yeah, so I've called it so many different things, like your owner's manual, it's a mapping, basically your GPS, because when you decode on your hand, it basically tells you how to approach certain things in your life that then kind of dovetail into allowing other things to open up and be free. It's quite amazing. And also, by the way, it's not something I made up. I'm certified through the International Institute of Hand Analysis, which has been around since like the 80s. So freedom. So we're coming up to the end here, and I'd like to just bring it all together for you, right? There's imagination. Right? Your imagination is used to create what you desire, and desire is actually the creative force that comes through you. It's the communication, divine communication that comes through you to point you in the right direction, your personal right direction, right? Imagination. Then there's the emotion, embodiment, feeling what would it be like to have your desire already happened. How would you feel? And the interesting thing is, if you really feel into it more and more, how you feel won't be, oh, ecstatic, oh, this and that. Usually it's just, oh my gosh, very peaceful. It's very safe. Like, oh, finally, what a relief. It's a whole other experience than the initial flurry of, oh, excitement. It's like, ah, yes. It's like a big yes in your body. It's amazing. The inner child, right? Your inner child is that connection to emotion, to free up emotion and actually feel your emotion by making peace with your inner child, helping your inner child feel loved, feel safe, giving your inner child attention, as children, all children desire and require. And then it all funnels into your soul path. Your soul path is something that we created as a soul before coming into this body. We created the idea of, we want to experience this, we want to experience that. What if we just gave it, it's like the attention, but honored it as that, to honor that. Honor our soul's path, that it chose to have this challenge in this path so that we could feel that and feel what it feels like. Just in the same way, we go to see a horror movie and enjoy it. Go to see a drama. We choose to do those things, and yet when you really think about it, it's like, why? Why would we do that? Why would we scare ourselves? Why would we make ourselves feel sad and depressed? Why do this and that? Because the range of experience is something that we crave, to feel that range of experience. Yeah, so honoring that. Yeah. And imagination then is not about daydreaming. It's not about fantasizing. It's that creative force that can happen. So I invite you to take the worksheets that I gave you, and a couple here, and just play with it, over the next week or so. Something to learn about yourself. And everybody got one? Yeah, great. Yeah. We have a few more minutes, so any questions? Anything anybody want to share? Yeah. So I'm doing hand readings, mini hand readings here, 20-minute hand readings, where people are taking away and really it's a mapping of what to do in your life for the next step. It's been really interesting. I don't see anybody here that I've just read for today, but it's something that people are taking away some really good information to apply right away. Oh yeah. Yeah. What was your experience? What was your experience with the hand reading? Yeah. 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 So yeah, like I said, it's not about divination or fortune telling. It's real world advice that can make a huge difference in your life, and I take notes for you and give that paper to you. Okay.
I thought it was pretty helpful.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Great. Over here by the chair, I have 2 flyers. If you're interested, you can pick one up on the way out. I'm doing a webinar in July that's called Lead from Within. So Lead from Within, reclaiming your inner compass. So then a much longer experience and journey of really finding yourself, grounding yourself in yourself. Right? And also I'm offering a special fingerprint analysis special, which fingerprints have decoded to your life purpose and soul purpose and soul lesson. And so I'm selling the kits here at this discounted price, and then you take your kit, go home, make your prints, email them to me, and then we do the reading over Zoom. So it's really fun and easy. Okay. All right. So I just would like to leave you with this really strong message. I'm not going to just read it directly because it's really important. You are not broken. You are not broken. You are not broken. You are becoming more of you. Yeah. And your imagination is how your soul shows you the way. So imagination and desire will create the path in front of you. It'll just light up the path to your deep, deep fulfillment. Yeah, so I really thank you all for being here and choosing to come and remember your power. Yeah. And let's live imaginatively, on purpose, and from the inside out. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, Know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram.
Check. And we're live from San Mateo in California. We're glad to have you with us. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we're delighted that you're here and joining John Gray, who I am absolutely delighted to be introducing to you. I think most of you know him, and his bio is so long that we could be here all night.
You don't have to hear it.
So if you have a question, I'm sure he'll answer that for you. His talk title is Bridging the Gap, How Men and Women Can Truly Hear and Understand Each Other. So enjoy.
That sounds great. I think we're going to spend about an hour, and I go over a little bit for questions, but try to keep it to an hour. I just returned on Monday. I didn't know if it was Monday or Tuesday. I was 2 weeks in the Middle East. I was actually in Kuwait while the bombing was happening, right over the strait or some water source. It was on the other side. It said it'd be a 1.5 hour boat ride, and I ran. So I was very close to the whole thing. I've been in my Middle East classes many times. That's happened where I'm in some place. So had to work on getting the flights home because some were canceling, et cetera, et cetera. But I just got back, gave 8 talks. 3 of the talks were over 1,000 women. And I felt like I was the Beatles. After one of the talks, it was a group of women coaches, and they do some kind of numerology, and then they coach people based on their numerology. And they're all rather young, and they're mostly Russian, but all around Europe and the whole world. And I arrived there, I give my talk, they all loved it, and they all had read the book and were fans. But when I'm done, I just like look down or something, and suddenly there were hundreds of women all around me. They all want to do selfies, you know. They want to have a selfie on their website, you know, with me with John Gray. It's really a big trip. And then another big one was also Cairo. It's so interesting. Of all my fans around the world, Cairo is the biggest concentration. If you go to my Facebook page, I remember back in the days when Facebook started and everything, I had 200,000 people already on my Facebook page, and it was mostly from Cairo because they're all like living on their phones, and they understand that men and women are different. It's just that they have so many problems. It used to be that if you understood men and women were different, that created a lot of peace. And what I've done is sort of taken it to understanding a deeper level of how men and women are different, so we can see our differences in a positive way. If you look at a lot of these cultures, more traditional cultures, they knew men are this way, women are this way, but often as we evolved as human beings, many women began to feel oppressed. Also, when men are not making a good living due to different society structures, a man who's not paid for his work will become dysfunctional. And now what you have in a situation where women don't get the respect they deserve, because men can't give that respect because he's not feeling appreciated himself. You know, this is one of the big secrets of how to get more from a man, which is this is, what's it called, the title? Oh, I like to stick to titles I come up with. Bridging the Gap. It is one of the chapters in a new book that I wrote this year. It's not out. It takes a while for these things to be edited and come out. But Bridging the Gap is the more traditional cultures had men doing jobs that were very beneficial to a man's behavior, and had women doing jobs that are very beneficial to a woman's biology. Now, and people can say, oh, that was all just oppressive, Western oppressive ideas, how terrible it was. Well, when you understand biology, there's a whole different way of looking at it. So I'll start out by just my favorite slide in the talk I give. Men and women. Men need to make 10 times more testosterone than a woman. We all know that, kind of have that idea, testosterone, men. Well, 10 times more. Otherwise, a man is angry, and if it goes too low, he's violent. So what cultures did is gave men roles that would raise testosterone. Like I remember people complaining, why do we only have men statues? Well, how do you get men to go to war, first of all, and give up their lives? There's got to be some dignity in it, some honor in it, and there always is, of course. It's a noble sacrifice to do something dirty, dangerous, and difficult. That's what men do, and we do it with a smile. We do it with a smile because women will love us. That's the reality of life. Dirty, dangerous, difficult. We're happy to do it. We don't complain about it. Who are the big complainers? Women. They complain about everything. Now today, what's happening is men are complaining. They've lost their masculinity to a great degree. There's many benefits that I've benefited from my study of psychology, but I've got like a shotgun telling you everything that's wrong with it as well. One of the biggest things is this whole idea that talking about feelings is like the solution to everything. Because let's look at our biology again. For women, they need to make 10 times more estrogen than men. And if they don't make more estrogen, then they're unhappy. And what makes estrogen is one of the things, and I'll go more detail on that, is talking. and talking about problems. That's why we have a whole industry called therapy. 90% of the people will pay women. I have mainly women that come to me, unless the wife brings the husband. Even then, I won't see him when she's in the room. Because all she'll do is use me as a voice. See, he did this, he did this, he did this. So I translate. But I've just seen so many people's relationships die as a result of traditional counseling, where you bring a man and a woman into the room and you say, this is a safe place to talk about your feelings. And then the woman starts talking about her feelings. She's complaining about him. And then the therapist says to the man, well, what do you think about that? It's all wrong. And she says, see, he doesn't listen to me. Now, I won't say it's all that bad, because I've heard stories of some couples who've gotten better in counseling. But in my world, I see so many people come to me telling me in one session they got more out of 10 years of counseling, just because they understand what they're doing wrong. So the sad truth for people who come to me is, all I'm going to do is tell you what you're doing wrong. Because you can't change. You can't change anything if you don't know what you're doing wrong. And of course, women will come and in traditional counseling, all they do is talk about how the man needs to change. I mean, think about it, women, inside of you, your relationships. If he only did this, if he wasn't this, I love him so much. If only he would do this, I would love him more. It's not love when you complain about somebody, but you only complain about somebody if you love them. It's a little paradoxical, but you love someone and you're close to them, and then they don't behave the way you would like. And if they change their behavior to the way you would like, you'd love them more. Absolutely. But complaining about someone isn't love. When you first fell in love, were you complaining about them? No. And then women say, I want to feel like I felt in the beginning. Actually, I want him to be like he was in the beginning. Women don't understand that men are completely reactive to however you treat us. Completely reactive. You have all the power in relationships. And 90% of divorces are women divorcing men. It's you're unhappy. Who's unhappy? All those men, they're not getting, they're okay, I'll put up with it. I'll be okay with it. Now, granted, I tell you, I wouldn't want to be with those guys. But I know why those guys are that way. Is that they're not getting what they need. You know, think of me like a Ferrari. You got to give me gas. You got to change my tires. And women don't know what men need. They've never learned what men need, basically, because culture gave you a life where men didn't get to be married to you unless men already did what you need. So up until the last 60, 80 years, up until feminism, basically, to a great extent, almost tripped there. What happened is women become more independent and can make money. What do they need a man for? I mean, what did my mother need my father for? What was her dream? She wanted 7 children. She got them. I don't know if she dreamed for 6 boys, but but she's a very happy woman. You know, I'm from an alternate planet. We were just talking at the desk how the world has changed. You know, people born in the 40s and the 50s. You know, we've seen it all. You know, I remember the punch cards for computers. It was I remember before we had TV sets, and then it was this one TV set, black and white with 3 stations. And you sit there like that. Then we had 8-track tapes. Everything was so much slower than everything. And my dad would go to work and he came home and he'd watch TV. My mother had nothing to complain about. Her dream was fulfilled because she had 7 children and a husband that wasn't mad at her. And it wasn't like my dad wasn't an angry guy. He just wasn't angry at my mother or us. He had been in military intelligence during World War II. So he was angry at the government. He was military intelligence. He knows everything you hear is a lie. But that's not my talk. Okay? He would sit there and yell at the TV, and he needed an outlet for it. And it wasn't that much. But clearly he needed a little outlet. But he was a good guy. You know, he had all these boys and loved us. And then he also had a good job. So he had baseball teams and football teams, would coach for other kids as well. What a great life it was. Such slow life. Nobody cared about politics except my dad. Certain guys didn't know. But it was a time where women were not as independent as they are now. period. Now just think about it for a moment. As soon as women can make as much money as men, by the way, what is it now? 60-40, 40% of married couples, the woman makes more money than the man. It's sometimes some places 50-50, and some places women are making 30% more than a man. You know, you hear the propaganda all the time about how women get paid like 70 cents on the dollar. That's called 1989. They still spout that ignorance. It's women, if they have a college degree and they're not married, they make 30% more than men for the same job. And there are way more women working than men. Okay, they're, in a sense, you go, where did the jobs go? Women took them, and women are doing really good at them because men don't perform well, just say this, when they're somewhat depressed. And, you know, people say, why are so many men depressed? Well, let's look at what causes depression in men on a biological level. Biological level, men need to make 10 times more testosterone. Now, what creates testosterone? It's not just give you injections of testosterone. Testosterone is just a symptom. My behaviors, what I do, what I eat, how I interact, my priorities, that will raise testosterone in me. We're going to learn more about that. But it's the symbol right there. If a man is unmotivated, if a man is somewhat depressed, if a man is irritable, if a man cannot make a commitment, if a man cannot stay happily married to his wife, and in most cases men can until women are just so unhappy and the women want to end the relationship. But a lot of times before men get married, they just can't make the commitment. So twice as many people today, as opposed to 30 years ago, are not getting married. And there are a lot of reasons for that. It's expensive to get married. You know, having children, it's expensive to have children now. It's crazy. A lot of other reasons, but I'm going to just focus on my filter, which is maybe the most powerful because it's biological. It's the most real factor inside. What the thing that's most real about everybody is you're a man and you're a woman. And of course, you get people who think you're not a man. That's the biggest lie in the universe, and you'll be depressed all the time and angry. You first have to love yourself, who you are, and you can't if your hormones are out of balance. So what happened is, now I'm going to tell a little story because everything I teach is my experience, and I've been doing this 50 years. And you know, I used to teach at Stanford and Harvard, and they kicked me out. You know, if I was going there, I'd have to have security, and they had to pay for insurance and whatever for me to give a talk on a campus on dangerous. In the year 2001, I was kicked off of all national TV, which was the only way you could talk to people. I was canceled in one day. It was the day after I was rated the biggest selling author in the world, the decade of the 90s. Somebody woke up and said, this guy's getting traction, and I was no longer allowed on. I mean, amazing. One day it happened. So I already understand this stuff. See, I'm not the narrative. The narrative is, if you just look at it from the point of view of, I don't know what point of view to look at. Let's just look at it from the point of view of the simplest, most friendly, which is, here I am in the 60s and the Beatles came out. And that was just so exciting to me to grow my hair out, be a rebel, and have bell-bottom pants, buckle a belt, wear beads, grow my hair out, get kicked out of school. You know, they kicked me out because I had long hair. You have to get a haircut. It was insanity, but I felt so good. And also, this is the 60s. So you didn't have to get married in order to have sex. So I'm a teenager having sex, and this is the greatest thing in the world. I remember the first time I had sex, I go, why would a piece of paper make any difference? This is crazy. But that's what you learn, is that you don't have sex until you get married. This is called discipline. You have to make enough money so a woman will marry you if you want to have sex. And that has been the foundation of life throughout thousands of years, is women did not put out unless you earned their love. You had to be big, you had to have muscles, or you had to have some sort of value as a community so she could be assured that if she had a child with you, that you would be there, protect her, be there with her. You had to jump through all kinds of hoops. You had to prioritize her. Now, 60s, all women lost their power completely. They're now joining in with guys. See, the women all said, we could be like guys and have sex, whatever. We got birth control, so let's go out and have sex. free sex. And the guys are going, great, free sex. And so I lived in a world of lots of drugs, rock and roll. Everything was just fun. Just the concept was do what you like. For a man, if you do what you like, you'll make female hormones. You don't make testosterone when you do what you like. Think of every man in the past. You can go to the gym. These guys like working their muscles. Muscles also build testosterone. You're pushing those weights. They don't like that. They just like how they feel afterwards because their testosterone goes up. When you assert yourself, I just finished writing a book this year. It's hard effing work. I get up 7 o'clock and I go till 11 o'clock. Why do I do so long? Because I want to get it over with. It's hard work. And you talk to anybody who's achieved anything, it's hard work. And you look to people who have money who never achieved that money. These are rich kids. They don't stay married. They cheat on their wives. They're drug addicts. When life is easy for a man, he becomes weak. There's actually a great phrase, which has been knocked around, not my phrase, but I like it, which is, because it's not my phrase, it's hard to remember it. So forgive me if I get it wrong, but it's good times make weak men. You know it? Can somebody quote me on that? Go say, what is it?
Good times. I'm probably at the same.
Yeah, it's the same one.
Information
Yeah.
that you have, but I think it's good. Good times create weak men. Weak men
create bad times.
Create bad times.
Bad times create
Bad
strong
times
men.
Create strong men. Yes. That's it.
That's the cycle. When life's too easy, men become weak. Culture goes down. Life becomes bad. Men rise to the occasion. They make it good again. I mean, this is the cycle. I mean, if you just look at testosterone, it's a biological thing. It's so hooked into power and strength and motivation. When a man's testosterone is normal, which would be 10 times more than any woman. Now, I right now in this room have probably 20 times more testosterone than any woman. I have 50% more testosterone than a 25-year-old man today, only because they're so low. My testosterone, as I've grown older, has only gone up. It doesn't have to be that way. If I was to retire, it would stop in one day, just go right down. Because if you work hard and you get paid well, your testosterone stays up. And if you work hard and you're not paid, at least you have some testosterone. So it's going to be really, really high. But you've got to work. You're an old guy over there. What are you laughing about?
He's working all the time.
That's why you look so good. That's why. I don't know how old you are, but you're older than me. Usually I'm the oldest one.
I'm up there.
Yeah, yeah. So you got to work. And I was just, now I have lots of sadness and loss in my life. One is my wife died 7 years ago, and always makes me sad to think about it. But I am remarried, and my wife is saying, "You have to rest. You work too hard. You don't understand. You want me to live a long life. I gotta work hard. This is what does it, and I just need a lot of love for it. Okay, a lot of appreciation for it. And I get it. My wife thinks I'm perfect. Bonnie didn't, but I found a new wife who is not used to being with such a great guy. I figured it out. She'll just say I'm a perfect husband. You can't imagine anything better than me because I know this stuff now. I understand all the things. She says you always say the right thing. And I've understood how to keep my testosterone very healthy as a man. And it's like this tour. I just did 2 weeks nonstop. Imagine doing 8 talks in different time zones and coming home and so forth. It's working hard, but it's like I stay in nice hotels and I fly business class and I have people waiting on me all the time and I have beetle reactions from the women. Not that I would ever do anything with that other than just feel I'm a great guy. I'm a very lucky guy. And so coming back to just to give you a feeling sense of this whole thing of femininity is to a great extent lost because the lifestyle of a woman in the past was not fast. Just looking at that. I've traveled to the Amazon. I've lived in villages there. I've gone to India and places where they never seen a white man before, and just hanging out for a while. And everybody's peaceful. You know, the little villages there, they're all happy. They're all getting along. And, you know, I would not want to live in that, but I'm just looking at the harmony between men and women. In one Amazon village I went to, just to get a sense of how far away it is, I take a little prop plane, land on a dirt field, a dirt runway, to get into a canoe on the Amazon, canoe for 3 hours, go through the jungle with 2 translators, which I'm going to need. And this is what they do. And 5 hours walking through a jungle. I mean, this is like far out, you know, and they only have like 1 radio. That's it. So very little Western values there at all. And the women are doing their thing and the men are doing their thing. There's rules. Women don't go into the jungle. Why? And the women there aren't going, why can't we go into the jungle? This is what the feminists are. We want to go into the jungle. We want to work hard and have to worry about money all the time. Okay, they have their world. Women are cooking, they're cleaning, they're raising children, they're pregnant, they don't have birth control, they're all helping each other, they're all very noisy. And they're probably all talking about she's not good, she's good. Now they do all the thing women do. But there's a harmony, there's a peace there. And the men don't do much at all in the village because they're out there do their hunting things. And so there's not a lot, but then they dance at night. At night they get together and the men will stand like this and the women will twirl around like the planets twirling around the earth. It's a whole trip. And just for fun, I'll share this. They don't do this anymore, they told me, but the chief there showed me 7 shrunken heads. And said, you still do that? We don't do that anymore. I said, why did you do it? He said, if you have a child, you have to kill somebody. Because that's their environmental thing. They only have so much food in the jungle. So they'll go get some other village and kill somebody. So that's environmentalists. And we can't overuse the environment here. We have to be sustainable. That's right. It's very funny because one of these sustainable tours. But I'm the ultimate of sustainability. So anyway, so I'm staying in this village and it's night. Everybody's gone to sleep and it's dark. They don't wander around there. So I'm wandering around and just sort of listening. And in most of the huts, women were having orgasms. That was the most surprising thing to me, because they're not taking them out on dates, and they're not like dressed in, you know, they're like in rags, you know. It's there's nothing romantic in my mind about being there, and yet they're all enjoying that part of life. So I go, okay, why does that happen? Well, it turns out that when women are not stressed, and it's a non-stress life, if women are not stressed, their estrogen levels will always be regular at least 10 times more than a man. But if a man is doing things for her, this is tripping me up here. If a man is doing things for her that she depends on and she doesn't want to do, see how this is the secret of high estrogen. Normal estrogen is just having friends and a peaceful life and support and so forth. But romantic estrogen, where a woman produces double the estrogen, makes a woman enjoy romance and need romance and appreciate romance, and her body responds romantically. Her estrogen levels have to double her normal for that age, whatever age she's at, it has to go up due to him. And so what happens is that when women are seeing the men every day, they may not come home. They die in the jungle, okay? So this happens. So there's always a little fear to life, and they're happy that he comes home. So it allows her to feel always an awareness of, I depend on him for my survival, basically. You know, I don't want to be having to depend wholly on the village. I like to have my man. Okay, so you can duplicate that, men, is how you drive your car. When any woman gets in a car, she knows her life's in danger. Men don't think that, because you've got the steering wheel and you've got the gas pedal and the brakes. And we have a phenomenon that happens in men, is that we become unrealistically optimistic under moderate stress. And I'm going to explain this. This is biology. Now, this is brain science. This is so interesting. Under moderate stress, that's adrenaline. Okay, that's driving your car a little faster than usual. you're not pumping adrenaline. You got some problems, you got to rush to something, you're making adrenaline. That's moderate stress. We all live in a world of moderate stress, and that's really happy. So what happens in a man's brain under moderate stress is blood flow flows to one part of the brain, and that's the left prefrontal cortex, which is always optimistic. Life is better than it really is. When women have chronic stress, their blood flow goes here, where life is worse than it really is. This is just what happens. They measure brains. This is what you do. And so a guy, when his wife's a little upset, at first he'll become overly optimistic and say, "Don't worry about it. There's no problem. I'll handle it." Or when he's driving his car, he goes, "No problem. Everything's okay. My life's not in danger. I've got complete control." But she's over here going, "We could be late. We could die. We could be cut off. The police could get us. My husband could lose his license. The insurances could maybe," she's in this whole world of pessimistic. Okay. He's over in this world. "Don't worry. Everything's fine." So anytime a woman gets into the car and a man's driving, her life is somewhat in danger. Although you block that out, but women don't fully block it out. They're very much, on some level, their adrenaline is pumping. So what I figured out in my marriage is that the best foreplay for romance is to drive in a way that's a little dangerous, just so that she can feel the danger, and then have a signal from her whenever she wants me to slow down, do something different. And I immediately respond. And so this all happened because we used to have arguments in the car. So many people have arguments in the car. It's a very stressful place. Women are pessimistic, men are optimistic. That's fuel for an argument. That is the ultimate fuel for an argument between men and women. She's complaining about something. He says, "There's no reason to complain. It's not a problem. Why are you getting upset about it?" And he gives this great solution, and then she doesn't like it. That puts him into higher level stress. "What? I get paid for my solutions. You don't like my solutions? What are you with me for? We should just forget the whole thing. If I don't make you happy, what's it?" We go into our defensiveness. She go into her defensiveness. So what I do is I drive, occasionally a little dangerous. Now, my wife likes me to drive a little dangerous if she's late. Okay, if she's late, she says, "John can get us anywhere on time." I'll do stuff you can't imagine because I really live in 100% sovereignty. I live by my rules. And, just to give an example of that, one of these big things where all the cars are locked up, and nobody's moving anywhere. There's a side to road to the whole thing, so I just go along the side, Hey, why not go there? I'm from Texas. In Texas, you got a truck, you go wherever you want to go. And you can see people getting so mad at me. There's this one guy up there, he's going to pull his car over to stop me. And why does he have to pull me over and stop me? Some do-gooder guy who's just jealous. And I'll just pull around him and talk to him, My wife doesn't like that, though. She doesn't like any aggression, but usually that doesn't happen. But hey, if you can get there, you do it. Some rules are stupid. So that's completely stupid when there's a whole side road over here and everybody's blocked, and we're also in a hurry. All right, so but the idea there is that we used to argue because I'd be driving too fast, and she'd say, "Slow down." It's really hard for a man to not become annoyed and irritated when a woman's giving driving advice. And even to this day, I watch when you see all these women driving men around. I already know what happened. She was such a backseat driver that finally he said, "If you want to drive, just drive." And she says, "Okay, I'll drive. At least I'll live." So how did my wife and I solve the problem? She said, "Well, what can I say to have you slow down?" Or that was basically I go too fast. The other one is I would run red lights. So what can I say? And so it was mainly with the speeding thing that I figured this out. And I realized sometimes it's really hard for women to understand men. So I said, "Actually, honey, after I thought about it, there's nothing you can say, but there's a handle by your door. You can just hold the handle. Just pull the handle down, and I will immediately say, right away." And then I would do that. I slow down. I put my hand on her thigh, since this is the ultimate foreplay. And I would say, "And I did that for you." And she says, "I know, and I really appreciate it." And this went on for 30 years. The sweetest thing. It was so sweet because she's acknowledging in that I'm not unsafe driver. I mean, she's the unsafe driver. So it's not like I'm a bad driver. But if she feels unsafe, this guy's willing to jump. And there's something very powerful about a woman needing help and a man immediately responding. Like how many women love firemen? Firemen are the greatest, you know, they're the greatest. And they sit around their place all day long, waiting for that alarm bell to go. And okay, we're out there. It gives them life. They love to do it. And ultimately, every man is a fireman. Give me a problem, and I'll come alive to solve it. Example of that, I have this smoke alarm system in my house, and one of the things is having problems. And I mistakenly pushed a button on it, the test button. Big alarms are going off and the phones are ringing, but it's in another room. My phone's on the other side of the house. Anyway, I couldn't get the fireman to stop. So now I can hear the alarms going off in my town, the trucks coming to my house with this false alarm. What do I do? And I run out. I'm so apologetic to the guy. He's a young guy. I said, it was a false alarm, false alarm. He said, no problem, no problem. Because he's so excited he gets to drive his truck. I thought it was some big bother to him. No, we can sit around waiting for the alarm to go. And of course, it's when a woman can feel a man's immediate responsiveness to her need. And the big thing about what I discovered, it doesn't have to be a big need. You know, she could say, John, when are you going to clean out the garage? You know, that's at least a 3-hour job or maybe 3 days. Okay, so that's a big job. But she can also say, would you replace that light? It's going out. And I go, right away. I'll have the same hormonal response in her because she had a request and have an immediate reaction to it. Her estrogen levels will go up, surge of estrogen. Whenever a woman or a man, but basically whenever men don't need that much estrogen, women need the estrogen. Whenever you have a need and you have confidence that somebody will be there for you, your estrogen goes up. When you're a man and when there's somebody needs me and I have confidence I can deliver and I will be paid, all those are ingredients, testosterone shoots up. What men don't understand, and this is one thing you can walk away with here as men, when it comes to estrogen, it doesn't matter how big or little your action is. Is you had a need and you jump. I don't want to be jumping all the time, nor does my wife expect me to jump all the time. But so we have this in my new book, this technique I came up with, this fantastic technique. Because every time I write a book, more ideas come, I try them out, I get my clients. And spent 6 years of trying this stuff out. And now it's in a book, should come out this year. But it's one of the techniques in it is the 5-finger. It's based upon the holding the handle thing. My wife would hold the handle and I would immediately slow down. Another thing, by the way, I did with that is the red light thing. For me, I really like to not stop at a yellow light. And she really wants me to stop at a yellow light. And she's right, okay? And from one point of view, I remember one time I was running through a yellow light in my car, and a policeman was right there and turned on his light, came, got me. And I said, I made it through that yellow light. He says, yes, you did. It's 70 miles an hour. So anyway, it was a noble gesture on my part. My daughter, 16 years old at the time, was at some party and felt unsafe, so I didn't feel bad about it. But to everybody, they'll remember that forever. The hero dad who goes out in the middle of the night. Women remember this stuff. You know, it's a big deal to them. As a matter of fact, another point before I get to this 5-finger technique is when I said women remember this stuff. This is more research in my new book, which is there's this thing called the hippocampus in the brain, and it's your emotional memory. Okay, it has to do with if you're remembering something, blood flows to the hippocampus. Well, the hippocampus is twice as big in women than men. So already, women, when you have this concern, how could he forget? I mean, isn't that a big frustration? You ask him to do this, he forgets. You ask him to do this, he forgets. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I forgot. And you're going, how could you forget? And the only conclusion you have is, I must not be that important. But that has nothing to do with it. It has to do with half the size in his brain. We are wired up differently. So what happens to a woman because it's twice as big? Why does it get twice as big? She uses it a lot. And because under moderate stress, blood flow doubles or sometimes triples to the hippocampus. So that means the woman's under stress. She will now think about all the things that could go wrong because based on what has gone wrong in the past. So if ever you're in danger, you're going to think about everything of bad things in the past so you don't repeat it. It's the natural thing to look for the problems, remember the problems. Well, under moderate stress, women have 3 times more blood flow. Double is huge, and then sometimes even 3 times. And a man, it stops. So under moderate stress, men stop having emotions. That's why these guys will do the climbing of the rocks and all that, because that's for them. First, they have a lot of training. So they're facing danger, but they're confident. That's adrenaline. Cortisol is a higher stress, is I'm facing danger and I'm losing confidence quickly. Okay, so a man starting out an argument with you, he starts out cool and calm. He's like, I got this one. She's being irrational. I'll just explain to her she's wrong. Okay, so that's where, and as you don't respond, like, amazing idea. Thank you so much, John. And now I've discovered enlightenment through you. When he doesn't get the response he expects, now his confidence starts to wane and the danger increases. Now, the danger is not survival danger. But the brain doesn't know that. This is how the brain works with these hormones. Because if a man goes into the cortisol state, his testosterone crashes. Now, there is a part of our brain which is like a monkey's. All right, there's a part of our brain which is like a monkey's. They don't see any difference at all. And that part of the brain which is like a monkey's, if you're in life-threatening danger, for a monkey, your testosterone will go down. So that monkey brain goes, yeah, well, I'm having a fight with my wife and my testosterone goes down because I'm losing. My brain thinks I'm in danger, like my life is in danger. So that's the problem today, is these couples get upset about all of those things because, while we would logically say your life's not in danger, it's really your brain reacts as if your life is in danger. So these are big responses. So, like one of the greatest techniques, besides what I teach a lot, which is relationship skills, but just simply, if ever you're upset, become aware of your breath. Just stop. And you'll notice you breathe in a little bit more. Let's all do it together for fun. Just breathe in to the count of 4. Breathe in. And now breathe out to the count of 5. And breathe in. And breathe out to the count of 5. And breathe in. And breathe out to the count of 5. See how you felt a little shift in that? Well, the shift takes place because if your exhale is longer than your inhale, your brain thinks there's no danger. It's as simple as that. The brain's listening to all the signals, and so if your breathing is the breathing of a person who's safe, then your brain stops producing stress hormones. Stress hormones only get produced when you're in danger. But another aspect of that, one is the exhale being further out. Another is, for a man, when your testosterone goes down, you're being chased by a tiger. And for a woman, when your estrogen goes down, your husband just died and you're alone in a dangerous world. So you have the basic traumas that we experience easily is women have a feeling of abandonment and men have a feeling of, I'm going to be eaten. Okay. Failure. Okay. Failure is the big button for men. And abandonment is the big issue for women. And ironically, when women are stressed, because they feel, stress is always you're feeling abandoned in some way. What do you do when you feel abandoned? You say, well, then I'm going to have to do it myself. Okay, I'm going to do it myself. And so what you got is a really hardworking woman. That's why women are promoting. They're so good at this. They go out. They're in survival mode. I got to do it myself. I can't depend on anyone. So they make more money. They're harder workers. They're more diligent. They're more committed than most men. Not all men, but most. They're outshining men in so many places. And what it is they're in survival mode, having to do. But they're not able to balance it with their estrogen. So when you measure actually their cortisol levels, they're many times twice as high as a man's in the workplace. And when she comes home, one study that was done showed she was twice as high as men in the workplace. And when she came home, it doubled again. Because, you come home having not been there all day. You got all these things in your house that have to be taken care of, and you don't have all day to do it. That's what I discovered when my wife died. I mean, there's no way I could have been so successful all those years traveling and counseling and doing my work. My wife doing all this stuff. Now, my daughter came to my house the other day. She said, "Dad, I don't know how you live with this mess. Your mother's not here. She used to clean up after me." So it's like women do so much. But you don't know unless they're not there. And of course, men, we do what we do. So abandonment issue is a big thing. So you'll see when women are unhappy, they'll see things like, "He ignores me." And they'll say those kind of things. "He doesn't listen to me." She then concludes, "He doesn't care about me. He doesn't love me the way he used to love me." And let's just cover that one here. Although when we get to the 5 fingers, we'll get to that one. It's such a good technique. But what happens in the beginning of a relationship, this was all known historically. There was something called the honeymoon period. That's where you just couldn't keep your hands off each other and everything was fun and playful and whatever. Well, you were on drugs. Is that when you have a new sexual relationship, your brain produces dopamine, high levels of the pleasure brain chemical, motivation. And if you're taking cocaine, that's dopamine. So you could write a movie in a day. It was like, there's no TV show that's written where the guys aren't all on cocaine. A group of guys are all, it makes you smarter, makes you brighter. I took a speed pill once and I talked for 24 hours straight. I can do this without speed. To me, it's just like, whoa. But the point is that dopamine. Okay, so dopamine is a super drug and we should all be taking it, except that you'll crash afterwards and you will act without full heart. Okay, it's like something takes you over. You're not going to be able to enjoy the intimacy of love and kindness and patience and generosity and these values that make a home and a family disappear if you're depending upon high drug stimulation. And just all of us to a certain extent are taking the caffeine. That's a mild version of cocaine. Some people doing 5 a day, and it took me years to go off of it. Okay, I was so unmotivated, bored, because I'd been doing a couple of caffeines a day. And I'm not going to tell you to stop it. I'm just saying, for me personally, I read a book on it and just said that the guy who did it, famous author, and he went off of it and he said, well, the only benefit for him was that he had really wonderful dreams. I thought, well, I want wonderful dreams. So I went off coffee. But in his book, he said, well, how long could you go off? He said, after 2 months, I had to go back on. Otherwise, I could never write a book again. Well, when I went off, I stopped writing books as well. I used to write a book a year. And now it's been 6 years. But I think my brain is finally readjusted. I wrote 1,000 pages in January, just room. So I have 3 books. Editing a book is a big process. It's hard work, but I'm up for it. And thank goodness, I would be dying if I was just living off my savings account. That also happened to me. I had I sold over 50 million books. I had quite a big savings account. So that makes men lazy. You lose a wife. Now, my wife always kept me busy. But you lose your wife, you can be really lazy if you have a lot of money. And so I didn't write any books. And then God took all my money away. The guy who was investing all my money committed suicide, lost it all. Yeah, it was a big deal. It happens. But it's crazy. Anyway, so I woke up one day and said, okay, got to do it all over again. And I have all the energy to do it. It's just amazing when you have to do something, you have to do it. Now, the difference, I have to say, there's a difference. I have a competence that's a lifetime. I have a skill that I can now rely on. I can write books and people will have a platform. I can read books. So it wasn't like I'm afraid I can't make money again. I was just too lazy to do it because I didn't need to make the money. Well, now I need to make the money. So I just went. Normally I would only do like a 3-day tour, right? So I just did a 2-week tour. Boy, that felt good with the money that came. I love helping all the women. I love the Beatles, but really it's the paycheck. When you need the money, you need the money. But anyway, that's the difference between masculine and feminine. When a man actually has to do something, and he's confident that he can do it. Not all men have the confidence because they don't have the training, they don't have the support, so on. But I have the confidence, and then so I can do this. I have to do it, and so it's so sweet because why am I even doing it? I mean, I could, on what I have, just sell my house or whatever. I could live the rest of my life, but I've got grandchildren, and I've got kids and everything. I was leaving so much for them, and that's all. So I've been spoiled them. They're waiting on me to die. Anyway, they're gonna have to wait a long time. But so anyway, have to. So when a man has to do something, he's confident to do it, your testosterone just shoots out. And my testosterone's off the chart now, much higher than it was for the last 6 years. Maybe more than 50% higher than when I was a young guy. Giving a talk, it's at least 100% more, because this is what I'm really good at. So all anxiety goes away. Even jet lag, being over there, jet lag was the worst today, a week later, because I didn't work today. I came back, I said, always give me some counseling clients, give me something I have to do, and schedule things. Because if I have to do something, my testosterone shoots up. But if I have a day off where I'm just going to rest, I felt like I was in a dream state today. That's jet lag. But it took a week to hit me because it was most of the day off, because then I was going to come give this talk. And now as soon as I'm driving my car to get here, all jet lag's gone. This is a man with a goal. As long as you have a goal and you feel you can achieve your goal, your testosterone will go up. This is why all of the books on success and teachers on success is, do you write out your goals? Now, this is not as important for women. This is important for men, because when you write out your goals, you're putting your flag out here, say, oh, what I'm going to do. So you're going to feel a little embarrassed if you don't take those actions. But also, you just need to have a goal. There's something in our brain called the reticular activating system that once you say you're looking for something, you set a goal, unconsciously your brain is going to now put everything together to motivate you to do that. An example, this is very real stuff. Okay, so I remember back with those little, remember the Apple computer? They were like in the grocery stores, basically. And I didn't know much about it, but I knew that they were around, and I was working on my first book back in 1985 and maybe 84. That's when Apple was coming out. I knew a developer there. I could have invested in it, but I don't feel too bad because I don't have any money then anyway. So, but he was talking about he was getting stocks and shares. He's like a billionaire now. But that little box was there, and my assistant said to me, "John, you're writing a book. You should use one of these little computers. It'll be really, really fun." I said, "Well, where do I buy one?" And then she started laughing. She said, within 5 minutes of walking from my office, within 5 minutes, there were 5 different stores with big Apple signs out there in the computer. This is Santa Monica. It was amazing. I hadn't seen it. And then the next thing was when I was decided my center was too little and I was looking to release a bigger place for my lectures and so forth. And I realized half of LA was for lease. If you want to lease something, you'll see lease signs everywhere. If you don't want to lease something, you don't see them. It just fades in the back. So when a man, particularly for a man, but women have it too, but particularly for men and hormones, when you write out your goals, just write them out, what you're planning to do today. And also I'll write out your long-term goals. You don't know exactly how you're going to get there, but at least listen to, what am I doing here? Where am I going in my life? You write them out there, and if you don't know how to get there, and then you write out what I'm going to do today. If you have that, then now your brain motivates you, it gives you the awareness, and success comes easier for sure. You see opportunities. Anyway, coming back to one of the big ideas of Men Are From Mars is how women score points in relationships. Now, see, everything is like, if you've been in my shoes, you'll see women will come into your office after they're ready to get a divorce, and they'll say, I've been giving and giving and giving and giving, I get nothing back. Which is, by the way, very different from man. He'll say, no matter what I do, she's never happy. Very different reality. Men just need you to be happy. Now, what's that about? If you're happy, we take credit for it. We think, I did that, I'm a success. If you're not happy, we think, oh, what's wrong with her? I did my best, that's not good enough today. Well, part of it is that women can't be happy all the time. They shouldn't be happy all the time. If she was happy all the time, I wouldn't need a job. It's a very real thing. God made women perfect. They go up and they go down. They go up and they go down. God made men perfect, and that we want to get close to you, and then we have to get away. if you were just with us all the time, you wouldn't have a life. You know, you're not supposed to just get your love from a man. You're supposed to get it from children, your friends, the world, God. You never want to put all your eggs in one basket. But the hormones that get produced, the high amount of oxytocin that gets produced after having physical intimacy with a man is greater than anything else. And so your brain would just go, must have to have him, must have to have him. So you have to have the experience of having him and then losing him to force you to look at other things in your life. And it used to be that women had so much external estrogen support in their lives, like those women in the jungle. They all are sharing with each other, talking with each other, shared purpose, mutual understanding, and most importantly, communicating. Because women are in a sense, women are the alarm bell, and men are the firemen. We're the emergency men, and women are to announce the emergency. It's women who motivate men. It's always been that way. It will always be that way, and that has been lost. Because when women can make money, why do you need a man? So many women say that. What do I need him for? I mean, in China, I've been over 20 years teaching in China. It's one of my biggest audiences. And again, the government there has kicked out all the personal growth teachers from the West, except me, because they know they need babies. I'm total pro, make babies, and they even broke my copyright. They were printing my book as well. And my stupid agent sued them and won. It's the only copyright legal thing that somebody's beaten the government with my book. And they got the money, I didn't get any. I prefer them getting my book out there. You know, I like people reading my books. Anyway, so forgot the point about the Chinese people. I need a cup of water. Would somebody in the back bring me? Would you give me some water? Right there. Yeah, thanks. And did you want to ask a question? You were going to do about. I'm going to do the 5. Yeah, I'm sure certainly do the 5. So I have to do the build up for it. Okay, so here's the build up. Is that women score points, whether they know it or not. They're always scoring points. Because how could you say, I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this, and I don't get anything? See. So many women go, I don't score points. No, everything is scoring points. Women are the masters of scoring points. They're always taking it in. What is he doing for me, and what am I doing for him? And women have this mechanism inside, which if you're not getting, you'll give more. Let's just take that in for a second. Now, if I'm not getting from my wife, and I give her more, she will give me. And women know that. If I give to my wife a lot, she's going to feel like, oh, I should give back. You know, he's giving a lot, I should give back. So she assumes that if she gets me a lot, that I'm going to give back. But if you give a man a lot, we're very goal-oriented. I assume I just got paid for what I already did today. It takes a while to logically understand that. See, if I give to somebody and they give back, we're even, right? So if I come home having worked all day, which is my giving to my wife, and she gives back to me, what a great guy I am, then the transaction is done. But for women, they'll be giving and they think, what are you going to give me? And when you don't give, they think, oh, I just have to give more. And so you give more and you give more. And the more you give him for not doing anything for you, he's assuming I'm doing fine. I can't tell you how many men go, this was a sudden thing. She was always so happy. And then suddenly I'd never done anything for her. And that, by the way, is a stress response, a high level of chronic stress. The brain becomes hijacked. And you never did that for me, as opposed to sometimes you did. So I'm back to a simple concept of scoring points. So there's a scoring point system that goes along with the female body. Every act of love, big or small, is 1 point. I can bring 25 roses, 1 surge of estrogen. I can bring 1 rose, 1 surge of estrogen. Just let that settle in, because men just go, no matter what I do, it's never enough to make her happy. I say, what are you doing? I say, I work hard. Well, that's 1 point. I'm faithful. Well, that's 1 point. Really? That's all I get? That's what you get. If you don't do that, you get no points. So there's a point for that one. 3 golden points. You work, do your best to provide. You faithful to your partner, and you come home or call home every day. So you get 3 points. So every day you do those basic husband chores. You're doing 3 points. She's doing those 3 points, right? She's doing her best. But then she adds to score all of, she's virtuous. You know, she's so proud of herself. Such a loving wife. Oh, I picked up his socks today. Oh, give myself a point for that. Oh, I'm going to go shopping today. Oh, carrots. He really likes carrots. I'm going to get his carrots. I'm such a good wife, I know. They give themselves points all day long. They're doing this. How good I am, how good I am. And we do one thing, give ourselves 50 points. I've made all this money. No, that's 1 point in her biology. It's doing little things for women has the big effect. And it used to be that when women needed a man for finances, it was enough. Okay? Because he was doing a big job that he was doing dirty, dangerous, and difficult. And she didn't want to do that. Now, if I'm doing dirty, dangerous, difficult, and she's out there doing dirty, dangerous, difficult, it cancels out. Yeah, I did that too, she says. What else are you doing for me? Because I've just bought some carrots. And I know what you like to eat. So I started learning about this. It was a whole new game for me. As I go to the restaurant and I go, oh, honey, look, they've got goat cheese. And she goes, oh, he remembers that I like goat cheese. See, if you remember little things, even though don't remember stuff, now you just realize, oh, if I remember a few extra things here, I'm going to get extra points. Then I made it into an art. And biologically, I could have got a big check. We're all happy. Everything, your estrogen goes up. Okay, gone next day, but it goes up. I can also give her an 8-second hug, and I'll get the same surge of estrogen. I can run and find her. I get a point for finding her. I get a point for giving her an 8-second hug, non-sexual hug. That would cancel all points on that. Okay, it's not like for me. I'm just neck heartfelt. I find her. I give her a hug. That's 2 points. Done. I do that first thing in the morning. I'm leaving for work. Honey, where are you? I'm leaving for work. I'm telling her where I'm going to go. Women have GPS. They always need to know where you are. If she knows where you are, you tell her, you get a point. So I'm going to go to work now. I do it every day. I'm going to work now. And where are you? I'm going to go find you. I'm going to give you a hug. That's 3 points. I already got 3 points and 2 points. I'm starting to play this game right. I come home. My little children are there. Daddy, daddy. They learned after 2 weeks. I used to just play with them right away. Now when I come home, at least back then, first thing they say is, Mom's upstairs. Mom's in the garden. Mom's in the kitchen. Mom's not here. Because the first thing out of my mouth, always when I come home, where's Mom? When she sees me do that with the kids, I get a point from her just for making her more important than the kids. I fly her. I give her a hug. That's another 3 points. We're watching TV at night. She'll wander up to bed. I wait till she gets farther away so she could be thinking, he doesn't even know that I'm going to bed now. He doesn't remember me at all. I say, honey, are you going to bed now? I notice that she's left. She goes, yes. I wait for her so I can run. I want to give you a hug. And I run. Give her the hug. It's 3 or 4 more points. Now, we're talking 18 points just on hugs. It's just big stuff. This is little stuff makes a big difference. And people go, oh, this is so simplistic. They always call my stuff simplistic. Only 50 million people have loved my books. You know, there's a reason it's spread. A lot of these things, it doesn't solve all problems, but you want your relationship to help you solve problems of life, not because more problems in life. You know, this should be your comfort place, a place of support. Because life is difficult for everybody. There's no question about that. And there's no question, it was so peaceful when I realized the benefit and the value of my wife. She's like a wave. She'll go up, be really happy. Nothing's changed in her life. Just suddenly one day she's really happy, another day she's not that happy. And her brain is starting to fill with complaints. So I realized, I saw this was a cycle. And there's symptoms that when women talk. One of the aspects is they'll say stuff like, when the wave is going down, men will try to push the wave back up. Don't worry about that. It's not true. She'll say, we never go out anymore. And I foolishly would say, well, last Thursday we went out. Well, now I'm in an argument with her. Instead of like, tell me more. let her talk herself down like a wave. It's a sine wave. If she can hit down without you pushing her back, it will just come right back up. Now that's the sine wave. That's why I talked about Men Are From Mars, which is a reality. I watched it. Now we have the biology of it. The biology of it is that it's a different aspect of it. Women are stressed. They're too far on their male side. What I need to do is help her come back to her female side. And what she has to recognize, and this is all the women in this room, you can realize he doesn't know this. He'll never know this. He doesn't need to read the book. You just need to know this by letting him know. You know, I feel a little stressed today. Well, that's another technique. That's the 2 hands up. 2 hands up. Anytime she goes 2 hands up, I go, I have a 10-minute job. It's not going to take any longer than 10 minutes. What is that job? I'm going to listen to what she's going to talk. Now, what I didn't put in Men Are From Mars, which I didn't know at the time, how powerful it is if she will talk about her feelings that have nothing to do with the man. Because if a woman just starts talking to you about her problems and you're the problem, he can't hear. He cannot hear. Now, I have a very sophisticated technique that it would take years for somebody to learn. So I can actually have fun letting my wife complain at me. It's kind of like these warriors. Come on, give it to me. That was only one day. I remember it very much, and I'm going to share this because it's a fun story, and it's profound. You know, I just lost millions of dollars, and when I was a boy, my father also lost millions of dollars. When his father died, he inherited money, and someone managed it, and by fraud, he lost it all. And that's happened when I was a child. I was number 5. So I grew up in a family where everybody's always saying, yeah, your dad lost all the money. Dad lost all the money. Dad lost all the money. And so I got to repeat that pattern. So when my wife was saying, lost all the money, I said, just tell me about it. And as I'm letting that extremely painful voice come in, I'm saying, this is how my dad must have felt. I felt so much love and compassion for my dad. How unfair that was. It wasn't your fault. You were cheated. You were fooled. You're a good man. Great man. So I just said, yeah, tell me more. And I could just feel the pain, realizing that I had created this in my life so I could feel this pain and feel compassion for my father and feel so much love for him. Isn't that far out? That was not something I would have been able to do earlier in my life. But anyway, that was just one time. Otherwise, because what a shock it is, you know, when you have all this money and your wife's depending on you and thinks that's the reality. And she had her own reactions and she got through it, whatever. But it was hard. But it was such a gift. 1, it got me working again. 2, I feel so much closer to my dad. It's like I have a men's group, and I told my men's group, and the guys, see, we don't say, oh, how do you feel about that or any of that girly stuff. What we do is just one phrase, silence. And then they said, one of my buddies says, brutal. That was a perfect thing a man could say to me. Brutal. It's like, and it's a place of going, I'm not feeling sorry for you. I just know that was real. That's brutal. And you'll handle it. You know, you're a man. You can deal with it. That's what we do. We do the difficult, dirty, dangerous jobs, and we don't whine about it. Doesn't mean I don't have emotions, but I process my emotions. That's another technique I teach men. It's too much for tonight, but you don't talk about your emotions if they're negative to a wife. You can talk about it to a therapist. You can talk about it with a friend if you felt appropriate to do that. But I do so much self-work. Brutal was perfect for me. It could be, I can't imagine myself needing to talk to a therapist about it, but for some men, maybe. Because the more a man contains, the more powerful you are. If you contain your negative emotions and you don't express them to get sympathy or to get empathy, you remain self-sufficient. Part of what testosterone is self-sufficiency, containment. And for women, it's finding the appropriate place to share. And so when women are having emotions in the workplace 3 times more than a man would, in her mind, you can't share them in the workplace. It's totally inappropriate. So you end up suppressing them But if your mind, you go, I can talk about them when I get home, then you're postponing them. It's a very different mechanism of postponing sharing emotions versus suppressing emotions. But there's no safety in a relationship to talk about your emotions typically because a man doesn't know how to listen. Men will just look at you like, why you're just overreacting. You're just being negative. And you are. That's the other thing. Anytime this is something that you should never say to your wife or girlfriend, or you're overreacting. Okay, let's get that out of the thing. But they're always overreacting. If I'm negative, I'm overreacting. If you're negative, you're overreacting. Life is beautiful. Life is amazing. We live in America. You know, the rest of the world is shit. Sorry to say that. This is probably international. You know, I'm a real patriot. Okay? America's the greatest place in the world. We're all lucky to be here. When you travel the world and you see what goes on in other cultures and countries, that people can't speak out and say whatever they want to say. You get disappeared. You know, so this is an amazing place, and we are all blessed, and there's nothing to ever be upset about on one level. And yet we're human beings. No matter how good life gets, we will always have emotions going up and down like that. That's the estrogen tendency. And the male tendency is to get close and pull away. So we need a woman, now we don't need her. We need a woman, we don't need her. It's a natural dance that we do. It frees you from becoming too attached to us, and it all allows us to maintain our hormonal balance. That's a big idea in Men Are From Mars. How many read that book, by the way? Just curious. You know, so you just probably haven't read the book. You'll be amazed at the book. I don't know how I wrote that book. But the idea there, one of the big takeaways is a man, his testosterone goes up. Now, in that book, I didn't have the hormonal knowledge, but now I can explain it hormonally. But a man, he's feeling good within himself. That's testosterone. You're feeling independent. But every human being has a male and a female side. It's just that my male side has to be much more, otherwise I'll be depressed. And a woman's female side must be active, otherwise she'll be unhappy, okay, and burn out. Okay, she'll be very successful, but happy and burn out. And no man will be attracted to her. There's no attraction if a woman's not more feminine than a man. That's the whole thing. That's how we fit together, right? She's different, I'm different, we fit together. So I go in, and then when I go into her, I'm connecting with my own female side. See, I'm over here testosterone, and my estrogen's low, and I see her, and she's somewhat naked. I imagine her being naked. Now my female side's becoming waking up. Oh, okay. And actually, for a man to get an erection, his testosterone has to be much higher than a woman's, and then his estrogen must rise in her presence. So that's what love is. That's why you have sex with somebody you love, and you continue that for the rest of your lifetime. You grow with the love. So the estrogen's rising, that's love. My testosterone's up. I'm now connecting with her. I bond with her. My estrogen hits its highest point, and when estrogen goes really high, testosterone goes really low. So that's why guys, they're done. Okay, it's a natural reaction. Don't you love me anymore? Do you? It's just like he'll just go to sleep. Basically, it's a great sleeping pill for him. But he doesn't feel the same. I've got to get inside because he's already there. It'd be like you eat a meal and you just keep eating the meal. You're done. You know, it's like ugh, I can't keep eating that. So it's a satisfaction. It's a need for me to go from my male side to wake up my female side and be masculine at the same time. But I'm not able to maintain that balance. And I've told you when I was in the 60s, I'd been traditional Texas, Houston boy. And now it's a time of transformation. The Beatles, LSD, marijuana, get high, do what you like, sex before marriage, and demonstration against the Vietnam War. So I was like, that's anti-masculinity. You know, we should be proud to go to war or whatever. So I already knew it was fake. But anyway, that's what was happening for a whole generation of men, is that we were now free to go to our female side. And it was ecstatic. It was amazing. And that's being on your male side, moving to your female side, and women were on their female side, free to move on to their male side. So when you're in that middle point where you're moving across, you're in balance. But what happens is then when you get over there, if you don't have a way to come back, you get stuck. And this is what happens to men when they become drug addicts, for example. A drug addict is me going too far to my female side. Whenever you're depending on something outside yourself to make you happy, that's pure estrogen. So if I take any drug, it'll make dopamine, that's great, but also it's making a lot of estrogen. Okay, so I'm addicted, I'm overly dependent on something to make me happy, rather than depend on myself. I depend on my actions. I depend on what I do to feel good. And then I can do some things for myself. I'm not saying I live like a Spartan or whatever, but I did learn to do that. I was a monk for 9 years. I would fast and I would sleep on the floor and I practiced all kinds of Spartan type things. It's very masculine producing. And then left being a monk and started having sex and everything changed. Okay, that's another thing, is this whole idea of incels. These guys that aren't having sex, but they are. That's the problem. See, they're doing internet sex. So their energy's draining out and they're weak. Their testosterone is extremely low. They don't have enough testosterone to make a commitment. They can't follow through. They don't have the confidence that I could make a woman happy, that I could provide for her. So they've just given up. There's a study of where they took a group of people, let's say we gave everybody a test here, it's all men. And there's this group here and we gave you a test that you can't score high on. And we gave you an easy test and you guys win. Measure the testosterone levels, the guys who won, it's up. The guys who couldn't solve the problems, they didn't know it was a different test, their testosterone goes down. Like that, if you can succeed, your testosterone goes up. If you're a failure, testosterone goes down. Then they say, well, hey, who wants to try it again? This side raises their, well, we'll try it again. And this side, nobody wanted to do it again. When men feel like, this is what happens to men in marriage. If they start to see, I can't make her happy, I can't make her happy, then I just give up. And then he gives up, and then that makes you even more unhappy. Instead of understanding the way is always going to crash with a woman, just be patient. You know, put on your kung fu outfit. Let it go by. Now that was the tough world I went through. Now I've simplified it with the 10 hands, 10 fingers, and 5 fingers. Women need to talk about their complaints. Okay, they're biologically designed to do it. The workplace does not let you do it. In the workplace, you can have complaints, but you take action based on it. All you do is make male hormones. You need to be able, and if you're not in the workplace all day long, you don't have, a tribe of women that you're constantly competing with and upset with and happy with and have your alliances. Women have a whole world of, look at her, comparing and jealousies and hierarchies and all that stuff, but that all makes estrogen. So that becomes your problem area, not him. I mean, he's just a grounding thing. I had, years ago, 3 daughters all growing up in the house together and my wife, and I would travel for 3 or 4 days. I'd come home. The girls were just so happy I was home. It was like, I'm a ground wire. It's just like, they can all get into this and this and this. And finally, nobody, I come in, I'm not upset about anything. I'm like, peace, peace. One of the most proud things I feel as a father happened recently, and now a grandfather, of course, 5 grandchildren, is one of my daughters. She was having some trouble in her marriage. She's good, but just rather unhappy. Then I helped her through it, and then she felt really good again. But then she said later, she says, Dad, I've watched you my whole life, and you're just so forgiving. And I realized that's why you're always peaceful. Because my kids would always judge me for being forgiving, because I would forgive people and let them continue. And I live in a world where nobody's perfect, and I love myself. I'm not perfect, and it's easy to. If I can't allow you to be perfect, how can I allow me to feel lovable as well? So it's a very clear thing about the power of forgiveness. And she said, I've just seen it. So then she started forgiving everything about her husband, which is so sweet. And so that's a value. It's not a Mars Venus thing. We should all have a value of forgiveness. And if you don't have a model for that, it's hard to realize that you always win, even though life's not perfect. You have peace and you have love in your life. And maybe you don't make as much money. They're always critical of the people I hired. Children, it's just like, that person forgot to do this, but they didn't do that. You should fire them. You should fire them. And not that there were some people I had to fire along the way, but it just wasn't the right relationship. But to be tolerant, to be understanding, to be forgiving, if you can make it work, it's so worth it to not let things bring you down. And as a marriage counselor, what I see is the accumulation of little things, little things, little things. It's the women being unhappy about something and the man being unhappy that she's unhappy. See, it's both. It's not one. So it's like he's demanding her to be so happy and she's like unhappy. This is what men feel, like nothing I do can please her. Now here's the way through this. Okay, you can get easy 20 points in 10 minutes with your wife. 20 points in 10 minutes. You get 3 points for going to work, coming home, being a good guy. You can get 20 points in 10 minutes if you do this, what I call Venus talk. You're the woman who rules the world here. You have to do it, and you'll basically, you will get what you need. Imagine if you're giving 20 points, that means you just got a lot of support. But he's also got that support. So he's feeling successful. Men just need to feel successful. You need to feel he's successful in giving you what you really need. Now, remember during the pandemic, so many people went to the hospital and they were sick, etc. They found that nobody went to the hospital if they had enough vitamin D in their body. So we need vitamin D. If you don't get vitamin D, you get a lot of colds. Okay, simple as that. So same thing in relationships. If you're not getting enough points, you're going to be unhappy. You just don't know what you need. So I'm going to explain, have the presumption, because this is my field of expertise, what women need today is the ability to talk about problems in their life and have a man listen without solving anything and without saying anything. That's very important. If you do this, that means your job is you're going to talk about things that are frustrating to you, things that are disappointing to you, worries that you have, and the best one is things that you would be embarrassed about that happened today. When you can share that with a man and he's not the problem, okay, so he's not the problem, he will be the solution. He can't be your solution if you say anything about him. So you are complaining, but about other things and not him. Now this takes practice and training. So you have to think about it. You're going through your day. Oh, this is something I could talk to about. Oh, here I could say something bad about my boss. Oh, here I could say, my worries, concern, my feelings of embarrassment, my anger, my frustration. So you have to get good at starting to feel emotions and remember them to tell your partner when you get home. See, women don't do that because if you did that already, he would just say, why are you complaining about work? You can't do anything about it. Why talk about it? Doesn't make any sense at all unless you understand hormones. If you understand hormones, if a woman can talk about problems, her estrogen goes up as long as she anticipates no interruption. Nobody telling you you shouldn't feel that way. And this is now the amazing thing. If somebody had left, is it the time up already? Is my time up?
It's 20 after.
20 after what? Oh, we're already like an hour and 20 minutes.
It started a little late. Probably about an hour and 5 minutes.
Okay. You just have to take my word for it as I explain, but I want you to know the techniques. And we're listening. Yeah, I know you're listening. Okay, you're a great group. And I love sharing this with you. So if she can do this, talk about her feelings, about other things that are bothering you, what will happen is you'll get the same amount of estrogen that if you came home and complained about your husband and he was the perfect listener. No man is, okay, unless he's processing his father pain. Okay, but that was unique. I just said, okay, she's not following the rules here, but I can deal with it. Okay, so, but basically, you do the opposite of what women will tend to do. Is they will tend to push down all of their discontent, all their negative feelings, all their worries, and also there's a thing called embarrassment. If ever you say to your husband, today I was so embarrassed, you know what's going to happen inside of him? His testosterone will double. Oh, finally, she's not so perfect. Okay, it just makes him feel so good. You have to realize if you just say, I said this in the meeting, and I was so embarrassed. He's like, and then he feels all this compassion. He wants to help you, but he's not allowed to talk at all. What's happening is he's actually feeling compassion for you. And that's what he felt in the beginning of the relationship, which is he felt, I have made no problems. So he's the solution here. And then, it was a problem that day, gets knocked down a little bit, gets knocked down a little bit, gets knocked down. So I'm saying, don't give up complaining, complain more, but about other people, and always limit it to 10 minutes. And that's 5 days a week. If you do 10 minutes, you get a whole therapy session, 50 minutes. That's how I came up with this. And it all started because my clients would say to me, why can't my husband listen to me the way you do. He loves me. I said, well, first of all, you don't pay him. I get paid. It's a big part of it. 2, it's only 50 minutes. So I know I don't have to live with this all the time. And 3, and the most important is you never complain about me. If you complain about me, I cannot hear you. And that's just biology. That's real. Now I can give you the brain for it. We have these things called mirror neurons. And men and women's are completely different. The same system, but women turn on when they're moderately stressed. They open up, they get in touch with their emotions, they want to share. And for men, under moderate stress, the mirror neurons will close down completely. So if you say to your husband, I have a complaint about you, immediately that's moderate stress. Mirror neurons close down. He becomes super optimistic, unrealistically optimistic, and no emotion at all. He will completely disconnect. And you feel that. You feel like he's completely detached. I don't feel like listening to me because you don't feel the connection. His mirror neurons close down. Now, if you've ever been with a little child and you're a man, your mirror neurons open up right away because you feel powerful. You feel your solution. They're not looking down on you in any way. As soon as you complain about a man, this is proven, mirror neurons shut down, cannot feel anything. First reaction we have is you're wrong, I'm right, I have all the power, and then you're not happy. Now I get more upset, and now I get defensive and so forth. This is all biologically set up that way. Solution works as you learn, and you don't have to do the full 10 minutes. And ironically, women are used to like talking a lot longer. If we say don't talk about him, one woman, she's written best-selling books on relationships. I counsel them, terrible marriage. But sometimes people write about things they need. So I needed this help too. But okay, so I say you have to talk to him for 10 minutes, but you can't complain about him at all. It has to be problems in your work. And she works all the time. She's a superwoman, you know, a big successful person, manages teams, all this stuff. Never a moment to relax. So I told her, so you have to talk for 10 minutes to him about problems, but he can't be the problem. She goes, well, then there's nothing to talk about. I can't talk about it all. Because see, she's so much on her male side. The male side basically says, if there's nothing I can do about it, forget it. Nothing I can do about it, solve the problem, or forget it, do this. It's always in the solution mode. And so, and she just, but she learned to do it. You can learn to do this. It's just look at the key emotions, frustration. I just said, let's talk about your day today. What happened? Isn't that frustrating? But what else happened? Isn't that frustrating? Wasn't that disappointing? Wasn't you frustrated about that? What are you worried about? Of course, she's got a million worries, but she doesn't feel the worry because she's doing something about it. But it's in the background, and women live in a background of emotion. So you have to, it takes a while to train, but you have to talk up to 10 minutes. Some women, they want more, but I just say, just start with this. You'll see, it's so much. You don't want to overwhelm him. He's got about 10 minutes of being able to completely have his mirror neurons open. And there's another basic rule in it. When you're done, you look at the clock. Okay, it's 10 minutes. I say more, 10 minutes. She's okay. You go in for the hug, and the man says one thing every time, just one thing. I hear you, and then gives you a hug. Because many times a man will be listening, and then a guy will just listen, and then he says, so what's for dinner? You don't know what to say. Or he'll change the subject. Yeah, I saw my friend Clifford. I almost won that game. He'll just shift the subject. He might say, I understand. Go. So you have to we have to have clear expectations. He has to not be worrying about how do I respond to this? What do I say? What do I not say? You just have a set rule. All he has to do is say, I hear you, and you're done. And he goes in for the 8-second hug. And you have no conversation. Ideally, when you do this process, you quickly go out of the room if you're a woman. Because every cell in his body is going to want to tell you why you shouldn't be frustrated about this and why you shouldn't be worried about that. Why would you be bothered about that? It's just his body has a problem, wants to solve it. But as long as you say the solution is to do nothing but just listen. We're not going to talk about it afterwards. You're not going to fix it afterwards. I will feel better. So you're giving me what I need without having to come up with a solution. Then his brain will stay having his mirror neurons open. And you'll be able to connect at a deeper level. And the more emotional you are, or vulnerable, that's what emotions are. And what would it be to be a vulnerable emotion? It would be sharing feelings that you wouldn't share with other people. Okay, that's what vulnerable is. That's the same thing. That's what intimacy is that a woman shows her body to her husband. She wouldn't share that with anybody else. That makes it special. It produces huge amounts of estrogen. That's trust. I trust you. So I'm going to share with you things that I don't share with anybody in the workplace. I'm just going to share with you. Huge amounts of estrogen get produced and huge testosterone gets produced in him, all in this 10-minute thing. So that's one technique. We're going to have to finish up. The next one's 5 minutes. This is a whole chapter on this one, but I have to shorten it down. But it's so cute, this game. Do you remember the Pink Panther movies? Yes. Oh, yeah. Really? It's so good. I'm in all these other countries. Who the Pink Panther was that? It's just like, okay. So remember Clouseau, he would come into his apartment and Cato would jump on him.
Yes.
So this is the inspiration for this technique. Every day, my wife, I guess, honey, this is what I want you to do. Just like I want her to hold the handle at some random point in the day, at least 5 days a week, ideally. Doesn't have to be, but that's ideal. I want you to put up 5 fingers. And the 5 fingers means you're going to ask me to do something that will take less than 5 minutes, maybe even 1 or 2 minutes. But it's in a minute window. I'm going to ask you to do something that would take less than 5 minutes, something that I can do for myself, but I don't have to do because you're here. Something a woman has never done in her past. Why would you ever ask a man to do something for you that you could do for yourself? But I analyzed the whole aspect of romance. See, everything in romance was geared to raise women's estrogen so they want to have sex. Okay, that's the bottom line of it. So it was to raise her estrogen, make her feel safe, make her feel special, slow things down, feel cared for. So take the essence of my opening the car door for my wife. And I remember one time I opened the car door and she says, "Oh, I can do that." I said, "Honey, I know you can do that, but you do so much for everybody. And for me tonight, let me do everything for you." I just notice how it feels in your body. And you just think, "Oh, okay, I get a day off. I get an hour off." But it's this moment of relaxation of somebody doing something for you that gets you out of the mode of I have to do. See, testosterone is I have to do, I can do, I don't need help, I can do it myself. Yes, you can do it all. She won't sleep well. So the idea here is you get a big surge of estrogen. Just having the ability to know I'm going to raise my hand like this. And whatever I'm asked for, his immediate response is going to be, "As you wish." What is it? It's "as you wish." Now, the other one, I got this line from Princess Bride. If you remember, who's seen Princess, it's all the girls who seen Bride, guys too, I saw it. So, but it's the Princess Bride. The woman, the king wants her, the prince wants her, and yet this country boy, is the one she falls in love with. Because he doesn't say anything. He never talks except "as you wish," as you wish. And she falls in love with him. So this is the whole idea, is you're available for 5 minutes. And it's not going to be, you're not going to be postponed. So much frustration women have is you ask us to do something, we say, "Okay, I'll do it later." And then we forget. So why even bother asking? But this is something even beyond that. It's asking him to do something you can do for yourself, which by itself makes you feel a little embarrassed, because you're such strong women, whatever. A lot of pieces into this that make it work so well. So this is the Cato part of it. So you can surprise him at any moment. Okay, so one of the things she occasionally does to me is I'll be in bed almost falling asleep. And she'll walk in and go like this. She says, "Would you give me a glass of warm water?" And because I saw the hand go, otherwise I'd say, "Get it yourself." I really wouldn't say that, but I go to whatever. She wouldn't ask me basically because I don't want to get already in bed. But I think of that movie where Cato attacks him to keep his skills sharp. Always be vigilant, alert. When is it going to happen? So I live at my house, never knowing when she's going to come up with some little request. And it can't be routine. You see, if it's routine, it doesn't make dopamine. It has to be a little different. It has to be impractical, or it could be practical. It's not something that would happen on a regular basis. Although if she did the night thing, for example, once a week, that would be a surprise. But it can't be every time. Anytime, anything that a man does for a woman, which is routine, her brain will habituate, and it doesn't produce the hormone. Okay, we just get used to things. Like I just came back from being away from my house for 2 weeks. So I was just admiring my swimming pool, and I have a view of the mountain and how beautiful the trees are around my house. I'm just so lucky to live here. That's because I haven't been here for 2 weeks. If you live in that environment, which is beautiful, you don't notice it after a while. Same thing, first time you saw your wife naked, this is great. 40 years later, yeah, okay. It's just like walk through the room. That's called habituation. So the whole idea of romance is to do something a little new and different, Now every day I'm going to do this little 2-minute, 3-minute thing. Usually it's like make her a cup of tea, what kind of tea, a foot massage. I got a whole list of 25 things in the book. It's hard for me to remember them all now, but the one I remember the most is when she gets me out of bed, or I'm busy working. That's another one. Because now I'm working my books in the house. It's more convenient. And when you're writing, you don't want to be interrupted. But I've given her permission. She'll just walk over and go like this. And instead of my being, oh, don't interrupt me, it's just going to take me 20 minutes to get back. Because it does. They find that when you're doing creative writing, if somebody interrupts you, it's 20 minutes you lose. But is 20 minutes a big deal when I'm making my wife happy? No. And men just need logical presentation of these ideas. Yes, I know, we're finishing up now. We're having such a good time. So that's a 5-minute technique. And I would ask you, would you be willing to do that for her?
Absolutely.
See that? Amazing guy. Would you do that? Absolutely. Okay, would you do that?
Yeah.
So there's only one man who wouldn't do the 10-minute I ever interacted with. And he was the HR guy. I took him to the side in this company. I said, so would you do that for it? No, I don't want to do that. Are you kidding? You won't do that? I work hard. I can't talk to her at all. I don't listen to her at all. I said, don't you want to be happy at all? And that took me about 5 minutes. I did get him into you missed the point. You're going to have a happy wife. She's going to be complaining about things that are not you. She's going to appreciate you more. You're going to have more energy. And this is another thing that men don't know about themselves. Women don't know about their husbands. One of my friends, she was saying, why is it that my husband is, I've been married 40 years. Okay. So why is my husband always tired? Whenever I ask him, he's always tired at home. Yet when his guy friends call, he's like, comes to life. He's like jumping up and down. Oh, we're going to go fishing. Oh, we're going to go see a movie together. Where do you get the energy? I said, you've sucked it all out of him. Now, all you do, and this is a whole nother topic, you are so smart, you're so capable. Whatever he does, you always tell him how he can do it better. She can. So what am I supposed to do? Just let him do the wrong thing? I said, yep. He's not asking for help. Do not offer help. We're just talking about, would you put the box away? And he's going this way. No, it's faster to go this way. He would take an extra 3 minutes. It wouldn't take an extra 3 minutes. And when I visit with them, and when do you ever ask for his advice? Never. If you want to empower a man, ask for his advice. It's also one of my daughters is so smart. You see, you train a man to become overly dependent. Bonnie did this in the beginning, where I would get dressed for, we're going to go on a special day to put on a suit and a tie. Go to the city. And this was the first 3 times. Each time she said, you're not going to wear that tie with that shirt, are you? Oh, okay. And I don't care. I'm not a fashion person. So she'd come pick something out. She's feeling excited that she can be helpful to me. She feels power and all that. Well, if we let that continue on, she'd be feeling like she's married to a child. Can't even pick out his own tie. But it happened 3 times, and I realized, what's going on? The 4th time, I'm like ready to go ask her what tie I'm going to wear. That feminizes a man. He shouldn't be asking for your advice all the time. You should respect your needs and so forth. But it was like I watched myself just feeling insecure about, do I look good this way, that way? And I see that even I'm using chat to edit my books. And now I'm starting to think I don't even want to get close to it now. Because I'm like, well, what will chat say? And I'm starting to lose touch. And now I think this is going to happen to everybody when you can use chat to think better. Everybody's doing this now. You're going to lose your ability to write on your own. This is a little scary just to bring that in. I don't know where it's going to go, but I just watch it within myself. I started feeling insecure because it can write better than me, but it takes my ideas, but it will like edit it down and whatever. I go, well, that's pretty good writing. But then I look at my writing. So now I'm getting through this little debate because I have to look at this and this, and I'm winning the debate now. I've watched this whole process. Actually, I like my ideas better. And never does chat have the right idea. It just takes my ideas, puts it with more words. I kind of go, well, that's good, more words. That's less work for me. Then I kind of go, yeah, but what's wrong with mine? It's more succinct, it's less words. I don't need such a big book. Anyway, off on that big subject. All right, so I'm about to end up here. And I do this because I like to do this. And I'm really happy that you're here and you can be here with me. And I went to do a few commercials here, if that's okay. You know, it's my livelihood, and I also lost all my money. So let me tell you what you do to pay if you have something to pay. But it would be, I have a website, marsvenus.com. And if you would, for women, if you would like to take our women only class, it's a wonderful 6-week program that my daughter put together with me. So there's called Understanding Men. I also have I don't know, they're $100, $200, whatever they are. There's some price on, but there's one called Secrets of Great Sex. It's really fun. It's a 6-week class, has exercises. It's fun to do with your partner, or if you're alone, it's good education. So those are 2 income sources for me, which are there if you're inclined to go there. Another one is, I used to have a health food store, 55. When I turned 50, I'm 73 now. When I turned 50, I had early stage Parkinson's. So I stopped working. I was also kicked off all national shows at the same time. It's okay. I opened up a wellness center and brought in experts to help me heal my brain. And I found natural solutions for brain function. I have relatives who died of Alzheimer's and Parkinson's at young ages. So it runs in my family. But anyway, so I cured it. And I noticed that if I'm really, really stressed, it starts to come back a little bit. But this is 25 years later, and I just have to eat the right things. So what I found to be the case, and this is what we have to worry about. I don't know how old you are, but most people don't realize you lose muscle mass as you get older. That's a big deal, and for men with testosterone. But let me finish that one point. So something I found that was really great for the brain is lithium. Now, who's heard of lithium? Now, I gave it for people who had bipolar because it regulates dopamine, but they gave a toxic form of it. And if you go online and you say, oh, lithium, it's dangerous, that's terrible, because psychiatrists will give you toxic lithium. Okay, toxic lithium is lithium carbonate. The only way it can help balance your dopamine and serotonin in your brain is to give you 500 times the dose. But a German doctor said, well, we only need like 5 milligrams, that little tiny bit, 10 milligrams. And you just bind it to some substance in mother's milk, and it'll go across the blood-brain barrier, and you get all the benefits of it. So it's also very helpful for sarcopenia as well, it turns out. But it causes your brain cells to multiply. It also causes, if you have ups and downs, within days, you'll find nice, no longer big waves, but just little waves of emotional mood. For men who say, I don't have any mood problems, well, they won't notice much at all, but their brain will work better. So anyway, I like that product. So I've been promoting that for 25 years. I formulated it. There's other products that have lithium orotate. That's the key, lithium orotate. Some of them are cheaper than mine because it's just lithium orotate without all the extra stuff. So I put in there, a lot of other things that are good for your brain as well. I don't have time to talk about all. But anyway, that's at my website called marsvenus.com. It's at the top of the page. I used to have 40 products on there. I got rid of all of them. It was just too much trouble. But that's one that most people don't know about. I've been the major promoter of lithium orotate for over 30 years, basically.
Is it a tablet or?
It's just a tiny little tablet. And it's lithium orotate. There's a lot of orotate. Orotic acid delivers the lithium into your brain. And they say, oh, don't give it to your kids. I gave it to all my grandkids. They all loved it. Just put it in their shake and whatever. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, and this is I recommend for people. I still do it, and it's called some kind of protein shake. Okay, now there's a special protein shake from a company that I use, and I get some little commission if you buy it from my person. Okay, so that's there. You can also just buy it yourself if you want. But what's good about this company is they have a protein shake that's whey protein, that is cold processed. It's all the good stuff. It's organic and it's grass fed and it's more expensive protein. And they have a balance in there of casein and whey protein. Mother's milk is very different from cow's milk. Most people can't digest cow's milk. Cow's milk they're big animals, so they're big. 90% casein. We need about 50% casein and about 50% whey. So theirs is balanced in that way. They started it. I used to have my own company with it, and they did it, so I don't have my own company with it. But I do get a little commission on it. So they got the right balance of casein and whey. The next thing is that they have these enzymes in the right balance that we took a long time to test it out. It was researched that if you take these natural enzymes, which are already in the shake, thank you so much, and you put those enzymes and you put the shake powder into water at 101 degrees or 103, your body temperature, and let it sit for 30 to 45 minutes, and it will fully digest it for you. And that was the thing that helped my brain. Is if you have any brain problem, you're stressed, and you're not digesting your proteins. So this is going to be pre-digested protein. So it actually bubbles up. It's like your own little mixture. And sometimes in a hurry, I don't do that. It will still work good. It's a great protein shake. But if you let it digest itself, you'll notice immediate benefits in your brain. And then after a while, you won't notice anything because that's normal. And then like when I went away on my trip, I don't do it when I travel. I come back and I'm having it. My brain has been feeling great. Except today I didn't have it. But anyway, but the point is, that's a shake which I highly recommend for people just to reset their brain. And you'll notice if you need it, it'll be really good for you. And also for sarcopenia. You want a good digestive protein, as well as for men to amp up your testosterone, to amp up a lot of extra protein, at least for a month. Just when you pre-digest it, you can eat a lot more. If normal proteins, you can't eat that much, but here you can amp it up and without having the byproduct of too much protein. If you have digested protein, you can really have a lot of protein. So anyway, it's a way to amp up your protein, amp up your muscle mass. You don't have to do a whole lot of exercise, but it will actually build your testosterone up. For men, it gives women energy, so they're not looking to overeating for energy. Okay, so the whole thing about women, as they lose muscle mass, they lose energy, they compensate when they don't have enough energy to eat more, and then they tend to eat the sugary type products. So it's beneficial for both estrogen and testosterone. So that's a little program I recommend, is the minerals. I'm going to have a sheet up here. Well, this isn't going to be long. I know people don't like commercials, but you're being very patient with me. If you're interested in this program, it costs about $200 to do a month. You'll get some great benefit from it. You might want to continue doing it, but you'll get at least a recharge on your body. And if you're interested in that, I'm going to have this sign-up sheet. You put your name, and then you put your phone number. And Ellen, who's my business partner in this, she will coach you if you're interested. We also have a product, this company that makes the shakes that I recommend. Their name is Isogenics, and they have a new product for women's hormones. It's really, really good. I've been promoting one of the ingredients in that for over 25 years, but now they put it in. You know what they do? They add a few extra things to make it better and call it theirs. That's what men do. Their wives will come up with good ideas the next day. That was my idea. We don't even know we did it. But anyway, that's the way the business works. So that's another estrogen product that they have that might be of interest to women. I highly recommend it, the ingredients in it. And this is the sheet. So you put your name and try to put your phone number as neat as possible, and she'll call you. And if you want, you can just put your email as well. Usually people, their writing isn't so great, but she doesn't always read it. But if you want to be contacted or not, I'm not going to look at this. A lot of people just sign up because they don't want to be embarrassed. They want to feel supportive of me. But if you have the money to be able to do that, she will coach you through it. And one of the things is to have somebody who's done it, who does it, to inspire you to do it. So she will do that. If you're interested, this will be up at the table. And this is not my mailing list, meaning if you want my mailing list, you might get my newsletters and whatever. It's marsvenus.com. John Gray, Mars Venus, it would always come up. I'm all over the place. And but one thing is, the third weekend of July, I do a class about this size in Marin County. So if you're interested in that, it's a 3-day class. It's only $300, which is really cheap for these type of things. And it's in Marin County. It's all day Friday. It's all day Saturday, and half day on Sunday. So it's not that long of a drive. It's about an hour drive, hour and 15 minutes, I think. And love to see any of you there. It's a wonderful experience. You can be single, you can be in couples, you can be having problems, you can be not be having problems. And it's not as much information as it is experience. So my information is all over the internet. There's so much, and all my books, you can read books and whatever. So I do answer people's questions and give basics for things, but it's more about developing emotional intelligence, which is how to process, when you're unhappy or feeling resentful, or you're having anxiety or depression, or you have more stress in your life. We all have issues that we got when we were children, and they affect everything in our lives. So we do some this life regressions, and I help process people, and I have a unique technique for doing it. I've been developing over 40 years. Everybody leaves fantastic on a high. It's a lifetime experience, definitely worthwhile. And the other good news is you can't do workshops with me and you can't do therapy with me. And I have a waiting list forever, so you can't do therapy with me. But I've learned how to have ChatGPT do my form of therapy. So that's going to be out this year. It's called Heart Space, Mars Venus Heart Space. And it does a technique which is very profound. And it's like doing a therapy session with me, which is first you let people talk. I have certain questions I ask so I get the information I need from you. And then I tell you what you're feeling on a deeper level. And then I tell you what you need to hear on a deeper level. And then I tell you what you're really needing and wanting on a deeper level. And if you were to get what you want, needing and wanting, then how you would feel, and what you would understand, and what you'd be able to forgive. And this is how I work. And I've been 15 years putting together this thing, and now chat makes it so much easier. And I did it today because I was not feeling good today. This is my jet lag day. What do I do to feel good? I'll just do the process. And it took about 25, 30 minutes. And it always makes you cry a little bit. Some tears come up, and then you feel love, and you feel grateful, and you feel happy, and you feel appreciative. Because all negativity just sits on top of this beautiful being inside of us that loves our life, that's grateful for our life, that's appreciative of our life. And a lot of us walk around, go, okay, I'm going to practice gratitude, but you don't really fully feel it. And when you look at what the negative emotions are in there, the hidden ones, and you bring them out, then what happens is the person who's there always, you don't have to find that. You don't have to do anything to be loving and happy and confident. It's already there. You just have to sort of pull off the scab, you get rid of it. And the process makes sure that you go through it. Anyway, that process is called the feeling letter process. It's in all of my books towards the end. I do it in my workshops, changes people's lives, but then they don't do it at home. I mean, nobody wants to do it. I didn't want to do it except that the computer was going to do it for me. And I kept trying to give short answers so I could be done with it. You know, this is the condition of humans. Negative emotions are painful, and we do not want to feel pain. But if somebody sort of pushes you into it, the computer does it and shows you what else you should feel pain about. Anyway, thanks so much for coming. First of all, let me know you're clapping. Thank you for being patient during my commercials. Okay. Have a lovely evening.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific.